Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical difficulties. 5 minutes before the stream was supposed to start, my power went out. So here we are. Sorry for the delay. We'll get straight into it. Will is a bit sick as well today, so no Will for, let's say, the foreseeable future for today. We might see him a little bit later, but who knows? And then Samir as well. Samir is also a bit sick today, so we won't see him later today. So who you have today is you have myself, you'll have LJ, you'll have Dirk for the rest of the day. So hopefully we can make it entertaining for everybody. Cool beans. I'll just get a screen share going. Screen share is up. And let's get my screen on. There we go. Thank you, Reme. Alrighty, hoozles. I'm gonna just remove that. I was doing some testing over the weekend. Let's have a little gander. What can we have a look at? Gold is at a key level right now. Are you buying a dip? Okay, let's have a look at gold. All right. So this morning, little old Trumpy Trump. Let me first go and get this up and going. Is the calendar up? Yes, it is. There we go. About 11 hours ago, Monsieur Trump said that the US military is going to will not impede the freedom of navigation of vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from Iranian ports. So basically what they're saying is that as of today, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Time, they are going to start blocking the strait for anybody who has paid the I think it's $2 million fee for moving through the strait. So good news, right? Good news. Being sarcastic there. But basically what that means is that led to this massive gap. And you'll see this gap on pretty much every single last asset. You'll see it here on gold. You'll see it on NASDAQ. If you go to any of the majors, Euro USD, massive gap. So this gap is all because of Senor Trump's little tweet fiasco this morning. For those of you who don't know, over the weekend, JD Vance, who is the vice president of the US, went to go and have some negotiations in Pakistan with Iran. And unfortunately for pretty much the whole world, they could not come to some sort of agreement. So yes, even though the war itself or this escalation has, this war effort, let's put it like that, this escalation has kind of been kind of like on a teetering on a knife's edge. We don't quite know, is it going to end? When is it going to end? There was a 2-week ceasefire which was announced, and then within hours it was no longer in play, the ceasefire. So yeah. This is the result of the weekend's information that came out. So, fresh new week of potential up and downs, potential volatility, potential weird tweets that's going to come out that the market is going to try and decipher. And as of right now, we've gapped quite a bit. So, here's the question. On pretty much all of them, USD CAD, all of them, everything is gapped. Okay, so whatever pair you are trading with, just do be careful that there is a gap pretty much on everything. All right. So with gold, this gap that we have on gold here right now. So this is on the 5-minute. If we go over to the hourly, you'll see that it was quite the dip down. But where we arrived with or where we ended up, let's rather say, is roughly around this area that we had for the beginning of April. So April 2nd, 3rd, and then April 2nd, Friday was a public holiday. Monday as well was slightly like a quiet day because of Easter. Sorry, my ring light is incredibly bright. It's because I don't have any other lights on in the house at the moment. So this area of consolidation that we had, basically, you can say that all of this was... It's not really consolidation. Let's call it just slow price action that we had here. This is pretty much where we came to end the... Well, not end, start the day, basically. Where we gapped. There we go. That's what I was looking for, the word that I was looking for. But if you look at gold, pretty much the end of last week, Thursday and Friday as well, it wasn't the most volumetric movements that we've had, that we've really seen. We did make a new high of the week last week, Wednesday, which was pretty good. It itself off of a bit of a gap after a news event on Wednesday. So not bad. Not a bad high, 4,870-ish, 4,860, sorry, which is decent. It's a good recovery considering this massive sell-off that we had leading into March. So pretty good considering. We started slowly creating slightly higher highs, higher lows, and then eventually culminated in this high up here, which then basically led to a little bit of sideways action. But nothing too crazy. So if we're looking at gold and we are looking at this gap, I think the gap, as always, as any sudden high impact news, I think is just an impulsive move. So for me, I don't think that the gap itself, which has already been filled on gold, I don't think that there's going to be a solid push lower from here. I think that this was, once again, an impulsive move. So I would like to see gold try and break these highs that we had created on Thursday and Friday. And if those can be broken, then we can potentially start looking at going back up to the week's highs. However, if we do not get this continuation from where we are now, so if this price action does not push price higher, if that doesn't happen, what we can do is this area here on the left, we do have some pretty decent like moves that originated from it. Obviously, a Tuesday into a Wednesday, we had that gap, but this candle over here, that is basically been completely nullified. So price action on this candle does not exist anymore. So we're looking for a candle lower than that one, which is this one over here, which is where we reacted off of. But I think we can bring it a little bit closer. We can find a better price action, maybe on the lower time frames, that we can potentially use. We do have the low of Monday, which was respected, as you can see, off of Tuesday's Tokyo low, as well as the New York/London low as well, which was respected off of this reaction. So I'm going to remove that area, and I'm going to say push lower. This is the first port of call. It's this area down here. And it is only based off of the fact that we had an established area. So we had a low, a slightly higher low, yet again another higher low, and then a retest, and then a secondary retest, and the secondary retest led to a nice volumetric push-up on news, granted, on news. So first port of call, should we continue with this potential downward push based on the news? So based on the news, if we start pushing lower, I would say 4628 is the first port of call. Obviously, you do have the low of the day that you first and foremost need to break, but if you're going to break that, you'll most probably come down and tap that area. However, I am a little bit more bullish on the day based on the idea that we had this massive gap and it immediately got filled. With that filled section, I would like to see continuation. I would like to see price continue trying to push up and then eventually break these double highs that we had from Friday and Thursday, and then maybe have a bit of a pullback. We can potentially pull back into this area over here where we are currently right now, and then start picking up to try and push price a little bit higher. But time will tell. Time will tell. I see we have Sir William in the background. He was in and now he's out. I don't know if he's going to be joining us, We'll see. The boy's a bit sick. So yeah, gold at the moment, interesting area. You can consider this a key area of resistance slash support. So this whole section here does look pretty good for a potential reaction. We just kind of need to see if it's going to be above or below. So as it's, yeah, no, I can hear you, mate. So nice volumetric push down here. This was on Thursday the 2nd. One test, secondary test, tertiary test, consolidation in this area, push up higher. There's also a small little retest there. Another retest there, tried to push up, came into this area up over here, and then we had the gap down. So we're currently in this area right now. I potentially want to see it push higher. That's what I'm seeing on gold at this point in time. There's a few people saying they think that gold's going to drop. Maybe. There is a potential. There's always the potential for that. The thing is, gold, when this, let's call it this escalation started, gold did not react the way that we initially thought it was going to be. Generally, when you have like high volatility and uncertainty in the market, gold tends to be the beneficiary of that. Gold people tend to buy gold during those times because it's kind of awesome. Will is in and out of the stream. You're in, mate. You're up.
Yo, what's good? How are we doing?
Dude, a little bit better than you, I think.
Oh man, I don't know what maybe it was the alcohol. I don't know. Like I had a couple of drinks with my brother last night, and then all of a sudden I'm just there like cuddling up to the toilet, and I'm like, what's going on? Dude, I'm like this morning I woke up, my stomach, man, is so sore. So, but I'm back. I'm here. I'm back in the UK. I'm back in my home office, and oh, dude, I'm so happy. Even though I feel like absolute garbage. Like I tell you what, this is probably the worst I felt all year. But I'm still happy. I'm still okay. I'm on my my backup camera because my other camera is in my bag. Because I was ill last night, I had no time to set up any of my equipment. So I've got to. I'm going to spend today. Dude, I'll send you a photo. I'll direct message you a photo of my setup right now. There's wires and cables everywhere. It looks so messy and it's giving
Chaos.
It is, dude. It's triggering me big time. So I'm going to spend the rest of the day just sorting out my my setup. I wanted to do it last night, but obviously I was ill. My big monitor isn't working yet because I need to put HDMI in, and that's a massive faff. So I'm using my top monitor at the moment. But yeah, dude, I'm here, man. I'm here, and it's
dude. I'm happy you're here because just before the stream started, like 5 minutes before the stream started, I was sitting in here in the background talking to Remy, and the next moment power outage, and I was like, oh crap.
Nice, yeah, nice.
So I had to literally run to go and get the generator started. Generator started, and then you have to wait for the Wi-Fi to kick in because we've got fiber, but the fiber goes to the Wi-Fi port, and then we're just waiting for that to like kind of like okay, start up, and the startup is anywhere between 3 and 4 minutes depending on on how it goes. But yeah, so Remy, being the guy that he is, just like re-looped the timer.
8 minute starter instead of full light.
Yeah, he gave me an extra 5 minutes, and I was like, oh, thank goodness.
Come on.
Henry saying, "Will make sure you replenish your electrolytes with Hydra-Lite."
Yeah, Henry, 100%, man. I'm gonna go down to the shops today and get myself some electrolytes because, dude, I'm feeling rough, like rough.
Yeah, dude, you're not used to the strength of the alcohol in the UK. Maybe the Hong Kong alcohol was
diluted,
a little bit weaker, and your insides was getting used to it.
Dude, I don't know. I think maybe it was like, you always get ill on the flight because it's recycled air in it. So, maybe it was a case of the fact that my immune system was a bit down. and then just a couple of beers last night with my brother. Maybe my body was just so exhausted. It was like, yeah, well, guess what? We're ill again. So, so go find the nearest bathroom and you're gonna make it your best friend for the next probably like 12 hours.
Did you have any like jet lag? Or
Um,
was the layover that you had like
the
good enough for you to get
yeah,
away?
I kind of planned it. So I was flying midnight Hong Kong time. Uh, and then I tried to sleep on the first flight, and then the layover was only 2 hours, and then I'd stay awake on the second flight. So out of a 19-hour flight, I slept 2 hours. So I think I was just that exhausted that I managed to completely eradicate that jet lag. So I think it's just the fact that my body's exhausted. I got no jet
Mm.
lag. I feel I fit straight back into the UK times. Um, I woke up yesterday at like 6 a.m. After probably one of the most hibernative sleeps in my entire life. I just crashed out completely. Woke up at 6 a.m. feeling amazing. So it's almost like I fit straight into the time zone. So I got no jet lag, just an immune system relapse.
Yeah, I was about to say it's just maybe you just need a little bit more rest, mate.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, man. I think it's literally just chill out and have a bit of a rest, get back into the swing of things. Dude, I gotta get back
Yeah.
in. Like, dude, it's 9:30 right now, which is weird. Where's my camera down here? It's 9:30 right now. I gotta get used to the fact that I'm streaming in the morning now, not at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, like it's another shift for you again.
Yeah,
And then
literally.
a Monday and you're just like getting straight into it and the first Monday you're like, "Oh,
Yeah, no,
I feel
literally.
like crap."
Yeah, literally.
So yeah, mate, like
Yeah, I woke up, spoke to my brother. My brother was like, "How are you feeling?" I was like, "Dude, I feel rough." He's like, "Ah, shit, man, that sucks." I was like, "Yeah, no. Anyway, I gotta go stream. See you in a bit." So, yeah.
no, okay, so I'm gonna tell this very quick story, and then we'll carry on getting into gold. I used to work at a place. I'm not gonna mention where, but a friend, a work colleague, a work friend, and myself went pub hopping
Mm,
on a Friday night, and we were working on the Saturday. So you would go to work at like you'd be at work at like 5:30 in the morning. So uh, we were working the Friday during the day because we were working that weekend, and straight from work, go and get dressed, and we went out, started pub crawling, and I got home. I think it must have been just after like 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning. We'd been drinking the whole night.
nice.
So, all of those lovely things and like drink driving and all of that, like lovely things, get home, realize, wow, I smell like a shebeen. I smell like
Yeah, it smelled
like
like
a,
a brewery. Like,
yeah, like it's
yeah.
bad. It's bad.
Oh man.
Went to go and have a shower, ate some stuff and ate some food, and then straight to work, mate. Like, it was a rough day. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was a rough day. I think I lasted
Mm.
until like 10 o'clock or something, and I just fell asleep.
Yeah, yeah, fair. Yeah,
Yeah, thank goodness, like the Saturday they weren't like many bosses around and stuff like that. So just you were hiding from everybody, and
yeah.
like
No,
if
I
something
was gonna
needed to
say
be done.
you're under the table with a blanket and a cushion from the couch or something sort of job. Yeah,
Yeah, dude, you were just hiding, like you were making sure that nobody knew you were there.
yeah.
Thank goodness it was a very quiet day on that Saturday. I can tell you that I have not done that in 25 odd years. I have not done that. So
Yeah, I can
never
imagine.
do that again.
I was gonna say, you do it once or twice. I remember there's been a couple of times when I worked for the family business. I'd come in at like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was quite manual labor then as well, and we would be like digging trenches or something, and or transporting, shoveling like gravel. Yeah, I'd come in like ridiculously hungover, and I remember one time I was pretty much like sleeping on a big pile of gravel with a shovel in my hand. I was that hungover. You know how they say sleep on a duck's beak, sleep on a hard place.
Yeah.
That was literally me. That was story of my life that day. And I tell you what, I vowed to never do that again. And then only once I do that again, and it was at the setup. And I was trading that day. I came to the markets ridiculously hungover, didn't know who, where, and what I was, and I managed to pull out of the market about break even. I think it was. It was about 2 years ago now, and I think I managed to pull out of the market break even. And I said to myself, I was like, right, I've done it with manual labor. It sucked. I've done it when I was working in the office. It sucked. Never am I going to show up hungover again, because it's just the worst thing you can do.
And fast forward a few years, on the 13th of April, 2026,
Yeah,
Will
yeah, I
Davis
know.
rocks up to work under the weather.
Dude, I don't know if it's like hungover. I mean, suppose technically I'm hungover. I suppose like technicalities would say, "Will you hungover?" But dude, I don't know. Weird
It's
one.
like Raphael is saying, it's a law. Friday after work, we need a drink. That's true.
Yeah, literally. Friday hours, isn't it? 4 o'clock finish instead of 5. You finish an hour early, get out of the pub for an hour.
Saturday, me and a friend did a Brazilian barbecue. What's a Brazilian barbecue?
I've no, dude. That sounds
Dude,
amazing though.
Raphael, tell us what do you put on your Brazilian barbecue, mate? Come on.
Raphael,
And many beers.
Yeah, there it is. Dude, more than the many. I don't want to look at beer again if this is what makes me ill. So I get trauma from things. So I remember I was out in
PTSD.
yeah, no, mate, literally. I was out obviously in Hong Kong a couple of weeks ago, and I had tofu for the first time. It was amazing. I bloody loved it. I was like, dude, this is so tasty. And the
Bean
missus
curd.
was, yeah, and the missus was like, you like tofu? She was like, I was like, yeah. And she was like, I never thought you'd like it. I was like, yeah, this is amazing. So she got me more tofu, and I overindulged with tofu, and I end up throwing up. I overindulged, and I think, my stomach was like, this is too much synthetic, whatever this is made of. I was like, yeah, this is
You thought tofu is synthetic.
no. I was like, just it's, I don't know what tofu is. Tofu is just not real.
It's bean curd.
It is bean curd. Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah,
Well,
it's bean curd. So there's a fermentation process
okay.
with bean curd, and then eventually it becomes this gelatinous product. It's if you're not used to it.
Yeah, well, exactly that. So I overindulged, and I wasn't used to it. My stomach was like, no, thank you. So anyway, I ended up hugging the toilet again. Dude, I've thrown up more times this year than I have in the past 5 years. And I ended up throwing up. I haven't eaten tofu since, and I don't think I ever want to look at it, smell it, or touch it, or taste it again. I've got genuine trauma from it.
I will tell you some of my traumas, but I'm not going to say it on air. I don't want people. I don't want people to judge me. Anyway, let's get back
on that note.
Let's get
can you hear me okay with the mic as well? Like, so the mic
perfect.
the mic's a lot closer to my mouth this time. So like I said, I've got the whole setup back, guys. You can see my LEDs. You can see, dude, I'm gassed, man. I'm so happy to be back in my setup. So I do apologize, guys. I feel like a little bit of a cowboy today. Tomorrow, maybe not even tomorrow. Later on, 12. When I come back on a little bit later on, my second round today should be a little bit more professional. If not tomorrow, I'll be back to my professional me.
Dude, don't worry about it. We all go through moments such as these. Dude, this ring light of mine is intense.
Dude, I haven't even got a ring light on. I literally, I got nothing on right now.
That's better. It doesn't feel like I'm looking into the sun anymore.
Scribble, after 25 hangovers will destroy you. Dude, I've never coped with a hangover. So I remember I had a 2-day hangover after a rugby match in Cardiff. And ever since then, I vowed to never drink that much again.
I mean, we've all made promises, mate. We've all...
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, fair.
Those promises.
Dude, Scribble, dude, me and you are going to get along well, my friend. Get yourself a bacon butty, Will. You'll be sound. Scribble, dude, I love you already just for suggesting a bacon butty. I'm going to go make myself a bacon butty right after this. That's a fantastic idea.
All right. So
Yeah, let's go
while
with that.
you and
Yeah.
Scribbles get to know each other a little bit more intimately, I'm just going to carry on with gold. Do you think you'll be able to have a look at GU?
Give me a minute to sign
I'm
in.
going to take my time with this, mate. I'm going to take my time. So
Yeah, it's signed into the wrong account. So let me sign into my trading view, and then yeah, 100%. I'll take a look at GU.
all right. So while you are doing that, I'm going to go through gold on the higher time frame. So on gold on the higher time frame, we did have a nice volumetric sell-off. Okay, makes sense. We did peak at about 5,600-ish. We had a sell-off. We tried to recuperate. Did not quite make it. War was announced, and since then we've had this nice downward push. All right. Since then, we've slowly recovered gold yet again. So same kind of idea as what we had after reaching all-time highs and then selling off. Same idea. Problem is, it's quite a bit lower than that previous sell-off. And I do understand there's a lot of people that believe that we probably have more downside available to us on gold, which is probably true, given the fact that gold did not move the way that we anticipated it would move with the uncertainty of war at hand. So generally, as I was saying before you join in, generally when you have these uncertain events like war and so on, the idea is that gold is considered a little bit more of a safe haven asset. So you would want to get in on and buy a little bit more gold to hold, because generally it is a inflationless asset. So it's not impacted by inflation all that much. So not the same way as a currency would. So if there's uncertainty, you would rather buy an asset that you can hold for longer that is going to basically beat inflation. And in this case, it did not happen. We had quite the sell-off. As LJ was explaining to us about how gold was moving, it made sense why gold was selling off. In this idea, it was he'll be in a little bit later and he can just rehash it. But the idea was basically that gold was the idea of escalation was like, well, it's not that bad, you know. So we'll carry on selling gold, that kind of idea. I'm not doing it justice the way that LJ explained it, but you kind of get the point. But since then, we've had this very slow recovery upwards. So if I just remove all of these sections, that was a base area that we tested. If we just go on a channel from down here and we kind of look for a point where the channel itself was respected, that's not the greatest of channels, to be dead honest with you. That made a little bit more sense, just this section over here. This section as a channel made a little bit more sense. We basically had a break and a retest and then straight into consolidation yet again. But this kind of like signifies the idea that there's a potential continuation pushing lower. If you just look at the channel. If you drew a line, something like this, it makes a lot more sense. So if you just exclude this wick down here, this makes a lot more sense because you have 1, 2, 1, 2. So you actually have a top and a bottom to the channel on gold, which makes a lot of sense. But right now we had the gap lower out of that area. And that's why I said I want to see price go up higher first. I want to see price try and push back into this channel and then potentially start pushing lower. So that's why I'm saying I want to see gold try and push up on the higher time frames. On the lower time frames, it did look like there was a potential for us to continue pushing higher. Fair enough. So that's basically what I was seeing on gold. Daily Facts asking, I see Arton at the list. Who is he? So we are going to have a guest this afternoon. He is a trader. We will have a little interview with him and he will join us potentially more often if you guys like him, if you do enjoy his way of addressing the market or looking at the market. you might be joining us a little bit more often as a guest. Just like we had Jeremy on Tuesdays. Jeremy is going to be here again tomorrow morning with LJ section. So Arton is potentially going to join myself and Will during our London session. Let's call it our second session, the afternoon session just before New York. So yeah, I've seen his stuff. He's a good trader. He's a, how can I put this? He is the everyman trader. Let's put it like that. He is the guy that has experienced pretty much everything, and he's tried everything. He's also a musician. So he used, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil his story because it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool story. But yes, Arton is going to be on stream with myself and Will a little bit later. So do stick around for him. Zeus the Sign. Yeah, man of many talents. Asking, how do you mark these zones? So I'll give you a very quick rundown of how I mark zones. So if I go over to the hourly and I just remove, this channel, I look for, okay, so this is not a very good area to kind of like explain it because we had a gap. I'm going to look for an area where there wasn't a gap. So I'll come over here. So basically, let me just remove the 200 EMA as well. And then just do that. Okay, so basically how I mark up zones, I mark up previous session highs, previous day highs. I mark up areas of interest that I deem to be interesting. So that could be a previous day high, previous session high, a area of consolidation. It can be a order block. But the general gist is I want to see reactions. So if I'm going to build up a zone, that zone is going to be based off of reactions. So if we just take, what was this? Last week, Wednesday. If we just take Wednesday as an area of interest, and I just focus on Wednesday in of itself, the Tokyo session provided us with a high. All right. And we had the low of the Tokyo session. So 2 points, high point and a low point. So what happened is when we had an attempt to try and push price back up higher, it failed to break this high point. So market structure would dictate that higher highs, higher lows, lower highs, lower lows indicates directional bias. It indicates the way the trend. In this case, the trend was bullish up until that point because we had all of these highs here that were broken by that. So we were trying to establish a new trend pushing price higher. But when price failed to produce a new high, but instead produce a new low in relation to the previous one, we started seeing price turn around. So we started seeing a more bearish, it could be a bearish trend, it could be a bearish pullback. It doesn't matter. We were on the lower time frame, on the hourly at least, we were starting to produce a little bit more of a downward directional movement. And this is usually the stuff that I look for. So now you can say, okay, we have a high, we have a lower high, we have a low, and we have a lower low. All right. Just simple high, low, lower high, lower low. Let me mark these just so that visually you can see it. This one was a lower high and this one was a lower low. All right. So generally when this happens and there's volume that starts picking in, I look at it like a back and forth, an arm wrestle between bears and bulls. In this case, we had a strong bullish movement that originated from here. But when the bulls had to carry on with that momentum, they failed because the bears pushed back strongly. First, then the bulls tried again, they failed, and then the bears started taking over. So where the bears started taking over, I would mark that whole zone as a potential retest area. Because the way that I see it is, yes, we have this arm wrestle, it's a back and forth. This round goes to the bears, the next round goes to the bulls, the next round to the bears. But at some point, one of them completely takes over. Completely. And in this case, it was the bears had completely taken over. Now, because the bears had taken over at this area, this was the last attempt for the bulls to try and gain control again, and they failed. If price were to come back to that area, I would like to see either a similar reaction, meaning like this, price pushed lower, retested, and then started pushing lower yet again, or when it comes back to it in future, that it has a similar or slowed reaction. So this is an area that I would mark up. That's one of the areas. Then I would look for reactions off of this area. Okay, so we have a singular reaction here, but then at the same time, I'm looking for where price stopped. Price stopped down here on this initial move. So this whole section here to me becomes a zone as well. So this is a consolidation. I would like to see how price reacts when it reaches the zone again. So we have this area up over here. This area up over here as a zone, which was reacted off there. We have this area down over here that was reacted over there. And it hops between those 2 points. So that's how I mark up some areas. General consolidation. If there was order blocks, an order block reaction, outside bars, engulfing candles, that kind of like stuff, complete reversals. That's what I'm looking for. And then another thing that I look for when I look for trades is something I call bases. Now, a base is something that you can only have within a trend. So a trend that's either a fresh trend that was reinitiated and it is a rally, then a base, then a rally, or it's a drop, a base, and a drop. So in this case, you have the high with a lower high, this whole zone here. So this is your initial drop. This move. Oh, why is my? Oh, dude, I think my mouse is busy dying. This is your initial drop. After breaking or failing to continue the trend that we had and reestablishing a new trend. This then becomes a base, and a base is an area that does not break higher. Yeah, I think my mouse is busy.
Dude, I know what you mean. I hate it when that happens. You just find it like lags and glitches and all.
Yeah. So this move that we had here, this bullish attempt, so two bullish candles, these candles at no point got even remotely close to the high that was created before it. So this area is now a base. So these two bullish, or in this case bullish candles, these two are a base. So it's a drop, a base, and then a continuation. And then a continuation of the drop. So drop, base, drop. In this case, this is a drop. So this is where the bulls completely had no more chance. This is a new bearish trend. Bears have taken over. Same idea of having this reaction up over here, looking for price to come back to this point and seeing how it reacted. The same idea here. I would like to see when price comes back to a base area, whether or not it's going to have the same reaction as it had done previously. So that's just the idea. It's a within a trend area. So those are the zones that I will mark up generally.
Dude, my computer's decided to do a pile of updates.
Lovely. You haven't been in there for a while.
I've woken it up from its coma state, and it's been like, "Oh, well, is that you?" I'm like, "Yes. I'd like to trade now." No, we're going to update.
Not today.
Yeah, you can trade tomorrow. Today's an update day. I'm like, "Oh, brilliant! Thank you very much for that."
Zeus asking, what's the difference between previous day and high session? So previous day high and the session high. So sessions, you have during the day, you have periods throughout the day where you have higher volume. And the volume that you have is based on market participation. So generally, you have, let's say, 4 sessions throughout the day. You have the Tokyo session, you have a Sydney session, you have, or in this case, Asia session, you have a London session, and you have a New York session. So these colors that you see here, the pink, the blue, the orange, those are the sessions where the stock market in those areas, New York, London, Asia, and Sydney session, where the most bank participation, the most hedge fund participation, where there's overlap between the stock market and the bank and the hedge funds. So in this case, if I go down to the 5-minute, I will show you this orange box that we had here was the Tokyo session, meaning that is the majority of the big players participating when the stock market is open for the Asian session. And it starts my local time, which is GMT plus 2 o'clock in the morning, and ends at 8:25 in the morning. So for GMT, that would be 12 GMT and 6:25 GMT. Okay, so the idea is that because you have a lot of market participation here, these highs and lows become significant areas. So that whole section up there becomes a significant area, and then the low of that area becomes a significant area as well. Why? Because that is when the stock market, the big hedge funds, the big banks, all of them were participating. That's where they were participating. So when it opens up, the stock market, the Tokyo stock market is the one that we generally use for the Asia session, not London session. You have a lot of participation there, and it's important because that's where the big players are playing. The same thing with the Tokyo session, the London session, the New York session. Previous day high and low looks at the whole day, not just a session. So if we take gold from last week, Friday, so this was the open candle. That was the open candle over there. But the open candle itself is not the important part necessarily. It's part of the bigger picture. You need to take in consideration the whole movement of the day, which in this case, that was the low of the whole day, and that was the high of the whole day. If I go to the daily chart, you'll see a singular candle's high and low. Basically, there we go. A singular candle's high and low be taken into consideration. The whole day high, that was the highest point that Friday price was willing to be pushed, and the lowest point on the day where price was willing to be pushed. So as simple as I can place it, that is Friday where the market wanted to play with price. It's as easy as that. So session high is intraday, daily high is higher time frame analysis. What indicator do you use for your sessions? I use Market Sessions by Leviathan. And these are the settings that I have for UTC plus 2. This information, the times that the stock markets are open, you can get from LSE market trading hours. So it's tradinghours.com markets.lse. You can get different. LSE is the London stock market, so you can see what the local time is. So this would be British Standard Time. And then my time is GMT plus 2. So you can see that from there. You can click on markets. You can go to the Tokyo session. As you can see, Tokyo for me is 2 o'clock till 4:30. Then they go on lunch. And then again from 5:30 till 8:25. And that's where I get that information. I just take that, I put it into my indicator, and there we go. Bob's me uncle.
Yeah, nice. I'm just going to have a bit of a catch up with chat. I saw a lot of the guys coming in. I don't want to ignore you guys. So a lot of you are saying, good morning, Will. Good morning, Raphael. How are you doing, brother? I just want to make sure that I can hear myself. Dude, it's really weird because I have my speakers are here. Haven't connected them yet. Can you see them? No, you can't. There you go.
Yes.
I haven't connected my speakers yet, so I'm using my headphones so I can hear myself back, and it's like, oh, that's weird. I don't want to hear my own voice. Morning, Raphael. How you doing, bro?
How can you hear yourself, mate?
It's because I've connected my headphones to my speakers, so I'm not getting feedback, but I can hear myself a bit more crisp. Does that make sense? It's like
so. You know what? If you're in if you're in the streaming platform, there's that little just above the screen itself. You'll see there's a little. It looks like a speaker. Just click on that.
Exactly.
And then try and listen to yourself now.
That works perfectly.
Make sure that it's like a red line through it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's because it's like it's giving me that bit of, it's not quite feedback, but it's like I don't mind it too much. But I'm like, oh, that's my voice. Okay, that's something. Ty Keith, love the setup. Will, cheers, Ty Keith. Cheers, brother. Yeah, no, I think we've caught up pretty much with everyone. How was the flight? Well, dude, it was the first flight was okay. Second flight was really bumpy. It was really windy getting into the UK, so we landed pretty much sideways and hopped from wheel to wheel for a couple of seconds. So that was a little bit nerve wracking. I'll be honest. Cables everywhere. Oh my god! I need to install 2 monitors. 34 today. 2 at my office. I'm seeing many cables too, dude. That's the most stressful thing on planet Earth. I hate sorting all my cables out, and it's stressing me out just looking at my desk. I don't even want to do it, but I got to do it at some point. So yes, my friend, exactly. Someone was saying as well, I think it was Rafael. I want to know about those barbecues as well. That sounded, yeah, there we go. So Rafael, it's a Brazilian style churrasco. We cooked the ribs low and slow over wood embers and a fire pit on the ground. Dude, that sounds absolutely
Oh, dude,
amazing.
yeah, that sounds pretty groovy.
That's, you know what? I can't tell if I love you guys or hate you guys because it's actually making me so hungry, but I don't know if I can stomach food at the moment.
Yeah. What's up, LJ?
Yo,
What's
LJ, what's good, man? How you
How you
doing?
doing, guys? I'm back. I'm back once again.
How was the
He's back.
weekend?
Lovely. Dude, I feel like I've been away for 2 weeks, right?
Oh, wow.
Coming back, I was like, we left like a week and a half ago, right? No.
Yep.
It was basically like 3 days ago. So it was good. I think that's like a good sign. I was like, dude, the war ended 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, surely, right? That was last year, wasn't it?
We're in
LJ is
2027, right?
revitalized. Look at him, revitalized LJ. Well, dude,
Is it-
I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Really glad
It
you
was
enjoyed it.
great. It was
yeah,
great.
that's sick, man. There's nothing better than that just complete reset.
Yeah, good trip. Fish and chips on the beach, beer,
Nice.
swim, surf. I even got a pedicure with my partner. She was
Wow,
like, "Oh,
dude,
yeah,
you're
I was like,
being
all right, let's do it.
Did you get
LJ
a mani pedi or just a pedi?
Just a petty. Yeah, just a petty.
Dude, you need both. You
But,
need the mani and the pedi.
I need
Dude,
both, do I?
LJ's
Okay.
having a
Yeah,
bit
you
of
need both, mate.
princess
You need
treatment,
both.
like.
Yeah, you need that princess treatment. Face mask,
Yeah.
with the cucumbers over the eyes.
Yeah, I have to do that. Face mask, mani pedi face mask, and massage or something like the whole.
Yeah, hot stones on the
shebang.
back.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
whole
yeah,
shebang,
yeah.
mate.
No, none of that deep tissue stuff either. You want a proper relaxing one. You don't want the good massage. Like I went to this Thai massage place the other day. My back was in so much pain. So I was like, he was like, what level do you want? Do you want it like soft, medium, hard? Like how hard do you want us to go in on it? I was like, dude, like get your fingers in those muscles and sort my back out. It was agony. You don't want one of them. You want a relaxing one. You want someone to just barely rub you, like barely touch your back.
Have you heard of those massages where the people are just like hovering over you with their hands? There's no physical contact.
What's it
Oh,
called?
that's the like energy ones or something.
Yeah, I don't know. They just
Oh my
like
God, what's it
hover
called?
over you, and it's like feel the
Reiki.
emotion.
Reiki. Is it Reiki?
Reiki, there we go.
Reiki.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Reiki
yeah,
massages.
No thanks. I'll take
yeah,
a real
no.
one.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Touch my
Please
back.
touch me.
Yeah,
Please touch me.
not
But yeah,
often do
ended
I
up
want
at.
to. Yeah,
I was just going to say, ended up at Australia Zoo as well on the way
nice.
back, which was nice.
Dude, I-
That
Because
makes
funnily
sense.
enough,
That
I've never
does.
actually been.
Because
I've never
LJ's an
actually
animal.
been.
Oh, geez, no.
Is that, yeah, I got locked up for the day, just put on display. And maybe
Yeah,
dance
you
and
didn't
stuff.
go to the zoo. You got taken to the zoo. There's a difference. That's like someone getting arrested and go, "Oh, I went to prison for the day. I just went to visit." No, you got arrested.
Yeah, just casual visit.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it's really good though. Really good. So,
Good one. Yeah, dude,
Stoked.
that sounds amazing. Dude, I'm glad you had a good weekend.
Yeah, so Will and LJ had the complete opposite weekend. LJ
Yeah,
was
sounds it.
traveling.
LJ's complete body reset. Happy.
Yeah.
This is like complete zen. I'm there, like feeling as if I've just landed from space. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, Will's body is waging war with itself right now.
Yeah,
Like,
no, literally
Decisions
that.
made. Guys, I want to just quickly mention something. For everybody that's in chat that don't know, maybe, we have the Fiverr's 10-year anniversary community month this month. So this is a Discord exclusive month, basically. So all of the events that I'm about to talk about is purely on the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord already, go and get yourself an account if you haven't already and gain access to the Discord. Today, well, not today, this month in the Discord, we have all kinds of like crazy cool things are happening. There's interesting calls. LJ obviously being one of the forerunners for that, so he can also give you guys some details as well. But we have exclusive competitions within the Discord. We have the meme wars where you can go and create your own little trading meme that, and the best one wins an account. We have GIF, which is a graphic interface. Those things, if you create a little GIF for yourself, for the stream itself or for the Discord, you can win an account. You can win some prizes with that. It's so cool. They're having so many cool things. So anybody that isn't already, get yourself into the Discord and go and participate in those exclusive competitions and giveaways. You're not going to see it on the live stream because, like I said, it is a Discord community exclusive event for the whole month. There's still time. We're only into the second week of the month. There's another 3 weeks?
Yeah, about that
ish. Yeah. For that. So go and get yourself in there and go and enjoy the exclusivity of being part of the Discord.
Yeah, it's good. Not only that, it's just the community, man. Get yourself into the community. It's the best place you'll ever be. Dirk, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very, very well. How are you guys?
Not too shabby, mate. I'm on top of I'm on top of the world. I feel fantastic.
Not too shabby. I'm on top of the world.
Yeah, I feel absolutely fantastic, mate.
Wait, where are you right now, William?
Back in the UK. I'm home. I am home.
Okay.
He's getting to experience his old setup for the first time again, and he's like a little kid in a candy store.
Dude, I am. I'm literally like a little kid in a candy shop. You know, a tear came to my eye when I first sat on this chair. I was like, oh my God, this chair's so comfy.
Finally got internet again.
Yeah, internet, comfy chair. You know, my back's not going to be in agony. I can stream for longer without wanting to cry. It's amazing. Abdolf Linkler, Will is finally back home. I am indeed, my friend. I'm back home. Azrael Trades. Yo, Azrael, what's good, brother? How you doing, man? Hey, Will, what's happened to you? Okay, dude, I'm good. I'm just a bit sort of run down. You know, I think my immune system's taking a bit of a battering on the plane. So I'm good. I'll be back tip-top shape. I'm hoping a little bit later on after a bit of food. If not tomorrow, you know, I'll be back tip-top shape. But I'm good, brother. I'm good, man. I'm like I said, I think the euphoria of being home and the genuine happiness of being back in my setup, I think that's like outweighing how ill I am right now. So I think that's what's keeping me going. You know how like you hear stories of military and you hear stories of people like standing on landmines and all, and like they'll have their foot blown off, but the adrenaline's so heavy that they keep going. I think that like my equivalent of that, not comparing by any stretch of the imagination, but I think my equivalent of that is that I feel so crappy and ill at the moment, but the pure adrenaline and happiness of being back in my home setup is like, screw you, immune system. Like, screw you. You're not ill. You're happy. And, you know, you're here. You're home with good Wi-Fi. Dude, I'm buzzing.
I reckon maybe if you break your arm, I don't know about I don't know about that though. Like, I'd probably be pretty like, oh god damn.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm carrying on with that one.
Yeah, I don't think I'll carry on if I break my arm.
We could call you the, what is it called? The one-arm bandit? Like machines.
Oh man. So, I'm so happy, man. It's so good to be home. Like I'm bloody freezing, and it's amazing. It's amazing.
You know what I always like when I came home from Singapore, or came back to Germany. I mean, I called Singapore a long time my home, but I always like stepping out of a plane. You have this fresh air. Not this super humid, 30, 79 degrees type of air that never refreshes you, where you cannot wait to get inside, where aircon is again, but it's nice being outside.
Yeah. Dude, I got that, and I went for a walk yesterday morning, so I landed, not yesterday, the night before, and like I said, I woke up yesterday, 6 a.m., took the dog for a walk, and it was like, I think it was like 7, 8 a.m. going for a walk, and I just literally along the countryside, looked over the hills and over the farms and all. It was fantastic. This was up in England, up in the Cotswolds, and it was fantastic. And I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. I got out of the house at 8 a.m. and it's cold. And I said to my brother, my brother was like, it's so cold at the moment. I was like, yeah, it's amazing. He was like, no, I'm bloody freezing. I was like, yeah, it's good though. He's like, how is it good? And I was like,
because I'm not sweating to death.
I have spent the past 3 months wet. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, there's at no point was I ever dry. I was sweating 24/7. And I said, I get back to the UK, and okay, I'll probably get sick of it. It'll probably be a week or two, and it'll wear off, and I'll be like, I want to be warm again. Yes, but like, it's so nice to be cold again and dry. Like, it's like you smell that crisp, cold morning air. And you're like, yes. Like before, I'd wake up in the morning, go out onto my balcony, and just be punched in the face by humidity and heat.
It is a change. It is a nice little change. Yeah. All right, LJ and Dirk, with you guys here, I am going to be hopping off. I don't have electricity at the moment, so I'm on the generator. I need to go and make sure that generator is filled to the brim with some juice. So I'm going to go and do that now, and then I'll see you guys in 2 hours' time for our Will and myself's next section.
See you then, guys.
All right.
Perfect.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, same as that. So, guys, I do apologize, I was slightly late. I was having all sorts of issues with the setup. So I'm going to spend the next 2 hours trying to sort this setup out ready so I can be full top tier game later on. So guys, make sure that you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm going to go myself a bacon butty because Scribbles has inspired me. So yeah, guys, thank you very much. And I shall see you in a couple hours. Yeah, Doc, Lock, LJ, Dirk, I shall see y'all later.
Take care.
Beautiful.
Man.
See you, man.
I'm having this picture in my head right now, like Richard pouring liquid gold in his electricity generator because of the gasoline prices. It's like the most expensive stream he ever did these days.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
How are you doing, man?
Doing well. Just got back from the coast yesterday. So, yeah, it was really good. I was there Thursday till Sunday.
Nice.
Beautiful weather. Beaches were lovely. Everything was great. So absolutely loved it. I was saying to the guys earlier, I even went and got a pedicure with my partner. But yeah, good old, fish and chips on the beach, a couple beers,
nice.
go to some nice restaurants, that kind of thing. Ended up at Australia Zoo on the Sunday and saw all the crocs and all that jazz. So picked myself up like a little turtle hat there. So yeah, it was great.
Man, I could totally go for
time
some
off.
nice fish and chips right now. Oh, I haven't had that in such a long time.
Yeah, neither actually, funnily enough. For some reason, I just hadn't had fish and chips for ages. So that's why on that that night when we got up there, I was like, we're definitely doing fish and chips. So,
plus beer, that's like the holy trinity, really.
Exactly. So yeah, it was really good. Felt like I've been away for a week or 2 weeks or something. Completely forgot about the whole situation going on.
Yeah, welcome to another Doomsday Monday. I mean, here we are again. Roll back the time 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's
I did
time again, or blockage time this time, as it seems. Oh man, really, it's like it's, and I'm kind of afraid that I'm not getting scared anymore about this. It's like, okay, how is he going to wiggle out of a situation this time again?
Yeah.
And yeah, a bit crazy, but yeah, I took over Easter actually, also like the long weekend from like Thursday to Monday holiday, and like you said, felt like getting off for 2 weeks. And the last time I did this was around Christmas, so it was about high time. Pardon me, I'm a little bit under the weather also. I think I'm coming up with a cold, so my voice might not be the best. I always have this resonance in my ear when I speak. Feels like my ear's blocked. It's like super annoying. Pardon me.
Yeah, like sinus kind of thing.
Yeah. I have a tendency to get that, and last time I had it was so painful because it like pressed on my jaw and on my teeth, and So I want to be careful. Should maybe take some nose spray. I always buy nose spray for kids when I'm sick because I'm super afraid of getting addicted to that stuff. But it works well.
It does.
Yeah. So yeah, here we are. Any trades you're in already?
Yeah. So, went to Sunny Coast, Henry. Yeah, it was Caloundra. So we didn't go full, sort of the typical like Noosa or Gold Coast or whatever. School holidays as well. So I figured it was going to be packed. Also, we went up there to see a concert. So originally we were going down to Byron, but then my partner booked the wrong tickets, like somewhere else. I think it was like Coffs Harbour or something. And we're like, that's going to be like a 5 and a bit hour plus drive. We might as well just buy tickets somewhere else closer to us because Byron was sold out, and just go there. And we're like, they've got Caloundra show. Great, we'll go there. Easy. So yeah, it was really good because we're weighing it up. It's like basically an extra 3.5 hours at least down there and then back. The extra 7 hours of straight driving, like you're saying, Dirk, with the petrol cost right now, it's cheaper for us to just buy new tickets somewhere else and just do that. So yeah, that's what we did. But it was really, really good, Henry. So, but yeah, trades wise. So Henry was saying he was pulling out this before when we came in. He was like, I bet LJ faded. Yeah, bet LJ faded the Aussie dollar long. Yes, I have faded the long. And I bet LJ longed the Aussie dollar to fill that gap this morning. Yes, I did. Because after being away, I was back reset to sort of normal people hours. So I was up at 7 a.m. my time this morning, right at open. And once we sort of stabilized that first half hour, started picking up, just jumped on that.
There was
the market's been pretty calm.
Some nice US dollar related gaps this morning for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I jumped, for example, I actually by accident, I woke, getting older, you wake up several times a night. And I always tend to quickly, look at the markets when I shouldn't be doing that, of course. It's hard to get back to sleep after this, but still I tend to do it. And this morning, I saw we were like, first of all, we in dollar yen, we opened with a gap to the upside, but again, we failed to go over 160. So let me zoom in here actually a little bit. Once I saw that we had these types of reactions here, came down, and then I woke up when we actually had this final leg up here. So I thought, hey, when we break down again, I might as well start, putting in a sell limit order because I think we might be seeing a gap closing then eventually if nothing crazy happens, but Trump is still going to be asleep hopefully during the London session. So I entered a short trade there. Nice risk reward ratio there, I think, with around 1.9, I think it was, 1.89 or 1.9. So yeah, like one of the things picked up by accident this morning, this very early morning. Actually went to sleep after this still. Other than that, of course, still in my gold trade with the remaining 50% of the position.
Still in it. Yeah, good. Okay, good. Nice. Is it? We got a dump on gold as well. Typical with everything going on right now. Gold is a defensive sort of asset typically, but in the current environment, it's basically coming off because of short-term rates.
Yeah.
Right. So the cost of carry is too high near term. And you've also got the sort of sidebar of various countries saying they might have to sell some gold to pay for energy costs and subsidies to the society, I guess, to their country, to their people. So you've got these fringe aspects going on right now. And overall, the main other thing is people also need dollars in general. So not just for just acquiring oil itself, they actually need to acquire dollars itself. So many countries are having to sell gold just to get dollars because that's something that people will willingly give up dollars when they're so in demand right now. They almost become semi-precious, right? In getting those risk-off flows. So that's the type of asset people will willingly take for it. Obviously, oil going up, energy costs going up, means more dollars are needed for literally everything and everyone across the globe. So that's why you're seeing gold getting hit. If we go into a situation where we start talking about recession, that's a whole different matter. At that point, you would see gold probably starting to get some kind of a bid. That obviously means we'd have to start going to QE, that kind of monetary expansion, debasement of currency, and then you get that overwhelming inflation sort of input coming back into gold, and hence gold is that defensive posture for that situation.
But like you said several times, this conflict in Iran cannot go on for eternity because the USA cannot afford that going on. So I kind of think like, with the blockade, not blockage, it's called blockage is something else, a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz by the USA now, it's kind of like a last resort, in my opinion. When he like kind of chickens out from there, what are you supposed to do next? You either really have to go full in and destroy every single piece of infrastructure that basically Iran is bombed back to the Stone Age, pardon my words here, or you have to go towards the nuclear option, which seems to be an option for Donald Trump. I mean, not only with his tweet last week, but he has backed up on that, said like, why can't we use the nuclear option? We did it in Japan, it works so well, leaving, of course, totally out of sight that back then the USA were the only ones with a nuclear bomb, whereas nowadays there are many, many other brands out there. I'm seeing we have like a connection issue with YouTube. Are we still live on YouTube right now?
I believe so.
Let me also have a quick look.
I think it is, yeah. But I think we are, yeah. Assuming we are, Trump's not going to use nukes. No one's going to use nukes. Right? That would be ridiculous. Like China will go crazy, Russia will go crazy, everyone will go crazy. The whole Middle East would get blown to smithereens as well, like the rest of the Gulf, the Emirates and stuff. So no, it won't happen. It will ruin the whole point of how all this kind of kicked off and what everyone's interests are. But yeah, his rhetoric definitely sounds like it almost seems like he would, but there's no way we get there. But as far as the situation with the blockade, did mention that. I don't know. This has been going on for ages now. I think it was about 3 weeks ago, as that as a possibility. And that was when, and also last Wednesday, I was talking about how, trying to wrap up what Trump's intentions actually were, right? Or the US. Obviously, there's the rest of the partners in the Middle East and the Gulf area, whether it's the Saudis, Israel, everyone through there. But basically, Wednesday I was talking about how America went through and they've renamed the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. They took over Panama Canal. They've controlled that area around Venezuela, and now they want Greenland. Right? These are basically all the shipping routes all over, and now you've got the Strait as well, all the major choke points. So I don't see it as that surprising. I think it also actually does de-escalate the whole situation, because I think it's sort of a recognition of we can't do the whole ground troops type thing, right? So I think the blockade is basically their resolution to that overall. The other thing is they've still got the mines, right?
Yeah,
I think this is another part.
The USA said they want to get rid of the mines now or something. They want to do that?
Yeah, so I was saying on Wednesday as well, like I don't know how fast the Strait is also going to open up, because there's going to be still mines, right? You can't just get rid of mines, quick smart. And then we had that come out on, what was that, Saturday, I believe, and I was like, no surprise. So the other part of moving ships there, how do you get rid of mines? Like, Iran's not going to do it for you, right? And you're not going to trust them either. And that also gives them leverage in the whole ferrying ships through the
Yeah.
strait because they know where they are. So I guess the US has to bring in the sort of military stuff and then go and I don't know, make their play, clear the mines, try and build some kind of structure around it and become a player in the strait. It seems as though we're leading to some kind of like duality running of the strait. I don't know how that ends up, but
I think Trump also said that he cannot accept like that Iran is going to take a toll from every ship passing through there, right? Although
yeah,
I-
he did. So
How is that like actually? Is that straight like international waters, or does it actually belong to one of the countries, like Iran, for example? I don't know how that
I believe it's international.
must be. No? Otherwise, I mean, otherwise, from a legal standpoint, Iran would have any right, to take a passing toll or something like this.
I think there's like portions of it that
Yeah, like
like
the
it goes out to a
coastal
certain
waters, no?
area. Yeah, coastal waters. So hence as well where they're redirecting ships up through the top section closer to Iran. One, it's closer to them. It avoids wherever the rest of the mines are probably. And also I would assume it's probably for that reason as well. It does take them into, their own territory, and then hence they have to pay that fee to get through there. I can see, I think the YouTube is kind of messed up.
Is it? Yeah, I wanted to just look in because I cannot see any comments also anymore.
Because my EV Mux is also playing up. I couldn't tell if I was actually speaking before either.
But
If you could hear
YouTube
me or
still seems to be good. I'm just going to extract the chat then from there, so I can actually see some comments. So if we are not currently answering to question, guys, please bear with us. It's because we have a little bit of technical issues here with our streaming software. Working on that right now. So I'll separate the chat window right now so I can have an eye on that. But looks like we are still live, so that's
I might also just try and reset my EV Mux.
Do that.
Because it keeps freezing out, so I don't know what's going on. I'll be back. I'll
Yeah,
just
sure.
swap to a screen real quick.
Chup, chup. Okay, here we are. So let me quickly scan the comments. Human Mohammadi says, you are good, no issue. You're live, good. And that's very good. Good. We have Accident saying just entered bullish trades on 1 hour time frame, Aussie dollar, cable dollar, Kiwi dollar, and euro dollar. You want to be careful a little bit with that. Of course, because your exposure is going to be very one directional, right? So don't risk something like 4 times your max risk on a trade on 4 directional trades, basically, that are pointing in the same direction. Be careful with something like this. And gold sounds be good bearish on Renko, Raphael says. Let's have a look at gold on Renko. No, I don't like this at all. For the simple reason that the 1 minute is still pointing upwards, the deviation channels, whereas we're on the longer term already downwards. Now, one thing I have to check here is the 250, and how long do I have it here? 125, and everything is correct there. So not really something I like to trade at the moment, and it kind of also goes into the same direction what we are seeing on the daily chart right now, because we are in this pocket of what I like to call the pocket of decision making, the pocket of uncertainty, where we are between the bull market support bands and the 8 weeks moving average. And for really pointing us in a direction, we need to see a breakout either to the north, which probably should be accompanied by, like issues being more resolved, or another ceasefire agreement, at least with Iran, in the conflict between the USA and Iran. If uncertainty prevails, we could see a bounce here back to the downside. My stop for my longer term position on gold that I entered on the wick down here is right now sitting below this wick here. So were like $200 per ounce in profit anyway. 50% of the position size already gone. But it's really a bit of decision time. So if we go above the 8 weeks moving average, we would, in my opinion, resume this longer term trend. However, I don't want to just rely on technical analysis here because it's, of course, highly dependent on the whole geopolitical landscape right now. Like LJ said earlier, if we see some kind of resolution again this week, which I kind of see happening because of Taco, and although
Taco
if you do
Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, but if you do like too many Taco Tuesdays, I don't think it's nobody is going to take you serious anymore. Whatever that means for Trump, and with a personality like him, I think it could trigger much worse things. And but yeah, it seems, for a pure technical trading setup at the moment, for swing trading, for not talking about, if you ride the 1 minute charts up and downs, it's a different story. But if you're like me, looking more into positions that you want to hold on for weeks, for months, there are extreme events every now and then, like we had in gold, where it's just like, oh, come on, this is like too much exaggeration to the downside. I'm going to jump into a long position there. But other than this, I think you need to assess on a daily level right now, is my positioning still reflecting the most likely geopolitical outcome short term of what we are seeing right now? And this is a situation where some traders thrive under, especially the ones that are already using fundamentals also, that are not just looking at indicators. But it's an extremely difficult situation, I think, for beginner traders, because you either end up on the right side and then you probably sit on massive wins in a short time frame, which is not something good as a beginner trader, because it puts you most likely into this pocket of, oh, this is easy, I'm like invincible right now. I'm the king of trading. I'm going to pass evaluation, and then I'm going to become the richest funded trader in the world until markets return to a more normal state again. Or you see, for example, because you're maybe over leveraging, like one after the other evaluation accounts, hopefully just evaluation accounts, not your personal accounts, being demolished. And I'm really trying to think. Of course, the last time we were in a situation like this was COVID, although COVID was a little bit short-termed, in my opinion, at least when it came to reaction of the market, and not to the in case of a geopolitical effects of it, of course, and economic effects, of course. But other than that, it reminds me more of 2008, to be honest. Maybe in a more localized setting, also to when we had the tsunami in Japan with the nuclear power plant in Fukushima, which was far more volatile, especially for the yen, of course. But where also we had this time of prolonged weeks for the yen, at least, where it was not feasible to rely on technical indicators.
Yeah, definitely. I think there are definitely some of these like technical breaks, like when we get these clear break and runs. But as far as indicators, a lot of your regular structures or patterns, like chart patterns, candlestick patterns, whatever you might want to use, they all tend to break down completely. So, it's mainly I've just been focusing on the sort of key candle.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and wicks, and pretty much just playing that point to point, and then aligning that with the kind of macro picture that we have. I'm not too worried about things going on right now, to be honest. The market doesn't seem to be.
Whether that is a good or bad sign, actually.
The stock market, yeah. And I was going to say, so the thing is, spot gamma, I don't think I have the chart. I think I was looking at it on my laptop. I found it through someone else. I was trawling around the interwebs. Spot gamma positioning this week has, like, we've got a bunch of data and things coming through, but we've got about 5% on the upside, 5% on the downside at the same time as the VIX is quite docile relative to that. So one of these things is going to be very wrong.
Look at this, the wicks below 20 again. So we are almost back into, for the SP 500, that is now. I use that as a general gauge always. And the gap doesn't count here, by the way. It's not reacting like other charts where we eventually need to close the gap within the near future. And also ignore here the moving averages I have on there. But yeah, we are almost back in this pocket between 16 and 18 where markets are like normal, where they are not influenced currently for implied volatility by geopolitical events anymore, which is good. We want to get back there because that means we resume risk on. And I mean, let's be honest, that's what we want, right? We want risk on markets. Not too extreme, but we want things to go higher because it's more predictable.
Yeah, exactly. And so hence with that sort of spot gamma either side, about 5% either side, that communicates something different. You could argue the upside is basically a continuation of this, resulting in basically recovery, buying. You don't have the chop back and forth, which obviously basically what spurs the VIX higher. In terms of both buying and selling. So if it's a recovery, VIX should drop even though, price runs higher, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. The trouble with a blockade type situation, that would take weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
And right now it seems as though the stock market is actually tracking closer to the December contract, futures contract for oil, rather than any of either the spot cash price or the forward contracts leading up to there. So it seems as though everyone's looking past that. I think that's also when you get these really larger effects, like where you start, as we've talked about, the sort of more near-term ones with helium, corn, urea, so your fertilizer, all that kind of jazz. You also then get into plastics and the sort of retail chain further out, right? Things just like Lycra into clothing and all sorts of bits and pieces. So that's sort of a 6-month runway. 6 months is also about China's relative runway as well with oil. Obviously, the other Southeast Asian countries, like we've talked about, much harder time. But I don't know. It seems to be as though some sort of US play to do this, gunk everything up, get China to come onto the scene, pressure Iran. They'll potentially start looking at building up other infrastructure as well. And then it sort of disables Iran's chokehold and that leverage point into the future as well. Because China will say, look, we want a pipeline from you guys to us. We don't want to have some fiasco over here. It's too much of a headache.
I read this morning also that, was it the UAE, that they are using the pipeline that goes over, what is the other part? I think this is the Suez Canal. No.
Yeah, it's an east-west pipeline.
Yeah.
So they've been doing that for a while. So that's about
7 million barrels now per day. I read that goes over that.
Yeah, that's been going for like the past 4 weeks now. So that's what helped take off some of that lift. Now the thing is, obviously, that then goes down towards the Red Sea and everything, and up by the Bab el Mandeb, right? And then of course you got Yemen there, the Houthis and everything, and if they start closing up that as they're getting pressured from Iran to do that, then you have a further problem, because then that's now blocked up and you've got the strait blockaded, and then the only other way is all the way around the Cape, or the Horn of Africa, I should say. I said Cape last time.
Which adds a couple of thousand kilometers.
Yeah. And then prices up, everything. If I was running ships right now, I just send them that way anyway. Just about, look, just go.
Of course.
At least we get there.
Better than waiting, in front of the straits, and hoping for things to get better. I should contact a friend of mine. He's like in ships or bulk brokerage. So he sells like transport, basically, open transport slots, especially for oil and for other stuff like coal and so on and so forth. So everything that's liquid or like ore, for example, and should ask him how that is affecting his business and on his opinion. Because of course I'm the guy not trading commodities in general, except gold, which not really is a commodity, counts towards Forex. But I don't touch something like oil for reasons I stated many times here, because I'm a terrible oil trader. So I better stick to the opinions of experts. Where I mean, it's like the oil market is also so choppy right now. No, you rarely see something like this, like a double gap within just a couple of days. So that's a bit weird. Although that's a bit skewed here because it's a CFD contract.
Yeah.
Might be. One thing that is making me still concerned is for the whole situation is that the US 10-year yields are quite sticky. For me, it looks like we are going to take 4.5%. So this notion of we are not going to see interest rate cuts, we are not going to see the interest rate being stable, but interest rate potentially even higher this year, I think is still in the room there. And the only thing that actually makes me a little bit calm about potentially rising interest rates is the fact that, next month we are going to have Jerome Powell exiting from the position of the chairman of the Fed, and we are going to have Kevin Walsh there, who, for whatever reason, seems to be a good buddy of Donald Trump, although he leans traditionally more into the territory of being somebody who's like willing to raise interest rates. One of the great critics back then of the Fed policy after 2008. So that's another situation where we are a little bit in limbo right now, which potentially, in my opinion, could also have a larger effect than anything on a geopolitical scale we see right now, because that could resolve rather quickly. Like you said, with effects of this, of course, being like a bit longer term, like 6 months down the road, when we might see something like plastic production, fertilizer, and so on having an effect right now, especially since we are now in spring. So this is probably where people growing wheat, growing corn, and so on are going to use fertilizer, but maybe they're also still sitting on stocks. Honestly, I don't know. I can just speculate on that. I haven't read into this right now. But this potential delay of interest rate cuts in an economy that's I'm not going to say like more recession-like, but that's struggling a little bit, that of course could be something that is going to drive sector rotation again, this time away from more defensive sectors, more into aggressive sectors like, for example, AI. Although you could argue, of course, AI, energy and so on, they need a lot there too. So very complicated right now to get a grip of where's this whole thing heading. And the only reason why I say this is going to be resolved rather quickly is because there's so much at stake. Because it's in an environment where the USA have to refinance so much debt already, which is going to lead to a significant portion of the GDP of the USA being used already just for interest rate payments. They just cannot afford something like this, where they pay like $400 million a day for holding up a blockade, basically.
Yeah, that's the other part. It is ridiculous, hey. Just in terms of the cost, like you're saying, with rates going up, and then they have to pay the commensurate yield increase, but they're kind of the ones that are doing it to themselves in a way. But yeah, the fertilizer stuff, yes. Going to crop season, a bunch of farmers have already said they're looking at lowering their planting, which means lower yield, less food, prices go up, inflation, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, the Fed is definitely in a difficult position. We did have inflation on Friday. I was talking on the Discord. I was looking for about 1% CPI, about 0.2 for core. We got 0.9 on CPI and 0.2 for core. So that came pretty in line. The main piece is obviously core that we got to focus on. So that's why, even though the CPI read was a bit higher, core came in a touch lower. Therefore, US dollar actually came off overall. So so long as that stays pretty tame. I mean, if we look at the breakdown of the numbers, like it's all energy related, right? Same with these pieces, it's all like, transport, that kind of stuff, which is a further derivative of this kind of thing. So it's all pretty stable.
But these numbers for energy, they are just, they're not taking effect at the moment in the CPI measurement, right? Oh, they are. No, they are.
Yeah,
you're right. Year over year.
The big increase. Yeah. So these are percentage increases.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah. And then hence it adds to the year over year with that.
Interesting that the effect is not bigger, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty same. This is also the US though, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the US has their energy independency,
in
right? So
Germany, it will look much worse. I tell you.
yeah. So that's the part that you have where the US has that leg up, and they could potentially look to reduce rates. We get into a weird situation right now. If the blockade went on for weeks, that would have further effects. Potentially, they actually do that to get China, into the fold and work something out, and also just to pressure China in general. Who knows what the exact win there is?
I think that's actually
strange, but
in my very shallow geopolitical political understanding, not that much of a bad move to get like China pressuring Iran, because China has these long-term delivery agreements with Iran over 30 years for oil. So of course they have a good interest in telling Iran basically, hey guys, calm down. You need to reach some sort of agreement. Otherwise we're not going to buy your oil anymore. I'm not going to say that directly like this, but China might be actually the key figure in this type of 4D chess that is going on there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I think they figured that's probably the only way they can actually take the leverage of the strait away from Iran, right? A ground invasion just not going to work. So yeah, you got to get one of the other big heavy hitters to sort of come in and rework it all. That seems to be the logic. I think that's why the market is pretty calm. We're not down as much as you might have otherwise thought from something like this. So I think the market's taking it in its stride that will happen, and it's such a big player that it will get sort of worked out. So that's also why we've seen this recovery, and we've just held, pretty nicely so far. I'd like to see us have a bit more of a retrace first, and then potentially jump in. I think the big thing is going to be obviously US indices. So stocks coming into New York later. That's going to be the risk on, risk off.
Where's the expiry today for NASDAQ?
Today for NASDAQ. Also, hey Cam, I just saw your message. Sorry, the chat on the side here isn't working, so I have to look over there. But I missed it before. Sorry,
keep that on display here also.
Okay, so number today, 25,118. So let's go to the NAS. It's pretty much.
That's the a little bit where we closed on Friday, right?
Yeah, touch under the close. Sorry, not the open. Yeah.
Yeah, but would be great that actually closing Buffett. That's what I said last week. Is I want to see like closing candles above the bull market support bands on the daily again, so we can assume that we are out of this correction that like had the threat of turning into a new market regime, meaning a bear market. Right now, if we stay at this level, it's more like, oh, okay, we are resuming the ranging regime, like doing stuff like this, which you could always play like things like that you try to short the all-time highs. I don't recommend doing that. I would more recommend like buying the pullbacks in this case. But it's much, much better already than what we saw when we broke below this. Like when we saw this year, I was really getting a little bit worried that we might see a continuation down, maybe even to 21,000 points. Like these pullbacks are always a little bit short-lived already, luckily. There's so much liquidity in the market. And the only thing that kept me from giving into this actually is still the fact that you showed me that we have those high-tech stocks, especially AI-related stocks, trading at rather cheap prices if you compare to the estimated revenue growth at the moment. That's why I kept buying NVIDIA, for example, every time we saw a dip right now. And I hope this is going to be the driver to lead us up. Not because I'm a greedy bastard. I am, of course. Every trader should be greedy. But I think it's also going to send, a signal towards the stability of the whole world's economy.
Yeah, I agree, and so this is basically what Dirk's talking about. So basically, the PE ratios for the tech companies in the S&P or the NASDAQ, whatever you want to look at. Basically, this is a comparison with the S&P. They've come back in line with all the other general companies' average, right? So they've been quite expensive up here. Now they're quite cheap. If you've been wanting to buy this, now's your time, right? So, I think that'll keep getting bid up. I think the other thing is like,
Egg
brought
company.
up the example of eggs, right? Now, I thought eggs was more funny than
You
bringing up
finished
oil
it.
glass.
I got a story, a very recent story from the last days about eggs as well. Go
Okay,
ahead.
cool. I was just going to say, so I think the other thing people are keeping in mind that anytime we have these sort of oil, energy, gas, whatever it is, any commodity squeezes in general, you have some kind of shock, you always end up in a glut in the end, right? So I brought up the eggs chart just as an example because I thought that was more amusing than prior oil shocks or the Ukraine war or something. But yeah, so, this is what happens eventually. So people are keeping in mind that will happen. Oil will eventually absolutely crash after this. And then, we have this stuff going on over and over. This is my Trump meme for the day. Open straight. We don't need an open. Help us open straight.
Strategies.
We block the straight. Okay. So just like you were saying, people getting, tired of this, saturated with it. These were also some tankers I did spot offshore on the weekend. So I was making jokes to my partner. I was like, "Yep, the strait is open. Can confirm." But yeah, go on.
It's going to be open once they arrive at the strait. That's probably going to take several weeks. No? Talking about eggs, I think in Germany we have an egg crisis right now because like the supermarkets are bombed out of eggs. We went like before Easter. I got like a scrambled like for the last 10-piece carton box of eggs already to get that. And when I went after Easter, the shelves all empty. So eventually last week there were eggs available again. So we bought a carton box of 10 pieces of them. Then I went this morning, like all the shelves empty again. So I don't know what's going on. It's usually local produce, so don't compare it, please, to the egg index that LJ was showing you right now. But my wife also jokingly said, "Yeah, gasoline's so expensive. The trucks probably all standing on the farms with eggs loaded, but they cannot afford to bring it to the supermarkets."
Why are you having an egg shortage now, though?
I have
like
no
the US
idea.
did.
Maybe it's like a local thing. I think we had some cases of, especially in the area where I'm living around Berlin, of bird flu recently. So that might play into that, of course. But I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, because the egg shortage.
Because I need my breakfast egg, man.
Yeah, exactly. Because this was the thing. This was a massive thing that when Trump came into office, he was talking about like, I'm going to bring down the egg price,
by several hundred%.
When it did come down, he comes on, he's like taking the win for bringing down the egg price, even though it's nothing to do with him. But anyway, good fun. I don't know why. Yeah, I guess it must be another case of bird flu for you guys, but damn, man, you need your eggs. I love eggs. Eggs are great. So I was going to say with the NASDAQ, we also talked. This was what I scrapped out on Friday, because when I was away, I did jump in on the Friday for the Discord, and we were looking at this kind of setup for the NASDAQ with these kind of levels. So we obviously gapped down there. We did come perfectly into that. We've now come back up, starting to close the gap. So I think it'll be a question of, can we hold through here and drive higher, and basically just throw this out. Everyone goes, whatever. Now, it could be we get another dip first and then run higher. I believe the deadline for the apparent blockade is meant to be 3 p.m. UK time. So we've got a bit longer. What's UK time right now? 10:50.
10:50, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's a good 4 and a bit hours. So basically coming up to New York Open, get ready for some potential Trump tweets as
Yeah.
well. Just keep that in mind for everyone.
I had on one of my systems a buy signal earlier today for the NASDAQ, but I did not like this one because it's not sitting on a level which I think has enough confluence. So what I would like to see is actually us going down. This might be a little bit low, of course, around about to 24,600, but within this area, because we have a 200 EMA trading there as well, on my Renko chart, that is definitely something where I would look into buying the NASDAQ. But you're right, of course. Who knows what the orange gentleman is going to tweet later?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be a bit of a flurry through this. He's trying to call on every other country to join him, and everyone's just like radio silence. So, similarly with euro dollar, like I would prefer this kind of a move, and then either some kind of bounce or else just failure, right? I don't really like it long from here. I definitely prefer to see another final drip down. Potentially we get some headlines. NASDAQ comes off, then everyone kind of throws it out and goes like, oh, well, and then we rally perhaps. But is that today? Is it tomorrow? Is it Wednesday?
Yeah, who knows?
This is the tough thing with Trump. It's basically hang by every single headline. So at the moment, that basically running through the trades I did take earlier, that was the long trade. I jumped out early. I then went and got some sushi, went for a run.
Oh, man.
And then currently I am short through here targeting.
About nice food. I'm getting so hungry.
Yeah, well,
I totally could go for some great sushi now as well. Oh.
Yeah. I caught these through today, and then so we were sort of pulling back on this wick, sort of stalling out. We had the euro as well. Where were we? Somewhere through here, where we kicked up into the 200 moving average on the 15 with the 50 crossing down, and so I just took that on the Aussie back over here. Then throughout the day we've kept on climbing up. So right now sat short. Let's get rid of that. And we'll see where we get to for now. So if we start coming off, only retrace basically to this kind of block we sort of drove up from there, then I'll just TP. I've already made a good bit through there today.
Yeah.
Once I can, I'll try and get the 20K up for you guys as well on like the web chart. It's still not working, but currently we are sat at 21,870 now. So it's almost past the
evaluation account or
first phase. Yeah, I picked up one of the 20K pro growth ones, like the new account type.
I still have 2 accounts that I don't use at the moment sitting around. I really need to utilize those as well.
Yeah. I picked it up to trade on stream because I thought it'd be good.
It's a good idea, actually. Yeah. I should do that as well.
I think
it's always one thing, saying like, oh, I took this trade, but that way, we can actually share it. For obvious reasons, guys, I hope you understand that I'm not sharing my personal account. And
there we go.
Nice one. That is hedge fund material, man.
So that's where it's sitting at right now. P&L, it's on 100% wins right now. So we're going all right.
Casual dropping 100% win rate.
But yeah, there you go. Mainly basically just Aussie and Euro dollar.
Of course, Aussie.
Sort of just been pretty chill. So that was what last now my taskbar stopped working. That was a week ago.
That's very impressive, mate.
Yeah, that was last week.
Very impressive.
So yeah, once we get that up, then we can trade that together. So I got about 1.3% max drawdown right now. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're almost past evaluation 1 with this, no?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I like that was the I think total like floating at one point.
Oh yeah, but that's resetting, no? It doesn't accumulate, right?
No, no, no. Yeah, that was resetting. Basically, I won. That was when we had like a headline, so I just put the stop down lower. It's
Yeah.
been jumping about. I was like, this will come back. So, yeah, there we go.
Casually.
I don't know what. I don't know if you're thinking of taking anything today or.
Oh, well, I'm in the US in the yen trade right now. Let me quickly head over to that one. Well, coming back up
Oh
again.
yeah, you are, aren't you? Yeah, you said so.
Coming back up here again right now, but okay, I have my stop there. Anyway, if we go much further above 160, I think the whole thing is flipping anyway more to the upside. We can quickly go to 162, 163, in my opinion. We've talked about this many times as well, and many times the yen keeps surprising us and doing things we not, or at least I not necessarily anticipate. I for sure would be interesting today also to jump on a NASDAQ trade, but I want to see really this pullback for that. At the current levels, not. At this pullback I was talking about earlier, I should actually switch to my screen. I assuming that there is nothing totally crazy coming out of the mouth or out of the social media account of Donald Trump again. I think that's a fair level to bet on, that we are going higher again. So around the area down here, roughly somewhere between 24,660, 24,523. That would be a longer term trade then again. So that's nothing that I would throw out of a window or close out again this afternoon. Probably something I would hold on maybe until Friday. Like, depends also, on the geopolitical situation. But that would be some of these events where I think, like, okay, we're a little bit exaggerating too much to the downside now without any news. If we have any news coming out from Donald Trump, I would actually further extend that. I cannot do this on this one, sorry. So I would probably add the 3 or 4 sigma and then take long trades there, just because it would, in my opinion, exaggerate too much to the downside. But these types of trades for me are not trades where I immediately say like, oh, this is my stop level. I would be willing to scale into these trades, which is nothing I necessarily recommend if you're a beginner trader. But for me, it would be like, oh, if a trade doesn't work out very well, this is going to add to my long-term positioning. So not something I trade within CFD on an evaluation account or Forex broker account, but something I would trade through the vehicle of ETFs, directly, where I don't have to bear this overnight financing always. Otherwise, things get expensive. I mean, imagine my gold trade. If I would have taken that one, I'm holding on to this for like 3 weeks now, I would have paid an insanity of overnight financing already for that, which probably would have eradicated large portions of my profit already on this one. So I'm more on the swing trading, unleveraged side where I say, I'm going to put like really cash chips on the table to buy myself in, and I'm willing to hold on to this longer term. One thing that looks good at the moment is actually the combination we saw of this buy signal, and we have this nice crossover if you want to just dump it down again to indicators, which you shouldn't do, like I said earlier, of the slow stochastic. A very clean crossover of a stochastic plus moving average, that is. So it's a exponential moving average added to a slow stochastic, and this clean like turnover usually, especially in combination with being more on the minus sigma sides, is normally quite a good signal, I must say. So for example, the last time you saw that happening here, sigma level actually in combination with a high buy signal, that was a pretty good signal. Back then we were not sitting at this sigma level. So, don't fall for that trap thinking like the standard deviation was the same at this level, obviously. But that was a good signal. Same on the top side. So when you see something like we come from very top, have a clean break up where we have basically a moving average crossover, but on a more momentum-based indicator, which slow stochastic is, plus confluence through a sell signal. These are good signals. This one I didn't trade also because the upward trajectory in the NASDAQ is still there. So I'm looking for long entries, not for what is this, contrarian signals. One of the big mistakes I think many people make. And yeah, so I might have missed out on this one, but really this type of geopolitical, of like the instability of the mood of that Trump wakes up in the morning every morning also leads me to no, I want to make sure that I don't trade actually what I usually would trade. I want to make sure that I focus more on the extremes and really pick those trades where like panic is in the market, total panic. Everybody thinks the world is going to end, prices go down by several standard deviations, which are rare events, especially if you look at daily charts. Different story, of course, if you look at minute charts or something like this. And then be the one who picks up really the prices, who's the first one willing to throw liquidity, buy price liquidity into the market again. Because, I mean, this is how you earn money by the end of the day long term. Not if you're a scalper, I get that, but if you're like a swing trader, a more long-term investor, this is how you earn money. It all boils down to who was it? Rockefeller?
Blood in the streets.
Yeah, who was that again? Who said that?
I think it was Rockefeller.
Yeah, I think it was Rockefeller, yeah. And it takes courage, but yeah, this is how you,
exactly.
as a long-term investor, as a longer swing-term trader as well.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with Rockefeller when he first got his early years, first got his sort of stint to go out and invest in oil fields. And he got like 500K back then. He was like early 20s, 500K back in 18, whatever. Dude, that is insane money. Yeah. Basically, he comes back to the investors and goes, not the right time, wrong time, right? When everyone is going all in on oil.
Yeah.
And then he was very, as well, when everyone's going crazy, very calm, very chill. Everyone blew up. Then he bought everything pennies on the dollar when there's that blood in the streets. And the rest is history. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I learned this from my ex-boss when I was working at the family office. So our main client, not main, was the only client, was this rich old dude, a billionaire, 500 million in cash on accounts, several real estate, things in prime locations around the world. And, he was really a gambler. So I wouldn't recommend doing what he was doing because he was a lot of times losing money. But when it came to his real estate business, one time I asked him, like, are you not afraid, prices are going down at the moment? Seems like the world is going to collapse. And then he said something to me that really stuck with me over all these years now. And that kind of, I made the foundation in a more conservative way for my own long-term investing. He said, you know what, Mr. Hartig, I have been like an entrepreneur now for 50 years. And, there are sometimes good times, there are sometimes bad times. As long as when you throw down, what is it, a flummy, and it keeps bouncing back up again, everything is okay. The problem is only there if the flummy doesn't bounce anymore. So I'm writing lyrics. And this was right after he lost like $50 million. So it's like, it's of course easy to say something like this if you have another 450 million cash plus all this real estate stuff. But this kind of taught me like, you have to have, and pardon my English again, balls of iron sometimes. Otherwise, you're not going to be successful.
And the thing where people get it wrong and blow up, though, is when they put leverage with that. If you don't have leverage, you can kind of hold on and ride it out.
Exactly that.
You got leverage, you die before it bounces. So leverage is both very powerful but also very dangerous.
Yeah.
So every bank blow up ever. So.
Always remember back then, 2008, Lehman Brothers. Probably a few people remember this from the stream because you guys are too young. There was like a huge investment bank back then, but they blew up and their portfolio was leveraged by 1 to 10. You can see this if you watch the movie, what is it called? Margin Call, I think, with Kevin Spacey. Back when Kevin Spacey was still sought after actor, nowadays not so much anymore. But the movie is really good, and it kind of translates into better words, what was happening, what was going on there, where you had this discrepancy between management and owners of a company actually not understanding their business. There's this famous scene where the CEO or the stakeholder of a company gets flown in with a helicopter for a late night meeting because the business is about to blow up. And then he kind of asks, the analyst starts explaining to him like what is happening. And then he says to him, Mr. So-and-so, please explain it to me like you would explain it to a 5-year-old. And I think that showed very well, the discrepancy between like what the so-called workers in a company knew about the business and the risk, and like the total absence of risk-minded or mindfulness what management layer or founders of a company or stakeholders in the company had.
Yeah, sort of. I think it was also meant to be a play on the whole thing of like they knew, but they pretend not to know, and so it's like
maybe that also
thing, so they can basically later when people get deposed or something can go, had no idea.
Yeah,
I didn't understand it. It wasn't my fault, right?
Tells you a lot about what's going on Wall Street.
It's that whole they knew it, but they want to say anyway. Yeah, it's a big whatever thing. I'm just trying to get the chat to actually load again because now my I don't know if my YouTube chat is just not loading either.
Well, mine is at the moment. So we have a question.
We did have a question about pound yen. I mean, you're in the yen right now.
Yeah, pound yen. Actually, I wanted to pass that to you because I'm notoriously not a pound expert. But guys,
you're in the yen.
The yen, dollar yen is a little bit something else than pound yen, right?
It is.
And but yeah, I see. Where's my position actually? Why did it get deleted? Let me go down to the 50. Here it is again. Good. Thought already like, come on. I hate trading views sometimes. So I don't know if you can like really translate this 1-to-1 onto pound yen, but we have this magical kind of area around roughly a 160 for dollar yen, which is kind of a make it or break it point. So far, so if we scroll out, you can see sometimes, of course, we went over that, but we've pretty much rejected this area every time we kind of traded into it. So this morning when we were approaching that area again, I thought like being sleep drunk still in the way that I was at, of course, 3 a.m. at night, like still, going to put on a limit order, trying to short this, good risk reward ratio, could be nice trade for today if the market behaves normally. So things are going to change massively, in my opinion, if we manage to get over this. Yeah, it's an all-time high actually at 161.58. For me, 161 is actually the threshold, 160 to 161. So if we go over that, we could look at the new market regime for dollar yen again, going from this structure here, which was a trending structure, very volatile, to be honest, trending structure, of course, but nonetheless a trending structure on the daily, to picking up again. Now, what we see here, we've been seeing the dollar yields going higher again. However, the yen yields are like climbing faster than the dollar yields. We have sitting at 250 now, and I have to zoom probably out longer than this chart is. Well, here we go. It goes until we are higher than that actually now. So it's probably something we had in the early 2000s or in the 90s the last time. Yen yields like this. So we have faster climbing yen yields than dollar yields. which leads me to the still existing opinion, the opinion that I had for a long time now already, to be fair, and that I was many times wrong about it as well, to be fair, that eventually we need to see dollar yen coming lower. But due to lack of alternatives in carry trades that are based on major Forex currencies, well, it could as well be that we see dollar yen driving higher there. And of course, if we see dollar yen driving higher, you can expect that the pound is also getting high. It's actually anticipating this move if I look at this a little bit more. So you want to be even more careful on the pound sterling right now, because we are very, very close to those all-time highs. And going above those all-time highs what can very quickly lead to a situation like this, where we take over this, come back, and then really start taking off. So you want to be careful with this. If I analyze this whole yen scenario at the moment, I honestly would stick to dollar yen. I think the other yen pairs act more like a proxy or act more like a leverage version of what you are seeing in dollar yen. Leverage in a case that I think they become more even harder to predict what is going on than dollar yen is anyway already.
I think dollar yen has some very defined levels, so it's very easy to play. That 160 is very clear line in the sand, sustained break and close above there. So call it the 160 plus to about 160.80, maybe 161. It's kind of a playroom. But if we start sitting in that high 160s and don't, visit there temporarily, briefly, say for a couple hours, then come back, we start getting closes around there, then you're looking much higher. The thing with dollar yen, it's a bit more stable. Pound yen, euro yen, that kind of stuff will be running a lot harder.
Yeah.
That's also due to the now shift in central banks in terms of the relative hawkishness and dovishness. The US is probably still the only major central bank that can really reduce rates or potentially reduce rates. So they're kind of neutral right now. And then the UK, ECB, that kind of thing, they're kind of neutral hawkish, right? So a slight tilt. Whereas then Japan, they're also trying to be neutral hawkish and trying to actually they want to be hawkish if they could. But it's just not happening. And so that's where you get that divergence on the yen side, where Japan is much more exposed right now to the current NG situation than, say, like the UK and Europe. Now, they are obviously very much exposed as well, but Japan much more so. And then so that then carries on to the later effects with the central banks, where it might completely kill any attempt that Bank of Japan might have wanted to have to increase rates. Because if their economy gets hit that much harder, they're going to have to stay on neutral or at the bottom for way, way, way longer when, say ECB, Bank of England can actually do something. So long as this situation is still in play, yes, we're rising, as you can see through here. Through this whole period, we've basically just come up through April, March. Initially, we had the dip. Basically, that was on the headline stuff where euro and the pound got hit the hardest. And so it's by that proxy kind of piece alongside dollar yen with the risk-off flows. So yen got some risk-off flows there, but then ultimately that reversed as people are trying to figure out the whole situation. At the top here with the pound yen, this is basically the trouble here where we got to tackle that. Now, if the situation, people start forgetting about it and go, okay, this doesn't matter. Yes, it's another hurdle in things, but who's not expecting that? Like the prior nuclear deal with Obama took them weeks and months to get done.
Yeah.
So kind of expecting that we'd get some kind of deal done in like 3 days is probably a bit too optimistic. So if this does calm down, or at least the market sentiment just sort of accepts things, we could see this starting to pause around here. Only if we do get further confirmation of those disruptions being longer, then we probably break higher. And at that point, you're basically in this kind of megaphone structure.
It's also such a
Then we get
difficult
that, and then-
situation, in my opinion, for the Bank of Japan because they are just not used to dealing with something like this anymore. I mean, we're looking at an economy and interest rate environment which basically has been zero since the 90s, or at a very, very low rate at least, zero for the past 10 years. Or even negative. So we are in this crazy deflationary environment that you don't want to be in because it's notoriously difficult to get out, as we see with Japan. On top of that, a population that is not having a high enough birth rate, to keep up with economic growth, and yeah, now they find suddenly themselves in a situation where people are pricing in more risk for Japan. Thus, the yield rates going higher and being at what they are right now at 2.3%. So very, very interesting and something to keep a close eye on how the Bank of Japan and the Fed are going to try to maneuver this whole beast. It's something you also don't see that often, actually, that central banks do a large-scale cooperation and try to harmonize their politics, for the best of the interest of both countries.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen that across the whole bond space, where no one's really willing to buy bonds right now. They think the return cost is too low, right? So the yield, you're not getting paid high enough premium to take on that risk. That's sort of across the board. Same with the US, and then in particular, Japan. And so I think pound yen, this is a 4-hour time frame. Potentially something like dollar yen, we might get a final spurt. People start freaking out about 160, 161, potentially get jawboning coming from Bank of Japan. And then if that doesn't help, then some kind of intervention is definitely possible. And then that might spur the ultimate move lower, as well as potentially the current Middle East situation coming back to normal. As far as the lower time frames, just like Dirk was saying, I'd be playing it pretty similar to dollar yen and pretty similar to everything else, I guess. Like, it's really, you want to sort of trade these like tops and bottoms. Like this middle section, kind of ignore it. So from here where we are, since we're sitting up towards the top, I'd be looking for either this to fail, not quite get to that prior high, and you see confirmation of this running down. You probably want to see that alongside dollar yen coming off as well. Otherwise, look for a break of that and then buy into it. But yeah, like Dirk said, I don't know, pound yen, in the current position we are, spot price right now, I don't particularly like it overall. I think there's cleaner currency trades, or even gold potentially is cleaner than pound yen.
Would you excuse me for 5 minutes? I have to
Yeah,
go
sure.
somewhere very quickly.
That's all good. All right, guys, let's go over some other stuff. We haven't looked at the Dixie just yet. So we spoke about the Dixie last week. Obviously, this 100 level being very key. I think Pedro was talking about it as well. He was also looking for a potential of a break beyond there. Now, it's hard to see that really long term for myself. This goes back to this whole situation and going back to the tariffs last year and the dollar situation in general. We've got this higher sort of trading range relatively above 100. And we've got this lower band trading range below 100 and eventually down to 90. We haven't quite seen that kick off, come down to that 90 level yet. We've had many, false breaks, false moves back and forth, both ways, both directions. And you can see this is starting to fan out. Again, that sort of megaphone structure. I always hate this. They always signal to me, anytime I see these, we've got massive, just lack of clarity overall, right? And surprise, surprise, we've had Trump tariffs, Iran kicking off last year for a bit. Then we sort of calmed down, tariffs calmed down, came into this year, it was all good. And now we got the Middle East escalation back in the forefront. So if we now go back to, actually, first of all, on the daily, you can see where we've basically pulled back into and gap to is where this crossover of the moving averages is now coming into. We're just clustering around here. So we're sort of stuck in this kind of sludge. If we go down to lower time frame, we do have the gap up through here, right? That prior gap. And we've also got today's gap just here. Now, what I was going to point out with some of these gaps is don't always get fooled by the Dixie with gaps, because these are not actually gaps. The Dixie does close for a certain period after rollover. So when you look at the Dixie, don't always think that, okay, there's a gap on here, therefore dollar's going higher, right? This is because this is like an index, and how it is indexed and produced. Basically, it closes for a period after rollover. So with that said, I mean, we've had this double top up through here with the dollar trying to come higher. We've then come off through here. I would prefer to see further downside, so long as this double top holds. I don't really like the structure overall. We've got like a sort of M. Type thing going on. Let's get rid of that stuff. So typically when you'd see that, you then drive higher. Whether we get that, I would like to see it. That's what I'm looking for on Euro, for us to have another move lower before some kind of base, and then potentially a push higher to close the gap from today, assuming everyone calms down. We're still going into New York with Trump. I'm sure he'll be tweeting, just like we were saying before. 3 p.m. UK time is when this supposed blockade is meant to go into effect. So whether there's Iran headlines or Trump headlines coming out through there just prior to New York open, we'll have to see. So yeah, anything else you guys want me to take a look at, then throw it at me. Because right now we're pretty quiet, pretty boring coming up until Trump talking, really. There's not much to do in the market because it's basically flip a coin right now. Either way,
wonder.
outside of the little trickle that we have right now on the 1 minute chart. We don't have any major data left today. We do have home sales later, but whatever. And then tomorrow's PPI. We've got Westpac business confidence and that sort of thing for Australia. That will be important, but most of you guys probably aren't trading it that time in the morning. So
I think New York is going to be interesting. Once again, like we had this several times on Mondays, right? Now in the past weeks, that it's kind of like, there's repositioning. Of course, there are gap openings because of the geopolitical things that happened over the weekend. But Asia and the European sessions are notoriously not good into making their moves early. They are always waiting for Big Brother to wake up in the USA, which of course makes sense. This is where the volume sits. So the overlap of London and New York is going to be quite interesting again, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so if we go and have a look at some of the other Monday moves, we get Asia up, London, New York down.
This time we have Asia down, first.
Yeah, well, I mean, but we always have the kind of recovery. Like, it was gap down. But
we didn't close the gap, I mean.
Yeah, not yet, not fully, no. But we do normally have some kind of attempt to, like, there's digestion, people kind of coming back into it, that kind of thing. Similar deal here. We had the run up, bang down. So we definitely do get that a number of times. So see where we go through here. This is almost hitting down here. The other thing we do have, if some of you guys have seen it, we have an emergency meeting tonight with the Fed. Not something to worry about so much for markets per se. It's around Anthropic, so Claude, if you guys know. And one of their new models basically able to find exploits in everyone's software and old code from like 27 years ago where people have just missed. So having an emergency meeting with the Fed, with Scott Bessent, with all the banks and a bunch of other big players to try and give them this stuff early so they can close up all these loopholes before the next rollout of Claude gets pushed out there, so it doesn't create security risk or collapse the whole globe out of nowhere. But it's not something to worry about so much for the markets right now.
I mean, good thing that Anthropic does that. I would like to get my hands on that model, though. Really.
Yeah, definitely.
That sounds not amazing, like in terms of exploiting like old bugs, of course, but in terms of software development, that seems to be state of the art. I mean, it's as so dangerous, in exploiting these bugs, so good in exploiting old bugs, that they said we're not going to release this to the public yet, and so maybe once all those bugs are patched, then we are going to see this one in action, or in a bit like low topomized version being released to the public. I'm very happy with the current model, Opus 4.6. Takes a tremendous amount of work off my shoulders, especially when it comes to coding. I only need to get involved now, when there are things that it cannot solve, or when it totally goes into a different situation. But man, it's amazing. This is what I dreamt of when I first learned coding. This is what I dreamt of when I was a kid, because I feel like Captain Jean-Luc Picard. I mean, my hairstyle is the same anyway, on the Enterprise, telling the computer to do this, that, and run this analysis. It's great. I love this.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. Yeah, it's really
also
cool.
To mention, like, which is something we don't touch very often, like, because we don't very often talk about individual sectors when it comes to risk on investment, apart from AI, of course, and the obvious companies there. It's like, really look into some of the pharmaceutical and healthcare companies out there. What we are seeing right now, they're developing in terms of cure for diseases like Alzheimer, in terms of cure for diseases like cancer, especially, and not to mention longevity. There are like studies right now, especially from this one Harvard professor or Stanford professor, I'm not so sure, David Sinclair, I think is his name, who is doing longevity studies and developed a drug, for example, that, of course, everything is tested on mice first. They tested it on primates, chimpanzees as well, and now there's a human FDA-approved study revolving around this, where they inject for patients who have a glaucoma. My wife, for example, has a glaucoma, like a gene sequence, or I think it's MNRI, RNA or something, the stuff they used also,
mRNA.
For the COVID vaccine. And they inject it into the eye, and it repairs the eye, basically. So you go back from being blind or having like severe issues with your eyesight to being able to see at 100% again. And he basically says we can do that with anything in the body. So we are basically talking about like type of medicine, type of research, gene editing, whatever you want to call it, whatever it is. I'm not I'm not a doctor of medicine, of course, or bioscience, and basically about extending your life forever. So it's not a good time to die, guys.
See where we get to with it. Not financial advice, I'll just say, because investing in pharma can be very difficult, right?
Of course. Thank you that you mentioned that. Absolutely.
But yeah, it's definitely great to have some kind of like exposure, maybe like a basket exposure or something. Because it's definitely ramping up a lot of these timelines and research and other various things where you can plug a bunch of data in, and the AI will find certain patterns, certain bits and pieces that a human just wouldn't end up, discovering. Sorry, hang on,
there's a prime.
Windows is trying to get me to update to Windows 11. Go away.
Good timing.
Not right now.
Good timing. It's like there's also this scene of individual biohackers now that get more and more prominent. So people who are doing stuff like this in their own private research lab, like so-called illegal research labs. And I don't know if it's true, so let me be upfront with this, about this guy who had a dog. I think an Australian gentleman actually, and his dog was dying of cancer, and the treatments for that were like not approved yet, and so-called not ethical because of that. And he said like, screw it, I'm going to get in contact with like private researchers, and they actually on the individual genome sequence of the cancer of the dog, they found a cure for that, and now the dog is cancer free. And
I think I did hear about that.
yeah, I don't know if this story is true though. I couldn't validate it, when you looked into it, but kind of sounded
always-
like a 90s, 2000s kind of science fiction movie where later on the dog turns into a killing machine or something like this.
yeah. Max B also was saying before, LJ, that could have a big impact in the market. Many companies will be affected by that security risk and not only the government. Yeah, definitely. But what I was saying, basically why they're having the emergency meeting and what Claude has done, or Anthropic, I should say, what they've done is basically kept it in-house. They're not releasing it, but they're giving special release to basically the government, banks. I think they're especially giving it to Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, the big tech players, so they can actually run it to defend and patch against that stuff ahead of a deeper release. So yeah, it shouldn't be a market worry. They seem to be on top of it, and then they'll wait until everyone gets everything all put together and they're confident with it, and then it'll come out. So yeah.
Henry also saying AI is being used now for DNA sequencing and analyzing of what gene does what and anticipating what changes to each do. So nice to see that actually backed up by somebody who is in the medical profession. So yeah, it's so much going on. We tend to see always just the software side of thing because that's what plays into risk on markets or risk off markets very quickly. But yeah, there's such a broad field of potential breakthroughs.
Yeah, no, I enjoy reading papers and stuff just for fun.
But you cannot keep up with it
like
anymore.
This is all the interesting stuff.
So much. So
yeah.
out each week. It's like,
yeah, it's the same. Yeah, exactly. So hence, it's sort of drop in, drop out, dabble. It's the same thing with building stuff. Like everyone's building, all sorts of systems for themselves and dashboards and all this kind of thing, and then it's just obsolete like 3 weeks later. So I'm not bothering with that anymore. I'll sort of jump in, play around, create some rudimentary ones, whatever, keep up with things. But in terms of some people investing like just weeks and weeks or tens and tens and tens of hours onto building this stuff, then a new model comes out and it could have done that in a weekend and you spent the past 8, 9, 12 weeks on it. Yeah, it seems sort of redundant. It's meant to reduce work, and some people are like end up creating more work for themselves because they're spending so much time on it. But yeah, there was also stuff with Bitcoin. I was going to say I might have to jump up for a sec, but I did want to mention this because obviously crypto is sort of coming back a bit now. People are starting to get a little bit of enthusiasm, which has been very absent for some time. We'll see if that holds, but I thought this was somewhat interesting. Our hardware index has run right up, and it's basically Bitcoin has been able to break away from. So
what does this graph tell me? Sorry.
Okay, so basically this is the hardware index, AI hardware index, where for Bitcoin, obviously you need all the compute and everything. And so Bitcoin has ended up being sort of tethered to this over time.
Oh, right? Yeah. It's diverging from it right now, yeah.
Yeah, and basically we've got that divergence. And similarly with electricity basket, which is sort of risen, but come down a bit.
This is exactly like the narrative of this Bitcoin bear market that we have this situation right now where it's for a lot of miners not profitable anymore to mine Bitcoin. I think we were a couple of weeks talking about this. Costs around 78 to 87,000 US dollars to mine one Bitcoin on average, with a price right now sitting at 70,000. It's of course a business that is not viable anymore at the moment. And in the past, that was not really a problem because first of all, the difficulty algorithm of Bitcoin adjusts to that. So eventually the cost of production is coming down. And second of all, with the cost of production coming down, the network kind of balances itself out. But we kind of have a special situation this time because miners out there who right now turn off their or have turned off their Bitcoin mining rigs, they are seriously thinking about not switching them back on to actually mine Bitcoin, but to use the infrastructure they've built up as data centers for AI, because they think this could be much, much more profitable than just mining, switching on mining Bitcoin again once the price has come down by a fair margin, once mining Bitcoin starts being profitable again. And of course, out there, this is kind of treated by media, by mainstream media. I don't like the word mainstream media so much, by the way, but let's say just by media as something like, oh, this, apart from quantum computing, this is going to be the death bell for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going to die right now. Luckily for Bitcoin, we have this integrated algorithm of adjusting difficulty according to the hashing power that goes into the decentralized network. So that means if price goes low enough, if the difficulty of finding a new block of Bitcoin goes low enough, it's going to become profitable again to mine Bitcoin. And I think this is something a lot of those data centers out there that switch from mining Bitcoin to providing infrastructure for hardware they don't see. They kind of jump onto the hype. And yeah, of course, there's a lot of demand for this AI data centers. But you don't just need a building and a power grid for AI. AI is much more power hungry than mining Bitcoin is actually. So eventually this will stabilize itself again, I'm very, very sure. If this is going to be now at 70,000, if we're going all the way down to 30,000, I don't know. What I assume is that we're going to see things in terms of crypto, in terms of Bitcoin, stabilizing again around maybe October, November, December this year, because that fits perfectly in the cycle we see basically from Bitcoin every 4 years. The swings now we see back in 2017, which is when I started Bitcoin, they seem to be very insignificant to what we're seeing right now. But basically, like each bear market in Bitcoin always has its own narrative. And it would be true if we wouldn't have the Bitcoin mining algorithm automatically adjusting to how difficult it is to mine a Bitcoin. So eventually this will adjust to the difficulty for mining a new block will go so much lower until it's profitable again. And this is like a mechanism actually you find on every market. We can go all the way back to the Rockefeller example we had back then, where everybody was foaming into oil, and it was decoupling from realistic standards of measuring the value of an asset. Of course, there are many different ways you can measure that, but yeah, that's what we see in Bitcoin as well. And by the way, also all these arguments we see right now about quantum computing, such a danger for Bitcoin. It is, of course. But
it's way too far out.
It's like this nuclear fusion thing, it's just 10 years around the corner for the past 80 years. And
yeah, let's shut down all the oil refineries.
Exactly. But apart from this, let's say like you have a quantum computer now who can crack this 256 SHA crypto algorithm. This is the exact algorithm, by the way, most of the banks work with as well. So where's the incentive? Would you crack Bitcoin first, or would you maybe crack the ECB?
I was going to say,
or something else first. There is a much higher incentive for that. The incentive is none, by the way, because it would just destroy the financial market if it can be cracked, of course. So it doesn't matter really what you invested in. Maybe again, I like to make this analogy. You should invest into a roach or a rat farm to keep people fat doing this. But yeah, it's again, it's always the same. Every cycle in Bitcoin, every cycle in also the legacy market, stock market, is always the same. Once we are in this bear market mood, people are really getting riled up about outlandish things of potential danger there is. And of course, it's like clickable. I just saw this morning on my mobile when I turned it on a headline like, quantum computer could destroy Bitcoin within 3 minutes. It's such a clickbait, If you click on this and you skip all the advertisement that keeps flooding in on your mobile phone, which actually makes it very hard to read the article itself, you find out like, okay, this article doesn't say anything really. So stay calm. And I understand if you're afraid of Bitcoin, not saying like everybody should invest in Bitcoin. I understand that it's still a high risk asset by the end of the day. It's more risky than buying your average stock. But if you, like me, believe in that the underlying value of Bitcoin is actually the decentralized network that can stabilize and adjust itself based on how high the production cost and the difficulty is of mining one block, of generating new Bitcoin. Plus the fact that this halves every 4 years, the reward of mining a new block, then I think like, that is pretty good in terms of a long-term investment. Not those 10x, 20x, 50x things you've seen in early stages anymore, but as an asset that kind of absorbs also US dollar risk by the end of the day. If it wouldn't absorb that, you wouldn't have seen the prices going from 1 cent to 130,000.
Yeah, I was going to say, just because we had some questions about it last week. And so I was wondering what your thoughts were. And then obviously we've got, Trump moving along with the whole, crypto.
Yeah, Trump doesn't play any role in that. Trump is going to tell you, whatever is popular right now and giving him.
Yeah, but through like Congress and setting all this stuff, I forget what the bill is called now. But they're moving right ahead now with putting that into law and that kind of thing. And obviously you got, all the big index ETF kind of companies, BlackRock, the likes, all wanting to put everything on chain with financial securities. You got the banks all wanting to do that. Literally everything. So with this kind of a drop, do you think, basically what I'm saying is, do you reckon we'll have a further dip? Is the dip going to dip again?
Yes.
Or is this kind of been it? Or,
No, by the end of the day, I don't know, where the bottom is going to be. Like last time, I think it was pretty good, for example, in judging like that the top is going to be somewhere end of October. I said that 1.5 years prior to actually we seeing the top, what I was off about was the price. I thought we are going to top out somewhere between 200 and 300,000 US dollar. My logarithmic regression model clearly seems to be something that needs to be adjusted again. It's not working that well anymore, in my opinion. And the same counts for the bottom. But once I see, look at this right now, for example. We have dropped from the top to the bottom now to the very bottom, not the price we're trading right now at, by 52%. Usually during a bear market, we see drops between 70 and 85%. So if
that's what I mean. Would we though this time? If the alpha is, we're kind of getting alpha decay, you get the downside.
Yeah, then we would
decay as well.
If we drop by 80%, then we would drop all the way to around $25,000.
I don't think any way we're getting down there, right?
I don't think, again, because of what you just said, we have alpha decay to the upside, that keeps on. Let me actually quickly open the chart. Otherwise, it's like so difficult to explain that.
And like I said before, guys, if you got something to throw in the chat, throw it at us. All the charts are kind of the same right now. We've rallied through Asia, looking to see if we can close the gap. We've made a majority attempt It's literally now waiting for Trump and his deadline at 3 p.m. UK time. So just around New York Open, just before. That's what, 3 hours and 15 minutes away from now. And then markets will start moving one way or the other. So it's a bit, there's not too much to report.
Yeah. We might as well spend the time, talking about other stuff.
Yeah. Good headline. Dollar down, euro dollar up, everything else up, NASDAQ up. Bad headline, we go back down to or at least towards the gap lows today. So it's pretty binary.
I was just about to say very binary, this kind of move we are probably going to say. So alpha decay basically can be, in my opinion, described by something called a logarithmic regression, which describes models or data structures that tend to rise very fast and or rise exponentially and then over time flatten out a little bit, which makes sense because, of course, for Bitcoin, going from the beginnings of cannot zoom that much out in this chart here when it was trading like $1 or $3 going to $10 was easier than going from 10,000 to 100,000 or 100,000 to $1 million. That means multiple in market cap as well. And we are already in the top, I think we are still in the top 10 or top 15 when it comes to global market cap of an asset when we talk about Bitcoin. So this model, logarithmic regression, kind of investigates, what can we expect in terms of upwards trajectory and downwards trajectory. Now, this cycle was the first one. Let me just remove this here really quickly. This cycle was the first one where we didn't see this breakout out of the green channel to the absolute tops of the red channel. We didn't see that. We topped out exactly at the top of that time of the green channel, which was at 109,000. Now, this being a logarithmic chart, the absolute highs were, of course, higher at around 126,000 US dollars, but then it went down again. And timing-wise, you can see this still on this chart. This is unchanged for a very long time. I projected back then that somewhere beginning of November, we're going to see the absolute high. Was a little bit off, obviously, by, about a month in that, to be fair. But not too bad, I think. And you can do the same now if you traject. How long did it then take from the all-time high to the bottom of that cycle? That is on average around 370 bars on a daily chart, means like around a year, plus minus 5 days. So that would put us into this vicinity here, somewhere 11th of October. So somewhere October, November, I think Jonathan said like he expected for August. So somewhere second to third quarter of 2026. And this is going to be the case where probably we are going to be in total FUD mode again, where like nobody wants to touch Bitcoin anymore. I still remember Jonathan and me streaming back then when Bitcoin was trading at 16,000, FTX just collapsed. And basically nobody wanted to touch it with a stick anymore. And back then we said like, maybe you should consider adding some now, not to sell it at 20K again, but to hold on until we probably are going to see the cycle top again. This was a 10x investment, not a 10x, around about 8x investment. For me personally, it was a 7x investment because I also bought all the way down, bought some at 40, 35, 25, bought luckily some at 16 as well. So I averaged my way down. And I'm doing the same right now. I bought some at 90K. I bought at 85. I bought some at 60K. At 65K. So, this ties into what I said earlier, that if like media says like, oh my God, Bitcoin is going to die. And by the way, there's a website called Bitcoin Orbitories, or however that is pronounced in English, like how often Bitcoin was pronounced dead. I think over 4 right now.
Obituary.
Yeah, thank you. And almost every time there was a great buying opportunity for Bitcoin, by the way, because they tend to stack up at the lowest prices, naturally, because people are cyclical. But it always has been a good investment. Now, I would tell you something else, of course, if the total narrative would have changed. If I would say, like, well, there is no need anymore for Bitcoin. What do we need this for? The network is totally breaking down. Nobody's interested anymore. But like you just said earlier, we have Wall Street investing serious amounts of money, like BlackRock with all the billions of US dollars that flooded into the ETFs. They have a very, very business interest into Bitcoin staying alive and continuing further to thrive. And let's be honest.
Yeah, and stable coins and everything else. So blockchain in general, hence more blockchain equals lifts all boats.
And the funny thing is also for Bitcoin, like a lot of people are like criticizing, well, you know, it's like so slow, the network, it cannot be anything, you never can have a stable coin or something on it. That's not true. Actually, you can build smart contracts on Bitcoin as well, because we just see Bitcoin as an application of the whole code. That's just one part of a code. You could as well like do something like a stable coin on top of that. It's notoriously difficult to do so because there are code changes needed, but it's an adaptive code. And as long as the decentralized network, which Bitcoin is, lives on, and it's huge. You cannot imagine the amount of hashing power per second that is produced by this network. There is a reason to keep Bitcoin alive.
And exactly, and I think. Oh, sorry.
No, go on, please.
I was just going to say, yeah, and I think the other thing is, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, it's AI money. It's robot money. You know?
What would I do if I were an AI?
Of course, yeah.
Well,
so I think such an obvious one, right? They can't open banks. They can't really move around real money. You know, there's legal structures, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think definitely here to stay. Yeah, I was basically just curious whether you thought we'd get another drop or not. So I take it the answer to that is you feel more likely than not. Put it that way.
Yeah, I feel more likely. Before we reached the top last time, I got asked this question, and I said, my educated guess, which it really is, like based on other models that are also analyzing Bitcoin, especially the power law model, I wouldn't be surprised to see the bottom somewhere between 40 and 60,000. I think, like I think you also agreed on that earlier. 25 seems a little bit too much, because the alpha decay is like two-sided. You see that, of course, on the top as well. That like the over yield you get on other risk on asset decreases once you see an asset maturing, but that also counts for the downside. So the downside volatility should also get a little bit less. And we've seen that during the last bear markets of Bitcoin, actually, that although 80%, of course, what we saw last time, I mean, let me quickly see, was it really 80%? That's what
my only thinking is that, like, we could have had the bottom potentially.
Maybe
we had a massive risk rally coming in through, you know, stocks, NASDAQ, that kind of thing. Bitcoin just doesn't look back.
That's the thing.
Starting to lean slightly more that way. You know?
But that's how can you circumvent that? You know, nobody's telling you throw all your money in at 70,000 or 65. Do a little bit, you know, every time you see a dip, or every month or every week, whatever. That time you'll DCA yourself in, and you'll automatically sometimes be lucky that you buy on those days, you know, where things are really going hugely to the downside. Sometimes you are going to be unlucky that you buy a local pivot high. But this is how I'm doing that. And I mean, let's be honest, this is how I made really a shitload of money, especially during the last cycle.
Yeah, that's good. I was just going to say to Arcade Go, if I can speak, Arcade Gaming Zone, bro. I can't give you a funded account. I'm sorry, but what I can say, if you have had an account before, go into your hub. You'll be able to find the link to the Discord, and we do have Community Month going on right now. So we've got a bunch of the guys hosting workshops, basically every day in the Discord after the stream ends. And right now we always have little giveaway, you know, a couple hub credits, that kind of thing, as well as through Community Month, we're giving away a 20K bootcamp account every single day. So it will be randomized. You're not guaranteed to win the account, but it does give you a chance. Outside of that, we do have some of the other free sort of weekly competitions, that kind of stuff as well, both for the community month and just in general with the Fivers, which you can join. But yeah, sorry, bro, I can't give you a free account, unfortunately. But we do have. We've got some pretty good low cost accounts.
I was just about to say, and especially if those are on discount, you sometimes can grab them like for $5 or $10.
Yeah.
And, I mean, guys, let's be honest. You need to put some money on the line, and if it's just the initial amount for buying an evaluation account, nobody's saying you need to buy those that cost like $500 or something like this. But if we're talking about $10 or $20, I understand that, of course, for some of you that might be also significant money. But if you spend this kind of money, you also dedicate yourself more to it than doing that on free stuff.
Because we've got the, I think it's currently the high stakes and 2.5K high stakes or the 20K boot camp. So 20K boot camp is $22 and the 2.5K high stakes is $19. So
$22. That's a bargain.
That's your $22 for a 20K boot camp. I mean, that's pretty good.
And if you pass evaluation, you get into funded. That's also already significant payouts. That are likely to surpass very quickly the $22 you invested into it.
Indeed, if you can make your 5% on 20K, right? That's $1,000, right? You get your cut of that. I think the initial one is 50%. So
yeah,
$500, and you picked it up for 22 for the initial cost, and then the follow-up cost is
that is the thing with risk reward ratio we are looking for, no?
Yeah, it's then what's the follow-up cost for the 22? I think it's about 30 once you do pass the phases. So the good thing is, obviously, you can take your time. If you don't pass through the evaluation stage, you haven't laid out the full cost. You've just laid out part of it. And then once you come towards the end, the final portion at the end, only once you've actually passed each of the phases. So, yeah. I think we got Will and Rich in the background.
Not yet, I think.
I don't think they're ready, though. I don't know. I can't tell if the platform is playing up or not.
No, they are not ready yet.
Funky. So. Okay.
Richard's still busy filling up his generator with liquid gold.
Yeah, Rich was talking to us in the background, guys. So
I should have.
Yeah, no, it's all
sorry.
Good, yeah.
Take your time.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, I mean.
Sorry, go on.
That for Bitcoin, and it is. It's. I mean, I wish I could tell you something else, guys, at the moment, but it's this not typical market. This market you get like every couple of years, where you have to be extremely patient, where you have to also accept that many times, monster, you have to sit on your hands, because it's just more viable to not participate in the madness, and you don't want to bet on Trump. I mean, you can bet on him, if you are like an insider, which is something we seem to see on poly markets, especially. But in general, you don't want to do that in times of uncertainty, in times of where price movements are derived from one man tweeting, or in general, very correlated to geopolitical events. I really just trade the outliers, at least for for shorter term tradings. I wait for those like prices where you say like, oh, come on, guys, this is like getting crazy right now. And you can measure those in mathematical ways. One of the beautiful ways to measure that is, what LJ back then made me aware of, the standard deviation channels. great tool for measuring this, especially on like 4-hour or daily, if you really want to catch those outliers. I mean, like if we look like, if I turn this one to 4 hours now, for example, so dollar yen, and you see something like a sudden red candle all the way down here to the -4 sigma, that's a buy there. That's a clear buy there. Even, of course, if there's a possibility that it goes further in that direction, but usually the risk-reward ratio of something like this will make the trade worthwhile. You normally can do something like a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk-reward, or 1-to-3 risk-reward ratio, and long-term, this will always earn you money.
Oh,
Even though not
sounds
every
good.
trade is going to be a hit, obviously.
Hang on.
What happened?
I just, I don't know. We're getting some sort of move. Go to like euro dollar. So I'm just checking my trades that I had in before.
Not really that much now.
A little bit. It was like 10
What is
10
financial
pips
use?
or something. 7 pips. I just saw it spike. I've got like a 1 minute chart
A
next to me.
dangerous spike of
Like,
7
hang on.
pips.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
No, well, I was wondering if it was going to push through further, and then obviously hit the tops of the recovery tops we've had,
okay.
and then
Got it,
start
got it.
to go to close the gap. So yeah, I'd be careful today, guys. It seems like a very binary day in general. Obviously, with the potential blockade or whatever on earth is working through their minds right now.
We just gotta wait for the orange guy to wake up and
Yeah.
show how his mood is today. Let's hope
The
somebody
tangerine tweet terrorist.
Yeah.
Trust.
Yes.
somebody brings him a Big Mac for breakfast and a Coke Light.
Yeah,
So long
so
as he's not
I'd
trying
say-
to eat it the same way as the CEO was trying to eat it, like
Which was like so awkward, but it turned into such a great advertising campaign for them.
oh my word.
It's really good for all the other companies that then did it, and they come up and just munch the thing, right?
Yeah.
That's fun.
I mean, I would be afraid to eat a McDonald's burger now as well. Just to be straight
man.
up. If
Yeah,
the CEO is like taking such minuscule like little
And they are so expensive and lower quality of anything, at least around here in Berlin, that you can get as local burgers. We just went the other weekend with, like my best friend was visiting, and my wife, him and I, we were going out. We wanted to actually eat chicken wings, but the place had like a huge queue. So we thought like, oh, there's this place called Burger Vision in Berlin, which is like a branch. And we went there. Have huge, nice smashed burgers together with French fries and a drink for €10 as a set meal. It's like, my God, you cannot get that at McDonald's anymore. You pay like 12 or 14 or €15, and the burger quality is much, much worse.
I was going to say the exact same thing here. Like, they're not cheap anymore. Here, it's like they're still a bit cheaper, but you can pay like just a couple dollars more, like $5 more or something, and you get something like from a restaurant or something with real food in it.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
exactly that.
Yeah, it's definitely worth just paying that little bit more to get that because I don't know, it's crazy.
Not to mention Burger King, they are even worse.
Burger King,
Yeah.
you reckon? We have Hungry Jacks here.
I've never heard of Hungry
which is-
Jack's.
It was originally like Burger King, a guy that tried to open one here, and then Burger King like sued him for like a
Okay.
copyright thing of the name, and then he named it Hungry Jacks. It's like similar to that, but it's completely different because it's its own thing.
Okay.
The burgers there are actually better, and their tagline is basically the burgers are better at Hungry Jacks, and they actually are. So
I've always wanted to go to
enough.
In-N-Out Burgers I think they're in California, no? Primarily in the USA.
yeah, I think my
I've never
partner's had
traveled
it
there.
before and said it was good.
Yeah?
I haven't had it obviously, but I think she said it was good. She was like, because they brought a Wendy's here from America.
Wendy's,
like, oh,
my God.
Why'd they bring that? Can they not
Yeah,
bring
really?
In-N-Out Burger or something else? Something good.
Wendy's, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, In-N-Out, that would be awesome. But yeah, I mean, that being said, I try to not eat burgers too much. So
Yeah.
rather go for home cooked.
Yeah. Ron is saying, yeah, local burgers are much better, definitely. And yeah, Shane, Mick disappointment.
Yeah, it's true, really. Yeah.
That's great. Oh man.
But it's so funny that Warren Buffett, up to this day, when he drives to
eats-
work, he
yeah.
still gets his breakfast from McDonald's. And I think, isn't he and like Bill Gates one of the only people who have this golden card where they can eat basically
Yeah.
for free there?
Yeah.
Which totally makes
Yeah,
sense. If you're a billionaire, you definitely need to eat for free, you know?
Yeah, he does it as like a ritual thing, I guess. That is like Coke kind of because he's invested, you know, and he
No, I
loves
get that.
investment.
That's what we do as well, no? We have our morning rituals we go through as well to prepare ourselves for the days of trading. So obviously it's a good sign that the truly rich people out there seem to do the same.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to see what this headline was, but in the meantime as well, Joseph was saying already up 3% on gold, just chilling here with my best profit. Thanks, brother. We
Nice,
appreciate that. It's been a little bit quiet today. No headline news. Obviously, we had the weekend stuff with the blockade and everything. Now we're in waiting mode.
There's definitely something
Appreciate
going
you guys
on,
being around here. So,
I mean, we have
also congrats on the 3% as well. That's really good.
yeah, that is really good actually. Yeah, nice one.
Yeah, as far as something going on, I don't know. I haven't seen any recent headlines. The only recent one I can see is Netanyahu supporting Trump's blockade.
Oh, yeah,
So I mean, that's not positive. So
again. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Gold is moving higher. Welcome back. How you doing, man? Did you get some?
Will's still in the background. No one else.
Oh, you're in the background.
Just-
I'm always so confused. Like for the people obviously not knowing this out there, we have like a layered layout here where we have a preview and something live. So I was assuming wrongly that William already is live with us.
That's right. You can just mute him so they can talk in the background themselves.
Welcome back now. I think now you're
Now
live.
There you go. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
How
what's
we
good?
doing?
Yeah, good, man. How you
Was
doing?
it- Did you get some rest? Some nice food?
I got some nice food. I didn't get some rest. I went out, saw my family, went out to the field, and then I went to the bakery and got myself a breakfast bap, which was absolutely fantastic. It was
What is a bap?
bacon, sausage, and egg bap
What is a bap?
roll, like a bread roll.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, dude, it was
Does
fantastic.
it stand for something?
Bacon.
Does it stand for something, or is it like just it's just called BAP?
It's just bap. Yeah, yeah.
Of course, as a German, when you mention bread, you know, my best friend already, basically.
Yeah. So it was super good. Oh, hang on.
Very nice.
Very nice. I'm waiting for my lower computer, my monitor below me to start working again. Once that starts working, I'll be able to plug it in. So I won't be looking all the way up here to you.
We had a jump on NAS as well just now, LJ.
Super. We're just chilling because there's not heaps of movement right now.
I was going to say, what's news in the markets at the moment? Anything going on?
Nothing. Just waiting for Trump.
Oh,
We did have a little jump before, but we haven't seen any kind of headline yet. I can't see anything on Bloomberg either, so not sure.
Financial Juice also doesn't say anything.
No, nothing. But
I was tempted, by the way, to buy their lifetime special, the one they offered last time, but I didn't do that because I need an API to pass the news. You know, I'm not like sitting in front of my screens waiting for somebody to shout news at me. I need like real time passing to put that into my models.
okay, you want to actually integrate it into like an algo to
Yeah.
determine stuff itself.
Not to determine the trade, but to determine like what is the regime right now. You know, what is the chance, what is the danger by the end of the day.
Yeah. fair.
Apologies, guys, for falling off like that. The generator ran out of juice.
Once again, and you needed to fill it up with $1,000 worth of diesel again.
It's a petrol one, so it's cheaper.
$950.
Yeah. Yeah. It's cheaper, but it doesn't last as long.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So if my power goes out again, I'm back on grid power. They said that they fixed it. However, if my power goes out, I am so sorry. I'll just jump back onto the generator as quickly as I can.
Yeah, sweet man. Yeah, don't stress over it.
Right. LJ and Dirk, are you guys ready to hop off? Thank you for extending it by a little bit of time just to.
No,
Do
it's
you
fine.
guys need to?
That's fine.
Do you guys need to hop off, or are you still happy to stay on?
Still happy to stay on in my case.
Still happy to stay on. Yeah, I don't mind. Market's not, market's sort of chilling. I just got back from holiday, got some stuff done on the weekend, even though I was away. So
I have some stuff that I need to do, but I don't want to do it because it's like
Procrastination.
it requires brain power, and I'm a bit lazy right now.
I was about to say I do have some things later, but yes, I just came off holiday, so I'm in that still relaxed mode,
Okay, well, while you guys are still relaxing, would you guys mind if I introduced a guest to the stream? If
Please
you guys are happy for that.
Absolutely.
So we have a gentleman in the background. His name is Arten. He is going to be joining us. Arten, give me a thumbs up if you are ready to jump on the stream. He is ready. Excellent.
Awesome.
All right. There we go. What's up, Arten? How are you?
What's up? I'm good, thank you, man. How are you guys?
Not too shabby, hey Nige. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
For everybody who don't know, Arten is a musician, but also a trader. Arten, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. So, just does what it says on the tin. So the rapper trader, basically, that's my handle. So I made music. I did music for I'm like 10 years deep now, so I'm like a veteran in the music game. I'd like to call myself now. And I basically got into music about 10 years ago. I was working some dead 9-to-5 that I just absolutely hated. And then just decided I don't enjoy this at all. So the first thing that came to my mind was become a rapper. So I like to take very impulsive decisions that I think are really aligned with just my emotion at that time. So I was like, let me just get into music. Started that in the grime days where Stormzy was coming out, Central C was before Central C was back then, and then now, sorry, and then just kind of I didn't really get anything until I was basically a no one. Not that I'm a someone now, but 8 years deep, I then started to actually start picking up traction, and then since then I've basically done 150 million streams. I performed at Reading and Leeds Festival. Done an Asia tour, got some big collabs, and then but during that time as well, because I was kind of ready to give up on music, it just wasn't paying enough. So I was doing well in terms of vanity metrics, but I wasn't doing well financially. I was still working 9-to-5 every day, doing loads of different sales jobs. Literally, I've done every job under the sun. I've worked on a farm, selling space to farms for an expo. Done the World Food Expo. I've done literally every type of sales job you can imagine, and then I just decided to start trading about 5 years ago, through the same way that most people get into it, through just people that are scamming basically. But it really interested me either way. I was like, if I could lose this money this quickly, imagine if I got good at this. And then just kind of over the course of 3 years, just hammering it out whilst I was at work and also doing the music. And then, I just become obsessed with it from the get-go, really. And then it was one of those ones where I was like, I'm going to do this every day and study every day until X amount of time. And then it's just something that I do every single day. And now I make money from it, which is just great. So now I've just thought, the other year I was like, well, I might as well just call myself the rapper trader because I think it's pretty easy to understand. So there's not really much else thought went into it, to be honest.
Dude, that's
good,
cool.
man.
You can see LJ up over there is
I was gonna
smiling his butt off because he himself also loves making music. So I think the two of you are going to get on along swimmingly, my man.
What do you do, LJ? Are you a producer or like rapper, singer? What do you do?
I just do it like sort of spare time, sort of bedroom type thing, more like electronic, sort of dance, trance, that kind of stuff in general.
Nice.
But also, dip around with, just playing with a bunch of stuff. It's music, of course. That's what you do. Play, create. There you
Nice,
go.
man. Love that.
Yeah.
I'm getting into a little bit more of the dance. I guess more like house music at the moment, where people started remixing my songs. So I was like, oh, like I could do this, but when I try and do it, it doesn't really come out what I want it to sound like. So I'm letting people remix my stuff for now, and then hopefully I start just getting a bit better at it, and then I can be like, all right, boom, like now I can do it. But for now, I'm just kind of like, to be honest, now, which is like the most, if I'm the best position I've ever been in my life, where I actually had like a really big hit song. Like it was like the most viral song on Spotify for like a couple weeks in November 23, I believe. It's on like 80 million streams on Spotify, something like that. Anyway.
Didn't you do a thing with like Young Gravy or whatever as well?
Yeah. So he remixed that song. He remixed that song. That was funny how that came about. But we, basically in short, like I had all this success, but then I sold. I never sell my music, right? Because I think every song's gonna blow up. And then you know how like the law of attraction works, where like sometimes though, when you want something so badly, you're actually pushing it away a little bit because you're just so aggressively like chasing a trade. Like I need to pass this challenge. I have to pass this challenge. And you're making decisions now that are actually out of desperation. They're not out of like, is this my optimal entry? Is this process, like, have I really thought about the process? And when I took away that and I was like, you know what, scrap this music off here. I don't even care. I'm not blowing. I'm just going to make music now. And then I just gave this song to a label and they did nothing with it whatsoever. And I sold it for like 10K, yeah. And it's generated like 1 million. So I was heartbroken. Like, bear in mind, I needed to send money to my dad. Like I've got a lot of family that depend. So I was like, I've just literally waited 8 years for this opportunity. And then I've blown it by selling it early. And I was like, it like really, really, honestly, like it was probably one of the darkest moments in my life because I got done over by my label and the guy that I let on the song as well. So there was so many aspects where it was like really well done, like successful, like congrats. But it was almost like saying you've just got like 800,000 likes on your Instagram photo. It's like, yeah, that's great, but like what? Like, so what? So anyway, like that was a real bummer. But then in that period of time, it was the best thing that actually really happened to me because it stopped me from focusing on music where you can come and go in music, you know, trends change. Like before you know it, hip hop became drill. Before you know, now drill isn't drill. People don't care about drill no more. It's about the new like Playboy Carti style of music. And it's like, you can't just keep following the trend like that. I know not to use like trading terminology, but genuinely, you can't just keep following the trends and shape your brand every single 2 years. Not everyone's Drake. You can't do that. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to like go balls deep. I don't know if I can say that, but on trading. And I just literally was like, every penny that I got, I was like, I'm just going to, every month worth of money is how long I've got to survive to like, get good at trading. I was like, I've got currently right now like 3 months to get good. Then I was like, let me save up. Now I've got 6 months. And I was like, so I'm just buying months of time to get profitable with trading. And like over time, it just ended up working out. And then now I live full time out in Asia. And the point of what I was saying before I went on just a stupid rant was that I'm in the best position I've ever been where I can do music now because I genuinely love to do it. And that's why I started doing it, to take me out of a really dark place and to enjoy it. But I got caught up because I was like, now I needed to pay the bills, but it was not paying bills. It was paying to reinvest. So now I'm just doing trading full time. I can literally live in Asia, do what I want. And like, just like I trade because I love trading and I make money from it. But now I can put it into my music and I don't care about a return of investment. So like, yeah, as you can tell, I'm pretty buzzing at the moment. So yeah, like, that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I'm feeling super duper blessed. So cannot complain.
That's wicked, man. Wicked.
That's awesome. Yeah, big
Yeah,
congratulations.
that's pretty awesome. Like, I don't think there's a lot of people that can really kind of align themselves with your specific journey. However, they can take semblances from your journey, and they're gonna be like, you know what, I'm in the same boat here. I have this thing that I really love. It's just not making money at the moment. I kind of need to do this thing on the side. This thing on the side is actually generating something, but I don't really love it. But in your case, you loved both aspects, you know, your side piece as well as your main thing that you wanted to be, in this case, which being an artist. You really wanted both of them, and both of them you absolutely love, and you're killing both of them. So congratulations, mate.
Thank you, mate. I mean, and I always think about this. It's like the worst two professions that you could tell your parents that I want to pursue. Like, okay, it's either I want to be a rapper or I want to be a Forex trader, and it's like, damn,
just pure disappointment. Like you just watch the aspirations of your parents just like toiling.
Literally. So yeah, but I mean, to be fair with me, like, I one of my parents was quite supportive, the other one not so. But I kind of, to be honest with you, my whole drive was just from, not to get deep or anything like that, but like I lost one of my best mates, and we were talking at the time, and it was all about, like, I was trying to convince him, he didn't know what he loved, and everyone always would tell us, like, do what you love, do what you're passionate about, and I'm like, yeah, but like, if I knew, obviously I'd do it, but like, I don't know. So it's like, how do you get to that point? And really, it was just throw S at the wall, and I was like, after he passed, I was like, do you know what? Yeah, I actually really need to like take this upon myself and listen to my own advice. So that's why I was like, with music, I'm doing it. Trading, I'm doing it. And then I also had to think, I'm one of the friends that, like, some people come to me for advice for, like life advice or whatever. I'd like to think so anyway. But, or maybe I'm just blowing my own trumpet. But like, I like to consider myself as that person. So I was like, yeah, a little bit of both. And so when I was giving advice to people, I'm like, okay, what would you tell yourself, like, when you're in this trading journey? And bear in mind, I had a losing month every month for like 3 years straight, like straight up. I'm talking no profitable months whatsoever. Not one, maybe one, and it was like 1%, and I thought I'd cracked the code, but like I was just lost nonstop. And I had to think, what actually, like if you were to give advice to yourself, what would you say? And part of that was, this strategy just don't work. Like, I don't care who you're listening to right now. It might work for them, but it just might not. It's not working for you. And like, you need to be humble enough to be like, this person just, obviously, it doesn't mean they're better than you. It just means that for their mentality, or for me, I've got ADHD, as you guys can probably tell already. But like, I like to just push that red button and go, I would rather take the risk and find out than just not do it. So I had to like really do a deep dive in myself over the years and find out, why am I so impulsive? Why am I learning something that someone else is doing, but I'm just not getting the same results? And over time, I've like managed to do that. But it's when I became I'm like 80% I'd say I'm like 70% mechanical now. And that has like just, changed everything for me. So yeah, it's just it is a hard road, and I'd say that with my, like, I wouldn't say my parents because it's a bit different, but yeah, it's two career paths that are just very, like, I don't know, chaotic. Very, very chaotic.
Very little set in stone.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, even just down to, like with music, it's two different paths as well, because music promotes chaos. Like, you're not going to do well if you don't think outside the box. You don't do things that other people aren't willing to do. You don't, like, break the mold, like you rebranding or whatever. With trading, it's very different. Like, I entered it because I wanted to do that. I wanted to be like, I'm going to take 100 positions because I'm confident. I don't care about risking this amount of money because I've got, like, cojones, So, like, now, but over time, I've just, like, realized, like, I need to almost make it boring, like, and the more methodical I make it, the more rule-based I make it, the more I focus on myself in my life and be like, the fact that you can't hit the gym for 5 days in a week just goes to show why you have 3 days at the start of the week where you're disciplined, and then on Thursday and Friday, if it's been like a break-even week, you end up just like taking a 1 minute break structure instead of waiting for your normal 5. It's just like, it's just going to reflect. So I've had to undo so many habits that I've not learned, but like got used to in music and that world, and then transition over to trading. And it's been like, a very hard journey, but it's the best thing I've ever done in my entire life, like hands down. So yeah, love it.
Dude,
That's brilliant,
that's
man.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Resonates
Speaking of
so
your
much with me, really.
Sorry, say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I said just it resonates so much with me, especially the part of, music being chaos, trading also being chaos, but you have those mathematical structures within the chaos. And we need to train ourselves as traders to find those structures and stick with them, and which is like difficult, because you have all those temptations to get into chaos again, especially if you have a mind that is like prone to be a little bit chaotic, which I can also very much resonates with, because I tend to be also somebody who tries to do 1,000 things at a time and really needs to focus and get my discipline, to focus on one or three things where I know that work. And as you, sometimes I catch myself on a Thursday or Wednesday, especially in a good trading week, where I think that, it's good. Now I can try to get into the more chaotic week again, or into the more chaotic mode again. And I think that's something like something that you see in a lot of traders, and as it seems to be a correlation also to musicians. I mean, on the stream, I didn't know, for example, that LJ is a musician as well. I know that Richard plays the bass guitar. I play the bass guitar. I don't know about William, but
we might as well start a band. What are we doing?
We can start the fivers. Yeah.
Look, don't call me a musician. I don't play any instruments, so I can't call myself a musician.
Yeah.
I play around with electronic buttons.
LJ will do
the last time I touched my bass was like 10 years ago. But
yeah, that's cool.
But I can see the parallels of that, of being a musician, or playing a song, trying to learn a song, trying to, in your case, especially compose a song, and being a trader to kind of make sense of all the chaos that is out there.
Definitely, absolutely. Like, also, Dirk, do you have a podcast?
I don't have a podcast. I have a YouTube channel.
YouTube channel. Okay. Sorry, I've got my headphones on and they're quite loud, and I'm like, I know this voice. I've definitely heard you
really?
multiple times before. So yeah, definitely, like 100%. I was just like in my headphones, like.
I'm kind of a scientist as well for podcasts. No.
Well, you just went offline as you did that as well, so that was like a weird thing that you just disappeared. But yeah, no, I agree. It's just I think with like music, right? One thing that I learned with music was about like formulas, and like for me, I was actually going to call my album it, which is Find Your Formula, FYF, and it was all about like just understanding you and understanding yourself entirely. And I think it translates a lot with trading, or to be honest with you, life. And trading has taught me loads of life lessons. So with music, you have to understand, like, are you the guy, like if you want to make music or sing about a certain song or whatever, if you want to have longevity, you have to understand who you are. Am I the guy that gets all the goals? Am I the guy that is the biggest gangster in my area? Am I the guy that has troubles and hardships? Am I the guy that has heartbreaks? And you have to kind of understand what is believable, first of all, and what is natural for you. And those two things have to pair up. Or you go the complete opposite, which is like, what is so not believable that it's controversial? So what I started to understand is, well, at the start of my music career, I was like a big stoner. I had a lot of anxiety. I had loads of just bad stuff that happened in my life, and I would sing about it. I was very much like a emo rapper, like kind of not emo, but like just very anxiety based. And that carried me, because I understood that, it carried me to a certain extent. But then I started realizing that I was just singing negative stuff into the microphone all day, every day. So now when we talk about manifesting, I'm literally talking about how bad my life is every day for, let's say, for 4 hours in a day. Then I'm in the car listening to myself singing about negative stuff all day, every day. And then I'm expecting my life to change. And I was like, how are you supposed to spot any opportunities or be positive about anything when all you consume is negative music? And even though it was my music and it's like, oh yeah, but I'm trying to progress and people relate, it's like, I don't want to be a sacrificial lamb. Because all of my favorite artists like Juice WRLD, XXXTentacion, Lil Peep, Mac Miller, the guys that I look up to, they're all dead. So I'm like, oh, well, I need to like kind of figure out where do I want to go. And the second I started like shifting my mindset and really focusing on like what do I want, what really feels good to me in terms of not just looking at, and if we relate it to trading, it's kind of like you're going through lost streaks and that. You don't want to like be identifying as, oh, I'm a loser trader. If you said, yeah, no, I'm just a bad trader, like this is what I do. Like, oh yeah, I know that hit my stop loss. It's just what I do. Like this is what, you don't identify as that. You identify as someone that is positive, that is, like analytical, looking at your errors, looking at what has worked in the past, what has done really well. How do I double down on that, rather than focusing on all the negatives of your trade and then going, oh, like I broke my rule that time. Oh, I broke my rule that time, and it's like, no, just like try and focus a bit more on what do you believe in, that if you were to explain to someone part of your strategy that you're like, this part, cool, it might be like I only look at like the 4-hour time frame, right? I look at market structure in terms of like high highs and high lows. If you believe in that, that's what stays. This is what stays in your strategy because you believe in that wholeheartedly. Like you're going to wear your heart on your sleeve for that. What else? What about your entry model? Does your entry model, does that speak to you? And then anyway, going back to the original point, I've basically had to really identify in music and in trading what speaks to me. And over time, I've just got better at looking at myself from a process-driven mindset and a more positive mindset. And that just like, it just really like helps, man. Like, and I think trading, because it's so dark, because we're risking money here. Like, it's not a vanity metric where we post a post and then it's like, oh, I only got 10 likes. It's like, no, not only that, you now can't pay your phone bill. It's like, how about that? It's like, oh, it's not about 10 likes. It's, I can't afford, or I can't buy another challenge, or now I've got to wait an entire month for my next pay slip so that I can do X. It's detrimental to your success. So everything is heightened, but I've got very used to that because in music, I've had to invest thousands of pounds every single month. So when people say trading's a risky game, I'm like, you ain't got a clue, mate, because music, I'm putting my whole paycheck into my music, and 1 million streams. Does anyone know how much 1 million streams is here other than LJ?
That's fair to say.
It depends on which platform. If it's Spotify, it's cents. It's cents per thousand. So
yeah. So
yeah.
1 million. If I told you I did 1 million streams last month, yeah. If I said 1 million streams last month, you'd be like, "Raw, you're killing it." And so would I. I'd be like, "That is killing it," but it's $4,000. Like $4,000. I might have spent $4,000 on studio, on a music video, and on a beat. And I'm talking that's conservative. So like when you're looking at that, you're looking at how do you generate a return of investment on that? On streams, obviously, you got shows and stuff, whatever. But anyway, and then I look at trading and I'm like, okay, if I'm spending 4,000 a month on challenges starting off, I mean, that's quite a lot of money. Like that's a significant amount. I don't think that the majority of people spend $4,000 on challenges a month when they're starting out. Like, so I'm like, all right, cool. Well, maybe this doesn't seem so bad, to be honest with you. Like, if I can maintain some sort of I don't know, like not even $4,000, but just some sort of consistency where I have a buffer of each month. What am I willing to put into challenges? What am I willing to lose each month? All right, that sounds about fair. And then I just go from there. And then everything else doesn't seem too stressful because I've set my limit of how much I'm willing to invest in myself each month. So that's what I always tell people as well. I'm like, you need to treat this like a business and be like, what is your monthly expenditure that you wouldn't be super stressed about if you were to lose this? Because I think most people just go in blind and they're just like, I don't even know, like most people I'd probably say, just trade and see what they ended up at the end of the month. But really, no, you need to know what your limits are. Like what are your limits? Like even now with this whole Trump saga and everything that's going on, I'm having to be a lot more careful. Like I've not had the greatest month, to be honest with you. I had a really, really good Q4. Well, October, November, December was really good. January was okay. February was like an amazing month. But March and April not been so good. So now I've had to be like, especially with every Sunday night random tweet with Trump, I'm like, you've got to like figure out what your limit is here. I know you've got better and you've got more to risk and stuff, but like you need to like start actually thinking about what's going on with how you're going to approach the markets, because part of me is like, I've got goals, targets, bills, but another part of me is also like, just remember that like if there was going to be a time in the year you're going to lose money, it's probably now. So just try and think about it. Do you know what I mean? So
like,
I don't know
can
how
you
you
give it a
guys
little
get
bit of a thought? Sorry, Arten, can you repeat that?
yeah. So I was just saying, how are you guys getting on in the market at the moment? Like how are you finding things?
I think I'll have Will start first.
Let's start. Let's go from.
Hold on a second. Let me share my screen.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to restart my my thing because it's all lagging out. It's doing that thing again.
Yeah,
I'll come back in, guys. I'll jump back in.
All right, cool.
I had to restart my computer. Sorry, the EV Mux earlier, so I don't know what happened, but it seems to be working okay now. To be fair, the markets haven't been too kind to me. 2026. I had an okay December. I had I had a -2% January, -2% February. March was break even, and we're in April at the moment. I haven't traded April whatsoever yet. And like you said, it's one of those things where the markets can be real crap sometimes, and if you're not seeing what you want to see in the market, best just staying out, and that's exactly what I've done. It's nice to see that I've come out of the woods of having those drawdown periods. So I'm hoping now that April can be a good month. If not, then maybe next month, maybe the month after. Who knows? I had a fantastic September, October. November was pretty okay, but yeah, I made about 7% across the board. September, October. So yeah, markets.
Nice.
Times like now when you got news, you got volatility, obviously the whole Iran war and situation like that, then yeah, it's going to be tough going.
Interesting. For me, December and January also like not really good months. Like, and I think especially December was a little bit off. Like when it came to movements, I had really difficulty grasping the markets where. And my automated stuff also didn't work that well. That being said, guys, I need to make a jump into the next call, sadly. Was a pleasure to meet you, Artan, at the...
Great to meet you too, Dirk.
The Rep Trader. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, the Rapid Trader. That's
the Rapid Trader. Hope to see you on more often. So many things you said just now that I really would have liked to comment on, because I see myself in a lot of things you said there as well throughout my journey, and especially getting to this point where you have freedom, where you are not on Sunday thinking anymore of, oh, I need to go to work on Monday, or you're like complaining about things where you really can indulge into, hey, I'm my own boss, there's nobody out there who can tell me anything anymore. Screw you all, guys, I'm just responsible for myself and of course my family. And that's, the state I hope everybody who is in the stream as audience can reach as well in the near future, be it through the Fivers or personal accounts when it comes to trading. That being said, I'm going to see you guys again on Wednesday, and let's hope Donald Trump hasn't destroyed the world until then. And yeah, take care, everybody, and be careful in these markets. They are really crazy at the moment. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Awesome, Dirk.
All right, take care, man.
Have a good one, Dirk. Myself, when it comes to my trading, around about February, I changed over to a singular asset where I used to be trading multiple different assets, which was fine for quite a while until EU and GU started not going so well for my specific strategy. And then in February, I changed over to NASDAQ only, and I've probably had my best 2 months, February and March, that I've had in probably the last year and a half. Nice. I think...
Is that because there's been a clear sentiment for you? Like, it's been like just, like when, for example, the dollar is just, you just know, listen, it's pumpy. So you're like, all right, cool. Like, I'm just going to align myself with just absolutely, if I get like my entry confirmation, we're just short in that. Yeah, I'm assuming, is that kind of like the angle that you're taking with that?
To a degree, yes, but also the idea that, okay, so I'm the stream manager, so I'm responsible for the running of the stream, on stream and off of stream. And there's like extra stuff that comes in every now and then, so my attention is very divided. And the way that I used to trade was I had very specific time frames. specific portions of the day that I would enter a trade, and I would leave it. I would not look at this at my trade at all. I just kind of like let it run. And being on stream more often and having the extra stuff in the background, when I'm paying attention to something, I sometimes don't get a trade in my period because I'm doing something else. I'm either in a meeting or I'm busy doing requisitions and stuff like that. So when I do take a trade, I'm like, am I forcing this? And then I lose conviction on the trade. And then I kind of, started losing some of the, let's call it my edge. And especially if you're doing that across multiple assets, focusing on a singular one has helped me kind of like just quiet my mind a little bit. So I know, okay, I still have my day-to-day tasks. I still have the stream. I still have all of my extra work. I'm just focusing on one asset and I'm just trading that one asset. So I feel like that was the change. It's a duality,
Nice.
just that an addition that just kind of helped quiet the mind a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like trading too many assets. I trade EU, GU, gold, and German 30, but like I don't trade them all. Like I'm never in 2 trades at the same time. Like I'll really
Same.
and truly, I'm like, listen, at the start of the day, this is what I'm focusing on, and only this. Because like you said, like I'm ADHD. Like just I will take everything, I'll enter and I'll be like, do you know what? That was a really bad trade. Let me get out of it. And then it starts going in my direction. And I'm like, oh my God, no, I need to get back in. Like, okay, maybe a little bit wider stop. Okay, cool. Maybe, okay, this is fine. Let me get in now. And I'm just like, yo, let me remove all of that. I need to like really focus on just like you said, do one thing really well. And just now I have space. I have time like that, like you said, the noise for me, it's, I guess it's not, it is noise, but it's like, rather than be just like my routine is trading, it's like, no. You can take a trade if it suits, and if it doesn't, you're busy. And it's like, okay, cool. That's how I like to operate now. I'm like, you're busy, but if there is something great with trading, you take it. Not I trade. And if I've got something else to do, I'll work it around trading. So now I'm trying to like shift that, like you said, like with yourself. So at the moment, for me, I am not trading gold right now. Like I'm personally not really that interested in gold right this second. I'm a bit more interested in EU, GU, and I guess still German 30. But German 30 today, for example, is looking weak. Same as, well, to be fair, I'll just be short. I'm just short in EU and GU. I'm not actually in anything right now, but it looks like there might be something real soon, potentially. We'll see.
Do you want to run us through your... It doesn't have to be your complete strategy, but like more your style. Like just explaining...
Yeah. No,
are you a scalper?
I don't know anything. I'm going to share you how I trade anyway. Let me know when you can see my screen.
I can see your screen. Is in. There we go. Thank you.
Boom.
Right.
Okay, cool. So how I basically trade, my first thing is the daily time frame. So the daily time frame for me, right? I basically have like kind of 3 daily profiles. So I either go with sorry, my keyboard is sometimes playing up. All right, so I'm basically looking for strong closes or manipulations, right? So that's pretty much it, or daily fair value gap. So for me right now, I was before this whole Trump thing, like on the weekend, I would have been looking at this to tap into here and then continue higher. So I just have a fair value gap, which is an imbalance, just means that prices just aggressively move to one side of the market. Price likes to rebalance and then continue higher, right? So this is just a trend continuation. So even on the 4-hour, you can kind of see here, we've broken this high, potentially looks like we're going to take out this high. So that was my plan. Initially. But now, considering everything on the weekend, people don't like uncertainty. The market doesn't like uncertainty. And when there is uncertainty, all the money flows into like the dollar. It also is gold as well a little bit. When we're talking about how much gold is pumped up, you're looking at price and going, well, all of the big major funds and everything, they want to take profits because of all of this run up here. So that's why gold has also been dropping. They're taking profits out of the market, and it's going back into the DXY, which is a safe haven. But last week's weekly close was extremely strong. So for me, this is why I say in a normal market, I would look for this DXY to continue lower. But given today and this gap up in the market, I am now looking for higher prices. So you can see this that I've marked out here. Obviously, we've got the opening gap, but you also have just this basically. This is the region that I'm looking for, and I'm looking for multiple lows to get taken. So to keep it simple, I'm looking for a strong close on the daily or a daily manipulation wick. Then what I'm doing is I'm dropping down to the lower time frames, and let's just take EU and GU right now, if it decides to load for me. And I'm looking for a session to be swept. So we have here, we've got, let me just mark out the Asia session if I get my indicator. Asia session range. 1 sec. Okay, there we go. So we can see that we swept Asia session, and we're in London session now, and I'm basically looking for any of these sessions. It's really simple to be swept, aligning with my daily bias. So I am now, for me personally, I'm waiting for London to get swept in New York sessions to get a reversal. So I'm looking for it to come deeper into this, have some sort of breaker structure to the downside on the 5-minute or 15-minute pullback, and then I'm looking for that. Very simple. So I'm just looking for sessions to be swept in line with my daily bias. And my daily bias is bearish today just because I'm looking for a bullish dollar. Now, the reason why this for me, even though that is my plan, it's just weaker. Like my plan today is just weaker because technically, if I'm just talking candlesticks, we're in a great point of interest here to sell from, but I don't really have much daily confirmation right now. And the weekly was quite strong. So I'm like, when I'm looking at a weekly candle like this, I mean, even someone who's new to trading that was asking, would this week be a bullish or bearish week? You would probably say, well, at least I'm going to be bullish until this high here, the previous weekly high, because it was so strong. But just with this market, like with that tweet, basically just with the tweets yesterday, I'm a little bit lost where if I was to take this position, so I am looking for a short. If I was to take, for example, let's just say that we broke this low here, and we broke this low here aggressively, I would look to get in here. But the problem is that it's just lower probability because of the last week's price action. So I'm like, will I take the trade? Yeah, I probably will. But how do I maneuver in a market like this where I've basically got two things speaking to me? Technically, intraday, and with fundamentally, I'm probably bearish, but really technically and on the weekly close, I'm bullish. So really, the only thing I can do is if I am going to take the trade, I need to lower my risk significantly because I could get the bias wrong. Like I've explained to you, 2 different biases, and that's not a position I want to be in. So I've not taken anything today. I'm waiting personally. I mean, you could see this as a breaker structure. I'm just not I need some more confirmation, man. So I'm looking for some sort of displacement down to then continue. But honestly, I don't know. I'm like neither here nor there, to be honest with you, with that today. Gold definitely looks like it's, looking at EU and GU, you can see here that gold has been a lot more responsive to the DXY. You can see this break here. So I was potentially going to take a short here on gold, which would have been, my entry model is just basically, I would have entered here on the 50% of the pullback, stop loss at the 1.1, just here above. So I would have been looking at this for 3R. But again, when Asia's so expansive, it makes London a bit lower probability. It means it's probably going to consolidate. So yeah, like I know that this is my market analysis, but in short, my strategy is I have a daily bias every single day. I have my my intraday model, which is just session sweeps, and my entry model is the same every single time. It's just straight mechanical, rule based. So the only thing that isn't mechanical is my daily, the daily basically. But that's pretty much just how I trade. And before that, I used to trade mad. I used to do like liquidity. I used to just be doing everything. I used to be like ICT, bit of SMC here and there, bit of support and resistance, bit of chart. I might as well sprinkle a little bit of an EMA on there if I'm feeling it. And then it just all of it just kind of like I just realized I need to just chill out and just focus on what really works for me, and that is this. So even this gold position right now, to be honest with you, maybe I feel like I probably should have taken it. We've basically even filled in this opening gap as well here, so I feel like I should have taken it, but I'm not gonna. I don't really want to regret it because I've also taken a few trades that I've been somewhat confident in this last few weeks and I've lost. So I'm like, do you know what? I've got multiple biases. Let me just chill out for a little bit. Like you said, let the orange man wake up and see what side of the bed he wakes up on, and then take it from there. But at the moment, I don't know. I think we're getting it. I think we're going to see I think this. My plan originally, was this. Sorry to rant, but this was my original plan. My original plan was come into here, and then we're just gonna like absolutely rock it. But then this, like, obviously when we said, oh no, we've come to a ceasefire deal, we dumped, and I was like, okay, well, that whatever Trump says at the moment, I'm kind of thinking the opposite is going to happen a few days later. So I'm like, okay, well, if I do believe that, yeah, right. And also I'm like, considering everything fundamentally, when you're looking at like, where they're actually at in the war, and I'm just like, how does this get any better right now? Like, I don't really see how there's anything really being solved considering everything that's going on in the world. So I'm like, I just think this is I don't think this gets solved with a one negotiation and a ceasefire and just Israel pulls out of, Lebanon and Gaza and all these places, and we just like everything's all hunky dory. No, I think there's a big ripple effect that's going to take place from like closing the Strait of Hormuz. I think this is massive. I think that China and Russia getting involved, and like them having to now back Iran and seeing what happens there, the Ukraine and Russia. I just think that like I don't really know. I think there's going to be a big knock-on effect from this. I don't think it just gets sorted like that and then we're just all hunky-dory. And that's why I think that the dollar is going to continue higher, and we're going to see lower gold, lower Bitcoin, lower EU, GU. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like even Bitcoin, to be honest with you, I still think we're going to probably drop a bit lower. I think this is the best place to buy if you were to average in here. Like this consolidation area here, I think it's had a great pullback, but like I think we could just consolidate for like literally a year. Like I don't really know where we go. Like I'd be lying if I told you this is the best place to buy and we're going to start rallying. I'd be also lying if I said we're just going to tank from here. I just don't really know. So I'm just completely, I don't even bother. I don't even touch Bitcoin right now. I literally don't even touch it. Right now I'm just focusing on mainly like reactive dollar pairs basically. And I haven't traded NASDAQ, but German 30 for me is my highest performing asset. I've been calling this POI from here to sell off to continue lower from for quite a while now. And I'm actually looking like I may have... I was also debating this because EU, for example, swept these highs and GU, but the DAX didn't. So I was like, maybe I could take a sell from here, but I'm probably just going to stay out, man. I'm probably just going to stay out until New York, see what happens, see if there's some sort of manipulation. I wouldn't even be surprised if Trump said something mad, it popped up something stupid here. Then I would look to get in. But for now, I'm just chilling out. I'm chilling out, having a chat with my buddies, Yeah.
LJ, what do you think of Arten's let's call it fundamental viewpoint on everything? Because I know you're the fundamental man. So tell us
yeah, I mean,
you're
mostly pretty good.
wrong.
Like, there's always some particulars, right? But like, I'll be here for another like 2 hours, like getting back into it. I will have to zip off shortly, unfortunately. But in general, dude, I like what you're doing. I like your approach and everything. So, absolutely awesome to meet you, dude. And dude, I hope you'll be around more. This is sick. This is awesome.
Likewise, mate. Yeah, man. No, 100%. I'm not a fundamentals guy, by the way. I'm not a fundamentals guy. I just like, I try, for some reason it just seems to work out what I'm doing, but like, I am not a fundamentals guy. I just kind of trade the charts, and I'm trying to stay aligned with the news and stuff, but I'm trying not to be reactive, but in the same breath, you can't ignore tweets, So, yeah. That's my
exactly. Yeah, exactly. You always, especially in this environment. I mean, you got to look into it. Like I go into a bunch of other, stuff with like, all sorts of charts and data and all sorts of stuff, right? But pretty much right now, this is my meme of the day. It's like, yeah, it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? I mean, that's pretty much
Yeah.
it. So, yeah. Either way,
Literally.
I will love you and leave you guys for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Final closeout. Yep. Trade's now hit TP, so that's done. Took the earlier guy this morning, so that's pretty much me. I'll probably wait till New York now, go cook some food, and then see what the Orange Man says once again when we get there. So
The
great
Twitter.
to meet you, man. Yeah,
Cheers,
and,
LJ.
I'll
Have
see
a
you
good
guys
one, mate.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Peace
nice
out.
one. See you later, LJ.
Take care, mate. Nice to meet you.
All right,
Cooking
and then
the
there were
charts and
three.
now off the cook.
Alrighty then.
LJ, do you want to leave or what?
I was
Huh?
just like,
Oh,
no.
I
was just like,
think
I'm
it
staying
came
here.
back on when the screen like flipped. But yeah,
LJ's not going anywhere.
All right. So I'm just going to have a quick little gander at chat because we I don't know if LJ mentioned this, but the streaming platform that we use bummed out this morning, and we cannot see chat. So we're using the actual YouTube live stream to kind of like see chat. So I'm just going to have a little quick gander there. Sorry guys if I cannot bring your questions up. So I'll just verbally just have a look through. Roland FX is saying Arton is Albanian name. Where are you from, bro?
So everyone always asks me this, yeah, because it is an Albanian name, and actually my Albanian friends called me. They're the ones who named me Artan, but I'm actually not Albanian. So my name is Reese Tan, RT. So like Artan, so Reese Tan, and then they just started calling me Artan, and like I literally ended up. Yeah, and then and it's the same with like the rapper trader RT. I've tried to like keep a little bit of a thing going on there. Anyway, a bit of too much effort, but yeah, that's I'm actually half Singaporean and half English, but literally everybody thinks I'm Albanian, and I love my Albo friends, my sheepers, but I am unfortunately not Albanian. I say unfortunately, like I'm like being Singaporean is not like fortunate, but like yeah, I'm not Albanian.
Awesome, cool. Yeah, so Will down there, he's from Wales. He's a Welshman.
I'm indeed a true Welshman.
From where? Is that where you live?
Yeah, well, I've just moved back to Wales. I landed yesterday, or technically the night. So I was living in Hong Kong. But yeah.
Oh mad! How was that?
I was amazing. Yeah, dude, it was really really nice.
Love that. I'm in Bangkok right now. I'm actually coming back tomorrow for 3 weeks. I'm filming. I've got a couple music videos to film, and I'm filming for the World Table Tennis Championships. Some like pre-documentary thing that they want me to host. So I'm just coming back for that. Yeah,
dude, that's
I'll be
sick.
back for like 3 weeks. Can't wait.
Dude, that is
sick. No,
sick.
thank you. I used to play table tennis, so that's like it's a big passion of mine. So I'm excited to be back for that. But I'm also excited to just make some music, man. I've not made as much music as I'd like to recently, so I need to get back into it. I've been so locked in with trading and just coaching and whatever. So yeah, want to get back.
So when you're talking about coaching, are you talking about like table tennis coaching?
No, trading coaching. Sorry, like one-to-one mentorship stuff. Yeah. But I don't really coach table tennis much. Like I don't really play enough. Like I'm not good enough to coach, to be honest with you. It's not like I used to play for England when I was like 16. Then I stopped at 18, and I just didn't play. I just didn't have any money to play because I had to. When I left school, there was just nowhere to play. So after I stopped that's when I got into music because I was like, I need to do something that I like, and then I just found, luckily, music. But yeah, table tennis, big passion of mine. That's also the part that I know everyone thinks I'm Albanian, and no one thinks I'm Asian, but that is the Asian part of me. I play table tennis, so I might not look it, but I do play table tennis very well. So if anyone has any doubts,
that Asian blood, yeah.
Exactly. That's my dad. My dad's the Asian. My dad's like full Chinese Singaporean. Yeah, and my mum's full proper Brit, Essex English, and I don't look like either of them.
Proper English, right? Proper English gal, eh? That's right.
Nice. Nice. And then LJ that you just met, he's from Australia. And then Dirk is from Germany. And then I myself am from South Africa. So we're literally an international stream. Like we have little bits of everything from everywhere. So you're in right hands. So it doesn't matter if you consider yourself half Singaporean, half whatever. Like, dude, you're welcome here. So everybody's half something. So
I was gonna say everybody's half something. We're literally all over the world.
Everybody's half something.
I had so many people saying to me, they're like, "Oh, Will, where are you streaming from?" Well, obviously, this is my office setup. I'm back home now. They're like, "Oh, Will, where are you streaming from?" I was like, "Bro, I'm in Hong Kong at the moment." They're like, "Wow." They're like, "Dude, like we've got Welshmen in Hong Kong, we got Australians, we got South Africans, we got people, Germans, people everywhere, So it's pretty cool.
Would you move back to Hong Kong? I know you've only got there literally yesterday, but like,
oh my god, just arrived home. I'm enjoying being home now. I probably would, to be fair. Yeah, like I said, that's where my missus is from. So we're going to be going back pretty much every year, visiting her family. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice, man. I still need to visit Hong Kong. I'm been Thailand. I just literally performed in Vietnam last week, which was amazing. I've done Indonesia, but I've still not done China, Hong Kong, and Japan. Those are the places that I really want to visit. But what I'm trying to do is, rather than spend loads of money going to these places, I'm trying to like get bookings. So I
do the exact same. Yeah. Dude, I rate that.
So now I'm like, all right, my flights are paid for, my girl's flight's paid for. She's now my tour manager. Yeah, and then I'm like, all right, cool. Nice. So I'm like, yeah, sick. Hotels, flights paid for, and then we get a free trip. And then I just, that's what I'm trying to do anyway. I am milking it. I probably shouldn't say that, because if my promoter watches this, he'll be like, you absolute prick. But that's you gotta do what you gotta do, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm the exact same with my speaking. So I go around speaking about trading psychology, motivation, and being disciplined in mindset, health, wealth, and fitness and finance and stuff like that. So nice. I was supposed to be speaking in Dubai next week, and that would have been my first time in Dubai. It would go out there speaking. I've always wanted to go to Dubai, and I thought, do I get a holiday in Dubai, or do I see if there's any gigs out in Dubai? And the next one, I'm invited to speak in Dubai. And I was like, yeah, there it is. There it is. I've always wanted to go to the States as well. So I've now been invited to talk in Miami in January. So I'm like, crazy. There it is.
Jeez, let's go.
Yeah, ticking another box.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better, man. Honestly, like that is like, I don't know if any of the listeners or viewers can relate to that, but like when you just get like to that level and you're like, oh yes, I can actually go here, but also it's productive as well. Yeah, it's like it's now not just a holiday. It's like, oh, this is great.
I was going to
say you iron up a little short as well.
Yeah, when you're actually working while doing it as well, it's an amazing feeling, because a holiday's great. But when you're almost on like a working holiday, you're traveling, you're seeing things you want to see anyway, but you're actually being, like you said, productive doing it. There's nothing better than that feeling. It's Facts. so nice.
Facts. Oh, the market's looking all right at the moment. I'm looking at something similar for you, but on pound and EU. I'm looking at
I'm looking at pound and pound.
Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit. Well, we had some. On NASDAQ, we had this is on the 5-minute, we had this sudden push up over here, which I tried to have a look at the news itself, and nothing really stood out to me as a potential forerunner for that that spike that we had. We didn't fill the gap all that much. There were still the bottoms, basically, of Tokyo that still needed to be filled. But we literally just wicked into basically the low of yesterday, which is this last candle over here. We just literally wicked into it and started pushing lower. And then what we did do is we started volumetrically pushing lower. We created a base candle over here. I trade drop base drops. So in this case, I would have loved to have been in basically on the closure of this bearish candle over here. But today being a little bit strange, the same as what you were talking about earlier. the market itself was acting a little bit weird. We did have all of this consolidation. Misclicked. We did have all of this consolidation over here, just flat price action that is not inspiring.
Yeah.
And then you have a sudden impulsive move pushing price up higher. I'm not the most keen in trying to get in and on trade right now. However, with the fact that we've made a base and we've started continuing pushing lower, and we do have all of this price action down here, we have more bases as well as the low of the Tokyo session that I can potentially come and retest. So what I'm looking for now is I'm looking for price to potentially come and retest, which I think it already just did now. So I've pretty much missed my entry. But then the idea would be that if I had gotten in there, I would probably be looking to get down here. There is one more base to try and test, but Will knows this, but I take partials on my way down. So every like TP1, I would take a partial somewhere over there. That would be partial TP number 1. I'll have a TP number 2 partial taken over here. TP number 3, another partial taken there. Why did I do that now? There we go. I'll take a partial there, and then the last one will obviously close out the complete movement there. So I take 25% of my trade off at each one of these points. If I reach TP2, I move my stop loss down to break even, so that this is a risk-free trade on its way, and then I just let it run. But in this case right now, because I missed it, I would like to see another drop base. So in this case, we've drop, base, drop. We're creating another base. I would like to see it come back into this base area and then start pushing lower again, and then I'll get in. But other than that, sitting on my hands, waiting.
Nice. I think I'm about to set a little limit at the moment. How do I share this?
We can just ask Remy to bring a screen up for you.
Oh, okay, amazing.
Where is it? There we go. There we go.
So yeah, this is what I am looking at currently. So when I'm looking at EU and G, I don't know if we're going to get tapped into this like right now personally, but I am basically looking at essentially this. This is
you're looking at something identical to me. I like that. I really like that.
Yeah,
that's on pound, isn't it? Yeah, pound 5.
Yeah, so this is the pound, but so this is actually.
What do you say, Richard?
He said, get a room.
I said, get a room. God.
But yeah, no, this is basically it. Like the only problem is that I don't really like, because it's not healthy. What I'd like to see anyway is I'd like to see a bit of SMT. So I don't know if you guys use SMT at all, but basically it's just kind of divergent. So I'm looking at these highs that got swept on the pound. This was a bit stronger, whereas on EU we didn't actually reach up to those highs. So I'm looking at, I feel like it might be a bit more higher probability for me to go for EU at the moment. Also, when I'm looking at Euro GBP, and I'm looking at like this 4 hour, sorry, bear with, this is what I was looking for from here, just like 2 scenarios, but ignore that. After this strong close, I'm looking at like, maybe we could like pop up and then do something like this. So I'm looking at EU right now. That's probably my big one, but maybe it just runs without me. If it does run without me, it's no problem. But I think I'm probably going to set my limit now. So yeah, and I always go for 3R. So that's just, for me personally, I always just go for 3R. But the Asia low's down there, but because it's weaker, now I'd be happy taking that. I'd be happy taking this. I'd probably be, to be honest with you, I'd be happy taking either of them. I think GU looks cleaner as an actual setup for me. Like with if I don't care about EU, for example, and I'm looking at, you know, consolidation, hit like consolidation up into a key level, manipulation, an aggressive expansion down after taking some liquidity. To be honest, this looks actually much cleaner. So when now that I'm actually like looking at this properly, I would probably say pound. Just on the basis of when I look at my journal and I go, was this a clean setup? Yeah, to me, that's a clean setup. So I think for me, pound is probably going to be the pound town. That's what I'm going to call it. We're going to pound town with pound.
Pound town all the way down. You will. What are you looking at, mate?
I've just realised I'm not showing my screen. Let me grab a screenshot up in here.
What an absolute muppet.
I know. What dicky behavior. Right, there we go. So I'm liking what Alan's looking at on the pound. I think so I'm looking at the euro. I can't tell which looks nicer, the euro or the pound. So the one thing I'm worried about is on the 15, we've got this massive gap.
I know. Same.
The only
That's exactly
issue,
what I'm.
you know, we've got all this to fill yet, and I'm like, I like that we haven't broken higher. You know, I like that we've come up, we've tested the highs, and then we've reacted from and started dropping lower. We've dropped and now actually created a form of lower low. Now, every time I share my screen, for some reason my camera lags. Really weird. Anyway, as long as my audio is right, you guys can hear me though.
Yeah, the audio is good, mate.
Yeah,
Audio's
that's
good.
fine. Yeah, okay.
Audio good, face not so much, but keep going.
Yeah. So we can work on it.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, so we got this area here, you know, which is technically broken and closed underneath with a triple wick rejection, which isn't the nicest. Although we have put in an equal or lower high, which is showing us that, you know, there's that lack of strength. Before then having a massive drop off. If we can pull back, maybe let's get a fib, see what the fibs are saying. Okay, yeah, nice. We've got this base here. Honestly, it would be nice if we can come around here somewhere. So if we can head into this area here on a pullback and then continuation lower. The only issue, like I said, the only issue is A, we've got this big gap up here. B, we've got a triple wick rejection here. And C, this is our range. Everything here is internal. So therefore, low probability, low volume. There's not much I want to be seeing on euro. I'm not seeing enough to be confident in placing that trade. However, GU looks nice. GU, you know, we took Asia, which is absolutely fine. We came up, we consolidated, broke higher again, and then now we've dropped lower. So in all fairness, the structural points, like your swing points. So, you know, we got a swing low here, we got a swing high here. Here is our swing structure point. Everything inside this is obviously internal structure. It's a bit garbage. We're not too interested. We want to see a break higher or a break lower. Now, we saw the break and close lower really nicely. There's some significant breaks below. Now, the only issue is when you go up onto the higher time frame, it's, you know, still 15 minutes or intraday time frame, but we are uptrending. You know, we are clearly in an uptrend, and again, we've got a monster gap which we need to fill. So that's not giving me confidence. This would be a counter trend trade and underneath the gap that hasn't been filled.
And what's the news that we've got coming up? Have we got news today? We've got
we haven't got news. I mean, we got
no red folder news today whatsoever.
Okay.
Nothing.
So
Not much
it's
this
going to all
week,
be
actually, is there?
impulsive. Yeah, it's all going to be impulsive. We do have the IMF meetings that's going to start today and last the whole week, but they're yellow folder and they don't tend to like massively impact the market.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, hopefully that's just a little bit of liquidity that taps me in or something. I don't know.
Yeah. The only
You're right. Like it's like
I rate
where I
that
found
a really nice trade, but if we get, like I said, there's also a chance that this is just going to be a pullback into this sort of area or this zone here before then potentially moving higher. So that's
it is
the
a
only
base,
thing
by the way.
Yeah.
It is a 5-minute base after a continuation of breaking out of the Tokyo high. So, yeah, that whole section there.
Yeah.
Comes back, tests it, and then we'll see whether or not it's going to continue.
Yeah. So
this is where I've been at though with the market recently. I feel like I'm like, yeah, but, and it's just like I have a trade idea and then there's a but, and it's like, for example, but Trump just did say that yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I really want to get to like my, you know, like you're never like 100% with a trade. When you're 100%, it's probably not going to win. So I'm like, when I'm like, I want to get back to that sweet spot of like 80%, and I'm like, do you know what? Doesn't matter what, but this was a solid trade, and I'd be happy to lose it. I just feel that I'm like, at the moment with things going on, I'm slightly just leaning more towards, I actually don't, I don't know. And I'm like, and I'm kind of taking it anyway sometimes a little bit recently, because I'm like, you got to do something though. Like you can't just sit on your hands. But the thing is, you can. So that's
you
where
should.
I'm like, you do need
yeah,
to.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's where
you should.
Yeah.
exactly. It's just like, yeah, I think sometimes you can try and convince yourself that this is a great trade idea, when technically it might be, but like not everything is aligned. And it's like, that's why I always say, I always have like my rules, or like I have my A+ trade setups in like my own private Discord, and I try and look at that each day just to go over like, remember, one, you know what you're doing, because I doubt myself a lot. You know what you're doing. What does your a real good one look like? And then also, what are your rule breaks? So I even like literally, I've got my rule breaks just written up. Oh, you can't see that. Written up literally here of like, what are the rule breaks? And I try and look at that and go, yeah, okay. As long as these are all met, plus it looks similar to a trade that I would like hang on my wall, then I'm like, yeah, cool. You're good to go. If it isn't that, then maybe not. But for me, GU looks, I can't not take it. Like for me, it's aligned with my bias. I've got that break of structure. I've got that session sweep. It was an aggressive close as well on the 15. So if on the 15-minute, for example, we do just shoot up, for example, and
Nice.
do you know what? I'm fine with the loss. Like I'm actually fine with the loss, because for me it looks all right. Even on the hourly looks. I mean, we could be printing a higher low on the hourly, to be fair, but
Yeah.
I think I'm willing to take. Like for me, it's just like, would it be a decent business expense if I lost this? Yeah, I'd take the business expense, because I do. Like, if anything, I might get a re-entry later, because I don't think it can come up much more. It's just got to fill in the gap. I don't expect it to go higher than, for example, the Friday high. So I'm like, I'll take this shot. If it don't work, I'll have one more shot at it, and then I've still got a big range to play after that. So I'm not really too fussed if I lose.
I like how you said about the business expense. You know, me and my brother were chatting last night about, you know, finding what's worth suffering for. You know, and same goes with your trading. You know, you got to find what's worth that risk. You know, because it's all going to be a risk. You're going to lose at some point. You know, even if you have a 99% win rate, there's a 1%. You know, you're going to lose a trade at some point. And, you know, you want to try and find what's worth risking and what's worth suffering for, what's worth losing for. And, you know, if there's an A+ setup and you're like, there's no way I can't take this trade, like, it is a beautiful textbook trade. You know, I'm not 100% sure, guaranteed, certain. You know, I'm a bit nervous taking this trade, but, you know, I have to take it because it follows my rules. Then that's worth risking for. And like you said, you know, that business expense, that investment, should we say, is worth the gamble, is worth the risk, because the probabilities of that coming back are higher than if you were just going to willy-nilly enter in, you know.
Yeah. And I think also people need to think about it when you're doing challenges, yeah? Stop thinking about it just like a percent or whatever. Sometimes get into the mindset of how much, let's say you've got a 100K account for, I don't know, I can't remember the exact amount, but let's say it's $500, yeah? You've got, what's the drawdown? Like 10%. So each trade is 50. So you're risking $50 each trade. Are you okay with losing $50 with that? Like, think about it like that. Don't think about it like it's just a trade or whatever. Like, actually, like, this is your business, like, and you need to think. Or if you're learning at this, if you're just in that learning stage still, then you shouldn't even care at all about what you're making or not making. You need to learn about what is working for you and how you can learn to get better. But like for the time, like if you are at that stage where you're funded or you're starting to get profitable, whatever, it's like you need to like really, like you said, think of it as what is this a decent business cost? And then when you start treating it like that, don't be scared in business either. Don't be shook of what could happen in business. Just be like, bro, does this align with my business decision? The same way that if you owned a clothes store, you're not just going to go out and buy 100 of those t-shirts because you like the look at them. You're going to do your market research and see, do these t-shirts really sell? Are they actually something that, like, you know, who do they appeal to? Like, what is do I have the marketing cost for it or whatever? You don't just buy willy-nilly. You need to actually think, how much stock do I need here, here, so the business can continue to operate and continue to thrive. Don't just think, you know what I mean, I'm just going to buy 100 of these t-shirts, and if I sell 100 of them, then I've made loads of money. It's like, yeah, but you haven't got 100 people that want to buy the t-shirts. A bit of a boring analogy.
Yeah.
It's just the same.
It's a perfect analogy. You know, sometimes a boring analogy
Relatable.
it's highly relatable. And like you said, you know, you're not gonna buy a product to sell it on that you like. And a lot of people say buy what you like because you like it, and so therefore you can push it. And you know, if you like it enough to buy it, then someone else is gonna like it enough to buy it. And so they're like, you know, if you buy what you like and sell what you like. And I couldn't disagree with that anymore because a lot of people have unique style. What you want to do is especially if you've got unique style, like I love a trench coat. I love a Chelsea boot. I love to wear some suit trousers. You know, not everyone wants to do that, especially in their 20s. You know, so therefore, if I was to open up a clothing brand or an apparel brand and sell that, people may not necessarily want to buy it. However, I'm not a big tracky guy. You know, I don't wear tracksuits unless I'm chilling in the evening or flying. You know, so therefore, people may want to buy tracksuits, but because I don't sell them, they're not going to buy from me. So it's not about selling what you want or what you would buy. It's about selling what the average people would buy. And you know,
just do what works. Like, do what works.
Literally.
You know what I'm saying? Don't try and reinvent the wheel. Do what works. Like, that is so. I swear to you, yeah. In whether it's music, trading, whatever you decide to do, yeah, it is literally stop worrying about everything else. Yeah, you ain't got to reinvent the wheel. Just find what works and literally do. I know it sounds so easy, but just literally do that and try and refine that process. Because in trading, I'm sure, with some of the listeners, let's say whether you're profitable, unprofitable, it doesn't really matter. You need to just like you gotta just figure out what is working and just stick to that. The same way that with my trades right now, it's like even like you guys might have completely different opinions to the market or whatever. Like you might think Trump's saving the world, for example, and I'm like, well, I've got my idea. I've got to stick to my idea because over time it works. Do you know what I mean? So yeah that's
agreed.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
Agreed.
Agreed. Strong.
Agreed, mate. Just agreed.
Not much.
But it's also the thing of just like you can't. What's that saying? You can't. You can bring a horse to water. You can't make a drink. It's the same idea. Like you can teach someone how to trade. You can teach them your strategy, and they may not be able to follow it. You kind of need to have that person go through the trenches themselves to realize where they are and where their shortcomings are, and then kind of like work their way through. I mean, that's why we are here. That's why the Fivers has a live stream.
And I think for me, I'm like, bro, humble yourself. Like if loads of people get into trading and they think that they're going to be naturally good. Like I'm like, listen, guys, this is a computer game, yeah? If I picked up FIFA on a PS5 for the first time because I saw my friend win a FIFA tournament and win some money, and I bought this console and said, I'm going to enter the tournament, you're going to be like, you're an idiot because you don't even know the controllers yet. You don't even know like the tricks or how to do a step over on this, and you think you're going to enter this esports tournament and win all this money. I'm like, with trading, you just think you've got this natural ability to read charts, which like are changing each and every day. You need to figure out the game. First of all, understand the tools, then understand the strategy, then see if the strategy works for you, then see if you can actually apply the strategy, and then it's like, and then what is your edge? How can you refine it? And then it's your psychology. But it's like, I think a lot of people they come into it and they either just do whoever's making the most money on paper, or whatever they say that they're making, some people, and they just follow whoever's making the most. And it's like, I understand that's how marketing works a lot of the time, right? But it's more about understanding what works for you. And I think a lot of people, they just do what, I don't know how to explain it, like they're not doing what works for them because they're not willing to find out what works for them. They're just like, it's the blind leading the blind. So you really got to like home in and get this fundamental part right before you start like, doing it X, Y, and Z. But yeah, I totally agree. That's the short of what I'm saying. I might need to pop off, guys. I've got to. I've literally. That's why I don't know if you can see my suitcase in the back there. I've got a flight in the morning, and I'm back to the UK, man. I can't wait, mate. So I say I can't wait,
nice.
But I
You're
can wait.
You're depressed,
I can't wait
mate.
to be back. Yeah, I can't wait to get back to Bangkok, but I am excited. I've not been back in 2 years. Imagine that. 2 years ago, I moved out here. And that's when I started. I was like, I could tell I was like a few months away from starting to become profitable. and I was like, yo, let me just grind this out, and I'm literally not cutting off everyone, but I'm zoning in Thailand, and by the time I leave, I'm going to be, well, my goal at the time was just be funded, and I was like, I'm going to be funded when I get, and then, yeah, man, just kind of like, literally just done it all and more, so I'm like, buzzing to get back, because it will be a nice little humbling, I'm going to go literally, like, even my old flat, like, on the estate, I'm literally going to go back there, reminisce for a minute, and then, yeah, shoot some videos, do this content, and then, yeah, man, then back to Thailand, and hopefully you guys will see me again.
Awesome. Thank you, Arten, for joining us, mate. We really appreciate the stories were great. Your market analysis was great. I hope everybody in chat enjoyed you as well. And then, yeah, we'll see you whenever you want to join us again.
Thank you very much, mate. And yeah, man, make sure you guys follow me at ArtanLDN on the socials, or at the Rapper Trader. It's probably better you follow that one, because that's actually trading stuff. So at
more
Rapper
related
Trader on Insta. Yeah, more related, unless you want to hear about like depressing music, but I don't think that's a lot of your vibe. But yeah, lots of love, guys, and thanks for having me, man.
Awesome.
Awesome, man. You have a good one. See you soon. All right. And then there were two. Then they were two.
Rick, I'm gonna bring your screen up, mate, and then I'm gonna refresh my page so my camera can work.
All right, mate, you do that. I'm going to have a little quick gander at chat. Abradolf Linkler is asking, how do you technically analyze a market empty gap like EU on GU? Is it considered as an imbalance like a fair value gap? So generally, gaps. So okay, let's do this. I just want to remove some stuff out of the way. All right, so generally when you have a gap such as the one that we had this morning, they are more often than not after a weekend. You can get them like midweek when there was like information over the evening that changed, like a news event or something that came out that generally pushes them. But the idea of gaps are usually this: they're impulsive moves. So you can consider them as imbalances, because it was, am I freezing? I think I'm freezing up as well, my camera.
It's sticking ever so slightly, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So if you look at CFDs, futures, that kind of like stuff, markets are closed over weekends. It's not the same as crypto, where crypto is basically 24/7. You have speculation on price over the weekend. So you can see there's some bit of movements and stuff like that from one week to another. Speculation over the weekend. In this case, if you have a massive gap like this, this is generally because of a news event. You can consider this information that Trump sent out this morning. Basically, the blockade, talking about the he's going to block the strait and stuff like that, blocking the Strait of Hormuz at 10 a.m. Eastern time. That is what led to this movement. So the same concept applies when you're looking at how volumetrically a price moves from point A to point B. After a news event, whether it's a scheduled news event or a tweet, there's impulsive moves, there's reaction. So what happens is, when you have a gap like this, everybody's coming to the market and they're waiting. They're waiting for something to happen and then they enter. But if there's a news event that happened over the weekend, when the market is still closed, everybody's already prepping their entries so that the entry can go in at market open. So you get massive volume pushing price all the way down suddenly, and then the price gaps. So you don't have enough market participants over here for that trade to be entered. So what happens? It gets traded lower and lower and lower. And everybody that enters and has their entries just before market open, when market opens up, it just absolutely pushes price lower. And you don't even see it on the CFD portions. You don't even see it. You just see the spread. You just see it move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's down at the bottom. So how I view it is that there are potentially orders that are sitting here that have either not been entered, they're sitting in limbo, or they've been entered and are like grossly in drawdown at the moment. So massive slippage. Yes, slippage, not spread. Thank you, Henry. So you have massive slippage. So there's a lot of orders that are kind of like just sitting here waiting to be executed. Or ones that have been executed, but they got horrible slippage. So they're technically waiting for price to come back to that point so that they can cut their trade, either close to a break even or something like that. So yes, you can view it as an imbalance. That's why when people say, oh, the gap must be filled, not necessarily. It's what driving force is going to try and push to have that gap filled. It's going to be the fact that there is potentially orders sitting around in those areas. Mate, my camera is freezing the whole time, so I think I should kind of hop off and then hop back in again because I don't know.
I think there seems to be issues with the stream software at the moment because I've had nothing but issues since joining on the second session. So, problem, my friend. That's absolutely fine.
Just bring your screen up, share your screen, and then we can move over to that one. And then I'll hop out quickly just to restart. If you don't mind.
My camera's now freezing when I bring my screen when I share my screen. Weird, isn't it?
Okay, I'm going to unshare my screen. Let's see whether or not I'm still. Yeah, I'm freezing still.
Yeah, you're freezing really bad.
All right, I'm going to restart.
You restart, and I'll just have a catch up with Chatteroony. What is good, people? I'm gonna have a bit of a catch up with you, sexy people, and then hopefully Rich comes back in, and then I can refresh. Raphael, cool. What's good, my man? Good afternoon, guys. Yo, what's good, bro? How you doing? What's everyone looking at in the market as well today? You know, there's nothing in it for me. Like I was saying with Artan just now, G looks good, maybe for something like that. But sorry, that was EU. G also looks good, you know, but I don't know. I think G looks nicer than EU. If we were going to trade this, I think it would have to be around here somewhere. Where could we target? Could we target the lows? There you go. We got lows down there. Oh, we could. I mean, there's Tokyo lows all the way down here. What would that look like? Dude, that's gonna be like 4 hours surely. 3.8. That's close. That would be nice. That would be really nice. But no, that's too far. Too ambitious. You know, I suppose we could have TP1, TP2, TP3 on the pound. We got TP1 here. Then we could have TP2 here. And then we'd have TP3 down here. That would work. I wonder if I can double this. Can I duplicate? No, I just got rid of it. Screw it. Let's just duplicate it with let's draw it out again. No, there we go. Let's put that there. There we go. So that's TP1, TP2. Now we just need to get TP3. Something like this. There you go. So, I mean, you could be looking at something like this. That, I feel, looks quite nice. I just got it. There we go. Don't overlap them too much. Boom. So, I mean, you have got that, you know, TP1, TP2, TP3 option. In fact, so Rich will be able to talk a little bit about that because he started trading that way with his strategy, with his setup. So that would be quite interesting to see on his thoughts. But yeah, I think that would be a bit ambitious right now. I think I'd probably go for TP2. I'd probably be looking around this sort of early London range, seeing if we could, seeing if we come down, sweep that low. But I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Euro, I can see you guys are looking for sells EU short and a gold short. EU short makes sense, but they don't at the same time. Like I said to when Artem was on, there's a couple of reasons why I wouldn't want to be trading EU, but those who are looking at shorting it, I can also see why. But I think the pound is more probable at the moment when comparing it against the euro. Gold sells. Misu was saying about gold sells. Haven't looked at gold, but I mean, it's not much of a gap. Will, your mic is underwater. Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a little bit underwater, mate.
No.
Sorry guys, we are experiencing some technical difficulties with our streaming software at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm lagging like crazy, mate.
How is that? Is that better or is that the exact same?
No, it sounds good, mate. Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, dude, we're both lagging now. How weird is that? Going back, I can see. Yeah, Misu's talking about shorting gold. I don't like this area for the shorts. If this was a nice close, like we started moving down nicely. So we had this bearish sell-off, which was beautiful, but then we've just stopped. The volume's dropped in, and it's just held there. If we break and close above this zone, that would be a complete invalidation. I'd actually be looking at longs. But I can kind of see why you're looking at shorts. But for me, I would have been agreeing with shorts up until this point. So here, I would have been like, yeah, shorts. Let's see it happen. The minute this happened, I lost all confidence in shorts. Henry, let me know how my mic is, man. Let me know if... and guys, let me know in chat as well if my mic still sounds like it's underwater. I've tried having a bit of a fiddle, but I don't know if it's helped at all. So I don't know if it...
And then also just let us know, is our voices also cutting out? Because the camera is cutting out, but so long as the audio is still going through and it's...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't mind the the camera being a bit crap. That's fine. As long as you guys can hear us and you can see our screens without any delays, then that's fine. Audio is good. Okay, yeah.
All right, cool. Cool. No, that's good. That's good. So long as what we're saying is still going through and it's not that disrupted, I don't mind if the camera is freezing up a little bit. It's more of an annoyance for us. Let's put it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks, Garo.
1200 HZ saying, honestly, price is depressing today. I want to trade, but we'll wait for tomorrow, hopefully better. That's why London, in my opinion, is the best session. Usually the cleanest and easiest. New York hit or miss. Dude, I kind of agree with you. I do agree with you there. It is one of those sort of hit and miss through New York. I'm not going to trade New York today. Or probably not this week. I'm just going to be getting back into the swing of things. Like I said, it all felt a little bit rushed today. Setting my setup up. So obviously last night I just got into Wales. So woke up in Wales this morning and I had a whole lot of stuff going on. So I just needed to fix everything, make sure the computer's running, do a load of updates. So I won't be trading New York session today. Maybe like tomorrow I'll take a look at it, or I'll look at it throughout the week. But I am looking forward to getting back in and doing a bit of New York analysis and trading live, because I obviously when I was in Hong Kong, I could look at New York session the next day and almost hindsight trade it. I can be like, oh, that was nice, or oh, that looked good. But it wasn't the easiest in the world to do. It wasn't nice because you'd be seeing setups and I'd be like, oh, for God's sake, I wish I could have taken that.
Dude, chat is being savage right now.
We just need your voice, not your face.
Yeah. Who man?
You absolute legend.
You You absolute dog, you.
You troll.
Thanks, mate. You troll. No, we love that, mate. Thanks. Stretch saying in the USA, audio is great, mates. We appreciate that. We really do.
Yeah,
like I
no,
said, technical difficulties sometimes. It catches us off guard, but we do try. Raffle asking, how was your flight, mate?
It was good, man. Yeah, it was really good. First flight was okay. You know, I was very tired. Second flight, it was getting back into the UK, and it was super, super windy. And we were in a big bird as well. It was a big old girl, and the wind just even with a big plane. It was like one of those 2-story planes, you know, the upstairs downstairs planes. And as it was coming down, you've got like cameras, like bird's eye view cameras of the plane. As it was coming down, it was literally coming in like sideways to the runway because of the wind. And as we touched down, as we landed, it was like jumping from left to right wheel. And so it was a really bumpy landing. But other than that, the flight was, you know, cracking. A bit of turbulence, but yeah, 19 hours in the air wasn't all that.
Do you struggle to sleep when you're flying?
Oh yeah, I can't sleep at all. In 19 hours, I slept 2 hours, and that's because
Okay.
I had a couple of whiskeys to put me to sleep. Like,
I've never been on a flight that was that long. I think the longest flight I've ever had was 2.5 hours, maybe. And anyway, it's always like a flight during the day, so there's no point in trying to sleep there. So hopefully with me potentially coming visiting you or LJ or whatnot, I'll have an opportunity to sleep on a flight, and then I can tell you, yeah, dude, it sucks, or I can tell you, dude, slept
you can relate with how garbage it is.
Yeah. Rafael Garcia is saying, today I'm trading just contest account. Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday I will go trade my personal accounts. Don't like this big gap. Yeah, I agree. I know that there's the potential for the gap to be filled. However, I'm not a fan of trading after an impulsive move. I want structured volumetric movements, not impulsive volumetric movements.
Yeah, no, literally that. I agree with you. I don't like the gap. I don't like the gap. I don't like the price action. It's just not quite perfect for me. And I know that they say, you know, don't chase perfection because perfection will never come. However, perfection to me isn't perfect. It's just it's my setup. That is perfect, you know. So as long as I get an A+ setup, that to me is perfection. And at the moment, I'm not getting an A+ setup, but I'm coming close to them. To be fair, I'm coming close to these A+ setups, but I'm not going to take an A+ setup, and you know, during these sorts of times, because you know I'm going to risk a lot of capital and potentially even get slippage. What I don't want to be doing is risking during times like these when the Twitter terrorist is out in full force and you know
out and about
on the warpath and trying to taste blood, you know. So therefore, I'm not going to trade a B setup or anything less than you know what I count as my rules and a perfect setup.
Shafiq is asking, very new to trading, why do you think it's a short opportunity? Isn't it an uptrend?
Yes, very good question. Yeah, very good question. So this would technically class as counter trend trading. So as you can see, like you've just clearly marked out or identified, we are in an uptrend, which is clearly stated here. However, when it comes to order flow and price structure, we've got low, high, consolidation, sweep of low, consolidation, break and close above consolidation, higher high. Clear uptrend. Now, if we came down here and wicked and then moved up, then this would be the perfect area to get in on longs. However, because what happened is we broke and closed under the previous low, creating a lower low, we've now got we've now got a higher high and a lower low. So it's a low probable setup, or it's a low probable area. And this is almost like a 50-50 on which way it's going to go, because you've got structural highs, structural lows. What you need now is confirmation. So we need this to be a lower high, then to put in one more lower low. Or we need the complete opposite, where we're going to put in a new higher high, making this a lower low, a higher high again, pull back, higher low, and then potentially a higher high. So that's what we're looking for. So yes, 100%. You are correct. This is an uptrend, and this would be counter trend trading, which isn't confirmed. This is not a confirmed movement yet. I wouldn't have confidence in this until it gives me a lower high. Once it gives me a confirmed lower high and a lower low, that's when I'd probably be looking at getting in on some form of entry short. So
Yeah,
good
dude.
question. Yeah, really good
I
question.
like that. I like that. I like the fact that you can explain your reasoning in a way that is concise. I know it is opposite, however, and then give reason. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. It's I never used to be like that. It wasn't until my dad started questioning everything I do, and then even my brother has inherited it now, where we ask why to everything. And I used to be like, I'm gonna go do this. Why? I just really want to do it. I'm gonna go do it now. It's very impulsive. But then you started getting asked why, like, why are you doing it? So you'd have to literally, and you wouldn't be allowed to go do what you want to do unless you gave a
You
reason
have to
why.
quantify it. Yeah, you have to quantify it.
Yeah, literally that. So I had to, come up with reasons on why I want to do what I want to do. And then you're almost subconsciously putting it into like some form of Venn diagram or some form of pros and con list. And before you know it, you're actually contemplating whether it's worth doing or not. But you're doing it subconsciously just by asking yourself, why are you doing it? So yeah, it's always good to, like you said, quantify doing it. It's always good to ask yourself why, because if I was to say, oh, I want to short here, isn't it counter trend trading? Yeah, it is. Then why are you doing it? You probably shouldn't be trading it. However, if you can say yes, I know it's counter trend trading, but, or however, this, I'm confident because that's
I'm about to give you reasons.
Yeah, I'm about to show you why. I'm gonna break down why in such a way that even you want to trade my analysis.
I wouldn't go that far, mate. Like, slow your roll, mate. Slow your roll.
Yeah.
Pleasure,
Yeah.
Shafiq.
Yeah, thanks for no problem. Yeah, you're welcome, man.
Badat is asking, speaking on New York time, what's your thoughts about it? I have never found a good edge to get in markets about that time, and it feels like a high risk, high reward compared to other sessions. So
That's really,
session differentials is a real thing.
Yeah, 100%. So it depends your asset you're trading, I suppose, as well. I don't trade Forex in New York. I trade NAS, S&P, and US 30 in New York, whereas I don't trade those three in London. So in London, I trade pound, euro, and gold. Oh, no, sometimes that's a lie. Sorry, no. Sometimes I will trade gold in New York, but very rarely. I don't often trade it. It's like I said, it's mostly indices in New York and FX in London, and then gold is just whenever the hell gold wants to be nice to me. So that I don't really have a specificity on.
It's about to say whenever gold's not a bully.
yeah, exactly, literally that. So yeah, that's pretty much when I trade gold. So it depends, as if you can't find edge in New York, don't trade it. I know Rich has a very good edge in New York. Used to have a very good edge in New York. I haven't traded it in a few months, so I'd probably need to go back to forward test it now at least. Even if it's not back testing, I need to go forward test it. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about the sessions, man. What about you, Rich? What's your thoughts on? Because like I said, I know that you trade New York session. You do like the New York.
So for me, there's definitely differences. They're vastly different. And you can almost consider them as if they have their own personalities. So I know that LJ loves the Tokyo session. Why? Because he's in Australia. So obviously it's a good session for him. But it boils down to your specific strategy, first and foremost. And secondly, it's what it is that you're trying to do in that market. Like, I don't trade consolidative markets. Sometimes Tokyo is more consolidative than London. And then sometimes it's the opposite, where London session is a little bit more consolidative as well. So I don't always get a great entry during London, but I sometimes get a really great entry prior to London, just after the Tokyo session is closed out. So even though London session has a tendency to be slightly less volumetric movements to a specific direction, there is still that upward or downward trend that kind of continues. It's just a little bit slower. And then you get to like a point, like, let's say we're now, my local time is now 2:45 in the afternoon. You'll see on NASDAQ that there's movements now. And this is generally that pre-New York session volatility that's starting to pick up, a little bit more volume. And this carries through into New York. So that's why New York tends to be a little bit more directional. And that's why I love trading the New York session with my NASDAQ strategy, because A, more volume, B, directional volume. So, bit more trending. I struggle with the Tokyo session because it is more consolidative. Whereas there might be somebody else that has a very particular scalping strategy that requires consolidation. So they'll buy the low, into the high of that consolidative section. And they're very, very profitable doing that. To me, I don't like trading consolidation. Tokyo doesn't provide it to me. Sometimes London also doesn't. The first section of London, like today, flat, uninspiring.
Yeah. You gotta be careful with London, because sometimes London will act like Tokyo. Sometimes you'll get a very crappy flat price action in London. Okay, I think you've completely frozen now, have I? No. Who's frozen? Which one of us? Can someone let me know in chat if I have frozen or if it's Rich? Rich has completely dropped out. Okay, I think it's Rich. Yeah, he's gone. Okay, yeah, power failure. He's just messaged power failure. Okay, yeah. Guys, going back to gold real quick, going back to the charts. We've got a potential long setup. As you guys know, I like my consolidation, breakout, close, re-entry, etc. However, it's not quite how I would trade gold. It's not quite the consolidation breakout. But this is actually quite a nice looking trade. If we've got the consolidation, we've come down, wick, pull, attempt up, pull back, test one last time, off we go, break and close above. Could we retest, pull back, continue, something like that? But I know some of you boys were trading sells on gold. But I like this I like the longs. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep this open. I'm gonna keep this. I haven't entered this. It's a forward tested trade. But this is what I mean. Like when I was saying to you guys, I trade gold when gold lets me trade gold. I don't have a specific time zone. I'll trade gold in London, New York, Tokyo. Doesn't matter. But as long as it sets up nicely, this is actually setting up relatively nicely. I like to go for 1 to 2s, but this is a 1 to 1. Now, however, there's nothing wrong with the 1-to-1 with this particular strategy because, you know, if we get that pullback and you continue up, you're potentially going to have a 2.5 hour. So as long as you make it work for you, yeah, I'm gonna hold this open for a bit. I'm gonna look at this and see how it goes. GU again. This is GU. This is what I mean. It's a bit weird with price. EU makes sense. EU, I thought to myself, this could just break and continue higher. I don't think we're going to get some nice price action in EU because we're still within a range. Like I said, we've got that swing low, swing high. But GU's unfortunate. GU is unfortunate, but it kind of makes sense on why. We've got this area here that we tapped into. It just tapped into it. It didn't really tap into it. It sort of like cannonball plunged into it, So we dropped off heavy, which made me think, okay, are we trying to sell off, especially after we had this sort of, it's not consolidation, but you can see that price slowly edged up towards it. Then it slowed off, and then it just plummeted. So because we plummeted, I thought, okay, is this a potential shift in structure? We came up here, consolidated a little bit, and I thought if we're going to reverse if we're going to continue to the downside, then I think it's going to continue from here, to be fair. But again, it's counter trend trading, and when you counter trend trading, you got to be prepared to take a potential loss. You got to be prepared that price has a higher chance of hitting that stop loss and running through you because you're not going along with the flow of the trend. You're going to get tired when you're swimming against the current compared to when you're swimming with the current. You imagine surfing. You're not going to get up on your surfboard and surf into the wave. You're going to surf with the wave because that's where you're going to get your flow and your momentum. So very similar with your trading, try and find the flow and momentum of the markets. EU, like I said, EU is currently within the range. Don't like it. GU is higher time frame. GU is moving higher and it's making sense. Lower time frame, you're probably going to get stopped out of this if you entered this. Gold, I like. I really like gold for the pullback continuation. It would be a shame now if this. Look, I mean, you guys who are actually in this with skin in the game, I hope you hit TP and I hope I'm wrong. But honestly, this looks textbook for something like this. It genuinely looks textbook. A bit of catch up with chat. Richard's frozen. Was it something you said? Yeah, I triggered him. He said, "I'll screw this. I'm off. I don't like you anymore." No, his Wi-Fi dropped. He'll be back. Will, okay, Richard, freeze total. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I think that looks good, William. Yeah, 100%. It'd be nice now. See what happens. Two things are going to happen now. We're either going to go from here, but I don't think so because we've got this area up here, which we're at. So we're at this current high. So I think we could try and test one last time on the lows down here before going up. So yeah, you like the look of that. Awesome stuff. EU, if you wanted to long, should have done 835 break higher. Let's have a look. 835. I'm assuming 835. That's UK time you're referencing.
Mate, what a day.
He's back. He's back. Yeah, no, man, it's been crazy. 835. Oh, really? You wanted? 835 break high. I should have done it. 835 break high. Dude, you would have been buying highs. If you wanted to buy 835 break higher is here. You'd have been trading around here somewhere. Your stop loss would have to have been huge. Yeah, break that down for me with stop at low. So stop loss at the low here. Here's the break higher. 835 is here. EU long gone now for longs. Yeah, I don't know. I think. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a bit of a weird one. EU hasn't been the nicest trading today. I agree, William. Hi, I joined a bit late. Are we looking for buy or sell? Honestly, either one.
Yes.
On. Yeah. Yes. Same. I have potentially a sell on GU, but I can't see it happening. I can see us breaking above this, breaking close above, pullback continuation higher. So I can see that happening. Euro, I can't see anything happening right now unless we break and close above 17,002 level. Then I think we'll start looking at buys because we've broken that structural point. And then gold, definitely looking at buys. Yeah, gold. I reckon this will hit TP. I don't think we'll get the pullback. I don't think we'll get the pullback entry. I think it'll be the. I think we'll get the break and close TP. So this one here, but we'll see. Look, we'll see. We may pull back yet. Who knows? William in the UK, that would be 13.15. Okay, that makes more sense now. Let me have a look. 13.15. 13.15. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Fair. Yeah. 100% agree with you. So you would be looking at something like this. Stops at the low, maybe TP at the high, something like that. That I rate that. That's nice. If you're gonna long, that would have been a nice long. I 100% agree with that. Especially I know a lot of people want to see there's almost more discretion in this entry criteria, but you probably would have been made a little bit more nervous with this wick here. However, you would have had 3 wick rejection, and then you would have had the move above. You would have seen this big 3 candle confidence push here. You would probably be entering around here somewhere. I'm going to give an average price of around here somewhere. So yeah, that's potentially a 2-hour trade. So yeah, I can see that. That's a really nice EU long. No, I use New York time. Oh, okay, fair. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're US, aren't you? I'm sure you said that you were US.
He says he's an ICT trader and that he used New York time for our charts. Lol, but I'm from the UK.
Oh,
So
fair. Oh, okay.
1:15. The break was.
Oh yeah, I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, because I use ICT. Yeah, trader, New York trader. Okay. Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So you go down to the bottom here, and then you find New York. Where's New York? Yeah. What's it? -5, something like that, isn't it? LA. Where's New York? I'm sure New York's -5. -4. Okay. Yeah. Daylight savings in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. That makes sense. Aberdolf Linkler, thank you very much for your answer, Rich.
Which answer? Oh, for the gap. Oh yeah. It's a pleasure, mate. It is a pleasure.
FK saying waiting for a sell. Yes and no. I'm not waiting for a sell. I'm just the potentially hypothesizing a sell idea. But yeah, no, I'm preferring buys. What look at that? Oh no, it was a wick. That's cool. That's a nice break and close above, but it wasn't. It was just wick. Wick.
Oh yeah, what a wick. We do
Yeah, I
have
know,
we do have the New York session that's opening up in 30 minutes or so. So best to be patient, I would think.
Indeed. Indeed. Do you have anyone joining us after?
No, it is Samir is sick, and Victor is on the futures stream for now, for today. Yes.
I see. They've ditched
Yes.
us.
They have ditched us.
They have ditched us.
It would have been myself and Samir, but then Samir called in sick, so now it's
Tell
you and I.
Samir he's a pussy because I am also sick, and it has taken every ounce of my strength to not run off stream right now. So Samir, you're a wimp. Get back on stream. I'm joking.
I mean,
I was going to say go else.
it depends if he is. It depends on what kind of sick.
Yeah, exactly. No, all jokes aside, Samir, get better, bro. Hope you're okay.
And then on top of that, I'm also trying to fix the issues with the live stream that we're having right now, and potentially so that we can have it fixed for tomorrow as well. And it's proving to be a little bit problematic.
Yes, I'm gonna have to head out shortly.
No problem, mate. I'll carry on the last hour.
Ooh, hello. Check gold out. I would have left about 5 minutes ago, but now knowing that you're going to be on your own, I'll stick around a bit. I'll keep you company.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. We did make effectively this failed attempt trying to push lower on gold over here, but it was off of this attempt to push price lower. However, we are getting a bit of a break now. So this is the low, a failure at a low, a high, and then a break off that high. So this is a change of character trying to push price higher. We'll see whether or not New York is going to have like this. Absolute ridiculous craziness. Let's see. It's half an hour or so. Then we'll get New York. New York is most probably going to one of two things. It's either going to completely fill this gap that we had, which is all the way up over there. I'm going to use that drawing tool. Not the low, on the body closure. It's either going to do this, where it goes and it wicks it and then starts pushing lower, or it is going to potentially try and push all the way down. I wouldn't say all the way down here. Do we have any? We do have one base over there. It's a decent one, which also coincides with basically the open of the day. Yeah, then I can see us potentially with the New York Open trying to push price all the way down here, picking up some orders and then pushing up. I still want to see gold be a little bit more bullish. As of right now, she is a bit flat. So, limbo.
Little bit flat. Yeah, to be fair, mate, I'm not really seeing much at the moment. Gold is heading up to that break point now where it's going to be, it's wicking, it's broken above, it's failing to close. We've got 2.5 minutes until this kind of closes, so we'll see how it goes. It doesn't seem to be wanting to close above it. It seems to be trying its hardest to wick. So we'll see.
Yeah, it is frustrating when a day goes like this, mate.
Yeah, it is. Just seen a question in chat. How long have you been trading for, William? I've been in the market about 8 years. I've been full-time about 4 or 5 years. Yeah, so 4 or 5. Dude, I've lost track. I used to be like, oh, I've been in the market full time 3 years, 4 years. Now I'm just like, a while, a couple of years. it sort of all rolls into one, and I forget. So I've been full time about 4 or 5 years, something like that. But yeah, I've been in the market and learning, trading, full time job, part time trading, about 8 years ish. Yeah, 7, 8 years. When did I start? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, about 7.5 years.
Don't like this. Dude, EU looks horrible.
EU's crap, man. Yeah, EU's not great at all.
GU looks a little bit better. I mean, we had this base over here. You had a little bit of consolidation, slight upward angle, started getting in some volume, started pushing higher, created a base, continued, retested that base, and starting to push up as well. However, also not great. In all honesty, I am not a fan. I mean, this is almost a complete order block. We just did not sweep the high, as you can see, of that candle there. So don't know whether or not we're going to have... It's an engulfing candle, but it's not an engulfing or outside bar order block. It's just engulfing. So I'm not sure whether or not we're going to have the reaction from here to try and push it down. We've been so quote-unquote bullish from this morning. I mean, from this morning to where we are now, this was a 62 pip day. It's not a lot, considering it's 2 sessions with a gap over 12 hours from the low to where the highs of the day. It doesn't seem as though there's much volume trying to push price up, apart from this one reaction that we had over here. So I don't know whether or not this area is going to have a reaction. It is slowed where we are right now. So a little bit of slowed action there. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. Today, to me, just feels like a no-trade day. NASDAQ as well. We had this area of consolidation down here, which we broke out of. We retested and then did nothing with it. So we did nothing with the retest whatsoever. A little bit of volatility over here. A little bit of a deeper pullback. Came back into this area of consolidation. And since then has tried to push up higher. Same idea as with GU. We've kind of like just entered the small little areas. Slowed down ever so slightly. Struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Rich, I'm gonna have to jump off, mate. I'm feeling really crap now. It's just
no, dude.
Yeah,
you run off, mate. Run off.
I'm gonna go have some electrolytes, have some more food again, and then probably go have an early night because I'm feeling pretty crappy. So, dude, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. So, yes, guys. Everyone in chat, make sure you chat with him. Make sure you keep him company. Ask him some fantastic questions because, guys, he's here to answer your questions and to potentially guide you as well if you want to know some information. The man is full of wisdom. Make sure you tap into that vein. And for now, I'm going to love you and leave you. And I shall see you all tomorrow morning. And as they say on The Truman Show, if I don't see you, good morning, good evening, and good night.
Nice. Thanks for that, mate. I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy. Okay, so with gold right now, definitely still a little bit flat for me, to be dead honest with you. We did have this slight areas of consolidation during the Tokyo session after a little bit of a rally. So each one of these points over here is a base after a double bottom, effectively. So double bottom, strong reaction. We broke this opening candle range as well. Since then, went into consolidation, filled the majority of the gap. We still have this little piece of the gap left on gold. we came as close as we could with the beginning of the London session to try and fill that gap. But since then, nothing really much to write home about, to be dead honest with you. Very, very uninspiring price action. From the bottom to the absolute top of the day so far has been $95, so 9,556 points of movement on the Owanda chart. So nothing crazy. But once again, like I said this morning, to me, on days where we have like massive gaps like this, especially if it is an impulsive gap due to a high news thing, like with what we had now with the news that came out this morning with Trump saying that they're going to start blocking off the strait. Days like this, generally, I'm very, very cautious because, one, there is either the gap that can be filled, or we can just continue in going into consolidation. And that's pretty much where we were now. We filled a little bit of the gap, and then we just went into consolidation. Now, the question is, if we're going to come up and at least fill the rest of the gap, where do we go from there? Then it's the question of, are we indeed going to continue? Are we going to continue with what happened before, which is this price action that we had in this section here last week Friday? Are we going to continue with that? If I go up to the higher time frame, so 4 hourly or so, let me just remove that small little drawings that I had. So on the 4 hourly, you can basically see that we were still bullish. Where's this one? We were still bullish. So something like that. Actually, wow, quite further back. So from there and there. So we were still quite bullish, even though we were slowing down significantly up over here. So it's not the we're bullish, pullback, continuation. It's more like this action here. It's a little bit sideways, so a little bit more consolidative. Now the question is, if we break back into that area where the gap was, what's to follow? Is it a continuation pushing higher so that we can continue with this overall bullish movement that we had for the last few weeks or so? Are we going to see a complete continuation of this price action where we had high, lower high, low, higher low, lower high, lower low? Are we going to see that? So uninspiring. So sideways, maybe converging a little bit and then trying to break out. I don't know. If we did not have this impulsive news event this morning, I would have said that we're going to have this kind of price action until we get to a point and then start breaking. That's what I would have said. However, because of the news that came out and then the sudden drop off, I'm changing what I'm seeing ever so slightly. So just bringing this in, this would have been what I was looking at. So did I remove that tool? Where is the tool? There we go, path tool. So we had this. And I would have wanted to see it continue until it reached a point where it could no longer, and then either break down or break up. One of the two, not both. However, because of this breakdown that we had now, because of news, I don't expect us to see this again. So now I'm going to see us potentially go back into consolidation and then a decision point, either up or down. So right now I'm in limbo. I'm waiting. Gold to me is untradeable for my strategy specifically. Even though I think there's a lot of people that have potentially jumped in on gold to try and buy it up. And I think that there's a few people that have maybe tried to sell it. for my strategy, it is untradeable as of right now. Let's have a little look here. 1200 hertz saying, I find it interesting that no two traders are the same, even if they trade similar concepts. Yes. So Will and I have been trading together and streaming together long enough that I know and I understand his trading style. However, I can mark out exactly where I assume his entry would be, but the management of the trade itself, how he manages it and when he decides to get out, sometimes I don't get. So I know exactly how he trades and I know his strategy well enough from obviously spending the amount of time that I have spent with him. And we still get to this point where I'm like, okay, you're going to get out now. And he's like, no, not yet. So small differences, even though everybody has the same, let's call it, background when it comes to trading. Everybody's trading off of the same information to a degree. Different names, that kind of like stuff. But in general, it's very similar. I mean, a supply and demand trader is going to be a supply and demand trader. But like it's the nuances in how you manage the trade, your risk profile, your risk appetite, your psychology, all of those things are going to be different. And that's what makes trading so diverse. You can put 100 people in one room. All 100 of them are going to see the market differently, or at least approach it differently, or want to trade it differently. It's just really crazy. But it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool because you can get completely different opinions from 100 people looking at exactly the same thing, which is pretty cool. Safika is asking, do you do this live trading streams daily and for how long? Yes, we do it Mondays through to Thursdays for about 6 hours. So we start at 8 GMT and then we carry on until 2 GMT. So if you are in the Discord, we post on Sundays, we post the schedule for the week. And then if you have the bell and the notification, like you've shared, you've liked, you've subscribed, and you've got the notification bell selected as well, you're going to get that information when we go live beforehand, and then you can just pop in whenever you want to. All right. Let's see what other questions we do have. Superior is saying, imagine I risked 1% in trade and it gained more than 5% in a single trade. Unfortunately, if it didn't reach the TP and went straight to stop loss, does the Fiverr's loss consider as a max loss per day? No, it doesn't. So it is considered realized gain, not unrealized gain. So you can make it. It's not the same as like some futures platforms where, for argument's sake, you have based on the equity highs of the account. The Fiverr's, the CFD side works on the equities of the day. So 12 o'clock last night, if I had made 5% gain, it's going to be 5% of the gain of 12 o'clock. So if my account was sitting at $10,000 and I make 5%, I've gone up $500. Great. That if I lose that full $500, it's not going to be seen as you've lost 5% on the day, because it takes into account your 12 o'clock or let's say rollover of the account's equity highs to determine that value. So 12,000 hertz saying, depending on your challenge, if it is a trailing stop loss, then yes. If fixed, then no. So like I said, it doesn't work quite the same as with some of the futures channels or some of the futures programs. The trailing stop is just your stop loss is going to move up. Your trailing stop is not going to go down to 5% because you're trailing it. So you're going to be having if you imagine, let's just take last week Friday. If I had a entry over here, stop loss was down there, open-ended take profit point. If I moved my stop loss after every swing point, okay, obviously not the first swing, but that swing point over there, then there, then there, then there, I could be up up to here, and that could be 7%. And by the time that I reach down and take my stop loss, it could be 1% in profit. It's not going to count as 5% stop loss on the day, because it takes your 12 o'clock. So it takes this equity high at that time. So at the start of day, it takes that equity high. That's one of the things that sets the fivers apart from everybody else. So if I lost $500 from the equity highs at 12 o'clock at rollover, then yes, that would be 5%. And it's realized and unrealized. So if I'd already taken some losses and by rollover, I'm already in drawdown, that might count as percentage loss. Oh yeah, sorry, I mean trailing drawdown. Yeah, I mean a trailing drawdown, we don't have trailing drawdowns in the CFD programs. So you have that with futures programs, and you have it with some like stock trading programs as well, where you have weird consistency rules and so on and so forth, where you know certain trades are not allowed to be a certain size, or even certain losses are not allowed to be a certain size. But for CFDs with the fivers, you don't have to worry about any of those things. Like none of those things are a problem with our accounts. Alvin is saying, expecting gold to be going to be bearish again. I mean, maybe. To me, it's weird. Like I said, looking at this movement that we had, yes, it was nice and bullish after a complete pull down, you know, trying to push price lower. Yes, we did break these lows over here. However, we still had some interesting areas over here that we could potentially have tested, and we did. However, this flag pattern that we have here is the issue for me. And then considering that we had the impulsive news over the weekend screwing with, let's call it, the technicals, I'm not sure that we're going to see a potential continuation pushing lower. I think maybe it's just going to pick up a little bit and then start pushing up again to try and continue with this directional move that we had. So the last portion of gold's movement, this flag, I think is now null and void. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. And I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. More than happy. Awesome. Thanks from Shafiq. I'm Oz time, so I'm going to sign off as an approach to our web. Dude, thank you very much. Like we have a fair few people from Australia. As you know, LJ is Australia. He's in Brisbane. He's as far west as you can get, and far east, sorry, as you can get. So, yeah, thank you for staying with us this late, and have a good night, mate. And we'll see you whenever you join us again. Superior, we've already answered that one, the 1% one. I have to say this. It's important that people realize or understand that before you enter any trading program, understand the rules. Go and read the T's and C's. And if you don't understand what the rule says beforehand, or before you buy the account, talk to somebody that might know that information. Or you register with the fivers. You don't yet buy an account, and then you go and talk to the support agents within the hub, and then they'll be able to explain all of that information to you if there's something that you don't quite understand. But like this, like asking here, it's great. I can try and answer any of those questions. If there's something that I don't know, then obviously I'm just going to tell you, hey, go and talk to support. Support should be able to give you the right answer. But in general, a lot of the people that's in chat as well should be able to give you some good information as well. Some of it may be a little bit misunderstood. I too make some mistakes sometimes, and I need to go and refresh my own memory of how certain things work. But hey, you're more than welcome to ask a question. I'll try and answer it. Badaf is asking, is it a good time for a gold short right now? I don't think so. I genuinely don't think so. I mean, we did have this change of character from this point over here. We do have a double low down there. However, we also have the gap that can potentially still be filled. We are trading, if I'm going to switch on the 200 EMA, we are trading slightly above it on the 5-minute. On the hourly, we are still quite far above it as well. So we did dip below, and then we broke back up above it again, and then almost retested it down here. So I don't think sells. I'm not yet, at least. I'm not ready for sells on gold as of right now. Which indicator is this? Which one are you referring to, Vikas? Are you referring to the sessions one, which is this background coloring? So it's the pink and the blue. That is just a sessions indicator, market sessions by Leviathan. The blue, the green line is a regular EMA. And then I sometimes have a zero lag one. It's not really a zero lag. It's just an EMA with an EMA of that EMA. So they say it's zero lag, but it's not really zero lag. But basically it is, you can choose whatever length EMA you want, and then they'll have a exponential version of that EMA as well. And then it makes a bit of a cloud. And then sometimes what you'll see is, like if I go over to the higher time frames on the hourly, you'll see sometimes that it indicates if it's above it and it's expanding, like over here where there's expansion, you have very strong upward movements. If it's contracting, like it's doing over here, you have the opposite, where price is either breaking lower and then struggling to retest and continuing lower. So just a visual aid sometimes. Days like this here, where they're close to each other, you have consolidation. But once again, it's lagging. So it waits for the time frame to close before it prints. And then once it prints, you can, in hindsight, go and have a look at it, how it reacted when it was close to that area. In general, they act very similarly to the Coleman zones that LJ like using. The Coleman ones work similarly. So you'll also see, if you have the Coleman one and this one up together, you'll see that they, in general, are very close to each other. The information is very similar. So yeah, that's what I have up here. Oh, and then from time to time, I also have a MACD, but the MACD also is just a simplified version of the regular MACD. I think it's the Chris Mooney CM. I think it's just Chris Mooney's MACD. And the way that it works is the signal line versus the MACD line. So the signal line is not active at the moment, but if it were active, you'll see if the signal line would be something like this, like above, and then at some point there would be a crossover, and with the crossover you have the changes in colors. I think it's something like the signal line would be below this MACD line, and whenever it crosses, it changes color. And then it will turn around and it'll be below it, and then eventually it will cross it again and it'll be above it. So the way that this MACD works is a simplified version of a regular MACD. Same information. Padaf is saying, thanks for the insights. Double think the structure also, and lucky to get out in that bearish candle. Yeah. I think that if you were trying to sell lower, seeing a candle on the hourly, let me just hide that because it's a little clear. Seeing a candle like this on the hourly, and you would think, yeah, this thing is going to carry on pushing lower. But then when you look to the left and you kind of like realize, what was this? And the way that I see impulsive moves, if there's an impulsive news event, like this one that happened on Wednesday. If you have an impulsive news event like this, what you want to see is continuation. You want to see price continue higher. You want to at least break the high point of the impulsive move's complete movement. Let's put it like that. So what you have here is you have a bit of a pullback after the impulsive move, but no follow through. Yes, you have 2 bullish candles, but they at no point come even close to testing the high point there. And what happens there? You start breaking lower than the reversal point, which is over here. And then this is a high volume zone. So when you are in the London zone or you're in the New York zone, that's high volume. You get a lot more market participation. They're trying to push the price lower. Then you get retracements and then continuations. So on impulsive days like today, there was pretty much the impulsive move based on the information that we received over the weekend. However, there was absolutely no follow through. So to me, price on gold, I'm not inclined to believe after impulsive move like what we had this, or at least a gap that we had, if there's going to be bullish movement like this and no bearish reaction whatsoever. Where's the bearish reaction here? You have a little bit of this, but even this really struggled to break lower here. And when you had the follow-up, it was an engulfing on the body at least candle, which is a signifier of we're going to carry on going bullish. So yeah, if you got out of gold on a sell and I don't know, maybe you got out maybe over here after entry up over here, then you're still in profit. So I would just say days like this, I'm going to trade carefully, very carefully. I'll reduce my risk. I will make sure that if I'm going to want to enter, that it's going to be with good, solid risk management, and I'm not going to be over leveraging my account. Simple. EU and GU, same idea, massive gap, no follow through. So this, whose trade was this last week? Somebody was in an EU buy on Thursday. I just can't remember who it was. And we were talking about whether or not, I think it was Raphael. Was this your trade, Mr. Bettencourt? Was this your trade? I'm pretty sure it was. And I remember saying that if I were to take profit, it would be slightly lower than this box. And you were aiming, I think, for the tops itself. I can't quite remember. I think it was Raphael. It was a good trade, though, on the day. So, but please let me know if it was you indeed, because it's still here. I didn't remove it. As of now, you can basically see this reaction. Actually, I want to remove some of this stuff. This reaction that we had here this morning was after this consolidative section that we reacted off of. So pullback, consolidation, breakout, and then you can consider this a retest, even though I don't really view it as a retest because of the fact that it was a gap. The gap to me is not really, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's proper price structure. However, you do have this area over here on the hourly. So you had consolidation, you had the breakout of that consolidation, you created a base, you retested that with that base, and then you continued pushing higher. And then on Friday, you retested that base area. So establishment, retest, retest, continuation pushing price higher. So in my mind, if we did not have the news information over the weekend, we would probably have had a bit of a pullback, trying to fill some orders and then continue higher. Yeah, I'm still bullish on EU and GU as of right now. I mean, all of this price action that we've had, yeah, I'm still leaning more towards buying on EU and GU. I mean, you have this whole section here. all of this basically counts as retests. And then volumetric breakthrough, retest, and continuation higher. So I'm still off the idea that we're potentially bullish on EU and GU. It was you, Raffle. Yeah, cool. Because I remember we were talking about your trade and how you were planning on holding it. So yeah, great trade, mate. Great trade. I'm happy that that you got it. Like I said, like if I wanted, or if I'm going to take a trade like the one that you had taken, I never want the high, or I never take the absolute highs as the take profit point. I will usually be slightly lower than, because in my mind, it doesn't matter where I got in, where I get out is important. Because if my stop loss of my take profit is right there and price just does that and then starts pushing lower, I'm going to be very annoyed. Whereas if it's slightly over here or slightly over there, yes, slightly less profit that I'm taking off of the table, but I feel like it's a much higher likelihood that that area will be tested. And I think that's why I had it. I think I had it in line with the candle closure. Well, candle open and candle closure of these two candles. So, yeah, because I remember your trade being somewhere up over there, if I can remember correctly. So yeah, great trade, mate. Great trade. All right, who is looking at what at the moment? Yes, the markets is a little bit flat. New York Open happened and they had a bit of an upward push. So New York is open now. This is NASDAQ. I'm going to bring gold up as well. Gold open as well. Indecisive candle on gold, followed up by a nice bearish candle. We'll see whether or not we can have a bit of a pullback. We do have a 5-minute base right here. We'll see whether or not this holds and if it gets reacted upon. And then this is another low area as well that we can potentially test. We'll see whether or not that plays out. What do we have here? All of this consolidation that's on the left-hand side, we were just playing within that area. So I'm just going to delete all of that. That does not play anymore. We do have this base down here on gold. If we do start pushing lower, we're testing this base area as of right now. Gap still untested or still completely unfilled. We did have this last upward attempt, which was created over here, failed to make a new high, started pushing lower, started breaking these low swing points over here, eventually started going lower, all the way down to there, which is good. However, not the strongest continuation, to be fair. You would have wanted this to be the high, then a low, then a lower low, and so on and so forth, as it was driving price lower. However, as of right now, bit of an up and down day. It's a bit horrible. Even though overall we're still down on the day, $24, but that is because of the gap. We'll see. Maybe it'll react here and start pushing up. That would be nice. And then in which case you can try and buy your way into the gap. Have your stop loss just underneath that base. This would be a 2.6 R. You have 2 minutes before this 5-minute candle closes. We'll see whether or not how it closes. Me personally, I'm not going to be trading gold at all. I'm not even sure I'm going to be trading NASDAQ at all, even though the price action now is starting to make a little bit more sense. So we had the consolidation retest over here. Price started pushing up. We have broken that high point as well. We have created a singular base down here. It's a small one. And then we created another base here, which is slightly larger. Not the biggest fan of how these candles are opening up, because if you look at the 15-minute, we're busy pulling back. So now we need to see whether or not we're actually going to pull back deep enough so that we can get a continuation. So in the last hour and a half, we've moved 16,200 points versus the whole day from the low of the day to, let's say, over there before we had our first break was 27. So in the last hour, we've had almost slightly more than half of, let's say slightly more than half of the full day's movement in the last 11 hours. So you can definitely see the volume is definitely picking up. You could have seen it with the chart or the candles on the chart as well. But this is the kind of volume that I'm looking for. However, I'm not going to say afraid. I'm a little bit more annoyed with Trump these days. So I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to wait for something to align up. So something that I would like to align up is to see whether or not this area down here gets respected. If it does and we start printing bullish candles, so if I go to the 15 minute and I use the FIB tool and I look at this full movement here, so if this area basically gets respected, maybe with a bit of a dip in and then a continuation higher, I can potentially take a buy. Where I'll just have to wait and see whether or not it's actually going to happen. It is a bit of a deeper reaction here than what we had over here. Not as deep as this reaction over there. So I'm just going to wait and see. There is a potential that we can absolutely start tanking off, try and retest down here before picking up going higher. However, if we do get to this point down here, we might even try and reach the daily lows. What was the options expiry today? 25.037. Oh wow, we're at it. 37 was here. So that was the options expiry, or is the options expiry for as of April 13, 9:45 a.m. EMT. So it's already adjusted. I didn't check it this morning, so I have no idea what it was going to be. But this is the options expiry as of right now. Reached from down here, so not bad. Mark is saying EU down, the push to fill the gap. Let's see. EU down. Oh, EU down, then push to fill. Sorry, I didn't read the message in its entirety. I mean, a larger than normal gap still available. So still quite a bit. How much is this? It's about 20 pips. So we have about 20 pips of gap left, of which the initial gap was 57. So we've taken up more than half of, almost 2/3 of the gap's movements of the day. We'll see. Still not in love with this. I still don't like this. This looks flat and shite. Forex 07F saying, active traders, anyone exploring Lexivana for signals? I'm pretty sure that you've been in here every few weeks or so asking the exact same question. Are you trying to get people to go and look at Lexivana? Or are you genuinely interested in people that have traded or looked at Lexivana and then you want to just engage with them, see whether or not it's something that you would like? If it's the former, I don't think signal groups are with it at all. Doesn't matter where it's from. If it's the latter, then yeah, maybe somebody can answer you with some information there. NASDAQ is busy gaining a little bit of downward momentum. I think gold should be doing the same. Yep, gold is doing the same as well. Let's see if it's going to respect this base. As of right now, it's not really respecting it. It's dipping into it. Well, as of right now, it is respecting it. AUD USD is pushing up from the New York Open. We still have 5 pips of the gap left. EU, starting to gain some momentum now. There we go. EU is going to start filling the gap. GU should be doing the same. Oh, I think GU is just almost 1.5 pips away from filling the gap, which is crazy. EU, GU pushing up, looking good. NASDAQ pushing up as well. It's respecting this zone as of right now, so this might be a nice entry point, but oh, this is too volatile. Why? Let's look, what does the news say? Is there any news that just came out? Or is this just the push to fill the gap? Wow, this is very volumetric. I can't get in on this. 1 5-minute candle, $100, 10,000 points. Difficult to get in on that. Vika's saying he's New Year, make me understand the time frame. So the time frame is one of these candles open. So you have something called the OHLC, which is the open, high, low, and close of a candle. So this candle over here, you have a low point, which is down here. That's the low of the candle. You have the open of the candle. You have the high of the candle. And then you have the close of the candle. And this one candle plays off in a single time frame. So 5-minute time frame. So what if I were to bring this all the way back and I go down to a lower time frame, you will see that that lower time frame has multiple candles. So if this was the low of the 5-minute candle, there's 1-minute candles in between that's also pushing price up. So this is the closure, the high of the 5-minute candle. So this candle, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So when this candle over here closed, that was the open of the new candle. So the 5-minute candle opened up on this one, and it closed as this one opened up. So the time frames is the information per candle in each time frame itself. So the open, the close, the high, and the low of a specific time frame. So if you go over to the daily, it's literally going to be the 12 o'clock open, or in this case, the open was all the way down here. The low of the day, the high of the day, and the close of the day will only be in 7 hours and 7 minutes. We'll have the close of the daily candle. So time frames, you'll see the same information on the lower time frame as you do on the higher time frame, but the higher time frame takes longer time to play out in its entirety. Where the lower time frame is, a lot of people say that it's noise because there's a lot of information within one of these daily candles. And it's the same for the 4-hourly candle. There's a lot of information in a 4-hourly candle. So that's the thing about time frames. You can find the same information, the same bias across, let's say, the 4-hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and so on and so forth. But sometimes you get divergences where the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the 1 hour, and the daily is showing one thing, but the 4-hour is showing something completely different. So you do get different information on different time frames, even though they show you the same thing. Louis saying Trump deadline. Oh, yes, that is true. So the question now is whether or not he's actually followed through with it. Has Trump followed through with... Okay, so we had high impact news. Iranian officials are studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a U.S. condition for ending the war. Interesting. Interesting. They're studying abandoning uranium enrichment as a U.S. condition for ending the war. Okay, so they're basically saying that it's not finalized. They're just looking into it as a potential. All right, so this as of right now is creating a bit of a reaction. So once again, impulsive reactions on news events like that, I'm always cautious, because this is an impulsive reaction and we don't know whether or not this impulsive reaction has any, what's the word, validity to it whatsoever. Yes, it's coming from an official source, fair enough, but like, is that information what the market wants to do? Or is this just, the information came out, let's quickly try and gain a little bit of favor in the market and then capture a few people off guard? Is that it? Thang is saying EU break 1.174. Not yet, but it does look as though there is the potential. So on this 5-minute candle, we had a lot of consolidation going into the New York session after the low of the London session, which was down here, about 2.5 hours before, 1.5 hours before the open of the New York session. We had some consolidation, news breakout. We'll probably have a correction and then a potential continuation if this movement that we had here was indeed the directional movement for EU. We should see the same thing on GU as well. GU consolidation was slightly earlier, a little bit more traction pushing up higher. Strong reaction, let's put it like that, after the news event. We'll see whether or not we can form a bullish candle in the next 5 minutes or so, or if we're going to have a pullback towards maybe this area over here and then potentially push up from there on EU, or we can just have a complete reversal, which would mean good news for the dollar. So let's have a look at the DXY. DXY sold off. When was this news event? 3 minutes ago, but the reaction would have been more than that. So this candle here was probably the news candle. So not sure whether or not. Yeah, I don't know. It's the dollar index is not reacting the way that you would think if it was a good, if the war was coming to an end and, you know, a potential good thing, you would see dollar strength, but instead you're seeing dollar weakness on the dollar index. And then you're seeing EU and GU picking up. So we were supposed to see this if that was good for the dollar. Abradolf Linkler, wait. So let's say I risk 0.5% but move my stop loss by mistake to 10% and move it back to 0.5%. I'm disqualified. Does the drawdown rule apply only to realized P&L, or are stop loss movements tracked? Okay, so your stop loss and take profit is not a guarantee, all right? So when you have a stop loss or a take profit, is this guy South African? Am I tripping? No, I am South African, Nate. I'm from South Africa. So Abradolf Linkler, so if you look at moving your stop loss, that is a theoretical low. It is a exit point should price come to that point. It closes the trade on your behalf without you needing to close the trade. You can have your stop loss as low as you want and nothing will happen if price never comes to it. However, if price does come back to it and you are on your 10% drawdown accidentally and you didn't move it again and it gets hit, it's the realized gain when it comes to closing accounts. But when we're talking about the overnight rollover and we're talking about the information of the account itself to determine what is your next day's results or result requirement. Like, let's say you have a $1,000 account, all right? And you have a drawdown available to you of 10%, okay? But you have a daily drawdown that is going to either pause the account, which is one option, or it's going to kill your account, which is another option, okay? So the pause one is the same calculation as the 5% kill your account calculation. It takes the 12 o'clock rollover amount on your account. So let's say I had already made $200 on my $1,000 account. So I'm up 1,200, which is very good. I have 5% daily drawdown available based on that $1,200. So if I drop by 5% from there, yes. No, I mean, even intentionally, like even if you didn't intentionally, it makes no difference. So I would never do it intentionally, but it happened to me where I moved my stop loss because it was overlapping an object on the graph, and I placed it back. No problem, mate. Like I can, if I had a trade on right now that was something like this and my stop loss was down there, I can do this with my stop loss as much as I want. I can put it up over there, put it over there. I can move it as much as I want. It's only until the actual price hits it. However, there's a caveat to this. If I have a drawdown of 10%, which is down here, but 5% is sitting over here and price goes down here, my intention was not to have a 10% drawdown, and I reached a 5% point here, yes, then if it hits that, it's going to knock you. Because it calculates the amount that you're allowed to lose throughout the day based on your 12 o'clock rollover. So that 5% there in unrealized profits can knock you out. If it's a pause, then obviously it's just going to hit that, it pauses your account. But the idea is it's usually it's the realized gains, usually. But the unrealized gains can also be a bit of a problem. As long as it didn't stop you out. Like, I understand what you're asking, Abradolf. It's the idea of having a stop loss over there. It's not the actual placement of the stop loss that determines you're going to be, you're going to take a loss, and then they're going to say, okay, because you placed your stop loss down there and that's more than 10%, we're going to automatically close your trade. No, it just means that when your trade starts pulling back, you're not going to have that stop loss at the right place to prevent you from having your either 5% daily drawdown pause for the day or your daily drawdown lose your account for the day. So always be cognizant of where you place your stop loss, but understand that it is realized gains when it hits stop loss, that's taken into account, and how much into drawdown you are based on the unrealized gains for the day. So if you have a trade of 10% stop loss, that is just dumb. But if it is an accidental movement, dude, just rectify it and no harm done. So long as the price did not start like dwindling all the way down here. All right, cool. All right, guys, with that, we've pretty much come to the end of the stream today. We do apologize to everybody for the technical difficulties that we've had. Some of the stuff that's happening in the background is outside of our control. We did contact the support team for our program that we use. We're just waiting for some feedback on that. And so hopefully tomorrow, this will all be sorted. All right, so for everybody that hasn't already, please drop us a like, please drop us a subscribe. And if you want to hit that notification bell, it is probably going to help you not miss any of our streams. And like I said, once again, I apologize for all of the technical difficulties that we've had today. All right, so for everybody in the day, have a great day. Good luck with trading. We'll see you all tomorrow for another, let's call it Trump shenanigans market trading. All right, guys. Cheers. See you all tomorrow.